At night, the city was lit with bright multicolored lights. In Gamyeokam-dong, countless cars moved along the roads, their headlights weaving through the darkness. On the top floor of the building belonging to D Group, the windows were still glowing. That was where the world's strongest roar team, D1, lived. Inside the professional gamer training room, the 5 members of the number 1 team sat before their monitors. Their fingers flew across keyboards, mice clicked furiously, and the screens shone with vivid light. One of them suddenly smiled and muttered that he had finally met Dex. A flash of light filled the monitor as the match began, and the battlefield loaded with different characters entering the war. Demon spotted his opponent from afar. The player with the nickname Dex was controlling a knight, his eyes glowing brilliantly, his expression calm yet confident. Smiling, the pro gamer declared that they would fight with everything they had, and that he would show why their team stood at the top of the world. With a furious roar, his character charged forward. Dex gripped the hilt of his sword. A magical aura surged from him, drawing in the air around his body. In the next instant, he unleashed a devastating strike at the enemy flying toward him. The demon's severed arm fell, its sword plunging into the ground. The monster collapsed, its image rippling as it was defeated. Seeing this, his teammates raised their weapons. One of the girls screamed in disbelief, asking how he could die from a single combo. Her comrade replied that it was fine and that they would handle him. With a swift motion, one of them changed the grip on his blades, and his body began to dissolve into invisibility. A frown creased his face as he stared at the knight's back. Suddenly, Dex turned around. He blocked the invisible attack with ease, his eyes blazing like fire. With a powerful lunge, he secured a double kill. The man with the bushy mustache clenched his teeth, muttering that it was impossible, that Dex had taken out both the tank and the main attacker in one blow. The player beside him shouted for everyone to pull themselves together, insisting that if they held the line they could still win. At that moment, Dex rushed toward them. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of his opponents. The knight unleashed a flurry of fast, heavy strikes. Almost immediately, a bright light filled each player's screen, followed by the message announcing their defeat. Horror filled the pro gamer's eyes as he realized what had happened. All 5 of them had been taken down alone. On the wall behind them hung their team's flag, but in the game world it was suddenly split in 2. The knight destroyed the enemy flag, sealing their total defeat. Cold sweat slid down one man's face as he stared into Dex's burning eyes. He wondered who this person truly was. Elsewhere, a young man leaned back in his chair and muttered that there was nothing special about it. On his desk lay the most ordinary equipment, and his computer looked nothing like that of a professional gamer. Thinking about his many nicknames, Jae Young told himself that he had used plenty over time, but the last one was Dex. Above the Black Knight's head in the game hovered that very name. He reached for a bag of chips and shook it lightly, telling himself that he was not the type to waste time thinking up fancy nicknames. His goal had always been first place. Realizing the chips were gone, Jang's lips turned downward in annoyance. He licked his lips and wondered if he should finally leave the house to buy another pack, now that he had achieved first place at last. On the ranking table, the nickname Dex had risen to the very top. Placing his hands on the keyboard, he told himself that today he had finally achieved what he wanted. He quickly typed out a message and sent it, thinking that he could finally quit the game. At the same time, shock filled the eyes of the pro gamer. He slammed his fist onto the table, grinding his teeth, as he shouted that Dex was still mocking them, calling him a damn troll. On his monitor, the Black Knight waved his hand and announced that he was quitting the game. Clouds drifted slowly across a blue sky. A day had passed since Dex made his announcement. A truck rumbled along the road, and the driver smiled as he asked whether Dex had really quit the game. He joked that Dex was a troll who had mocked everyone until the very end, then wondered why he had quit, saying that his friend Sadfan should know. The truck suddenly swerved as the other man shouted in rage, saying that they already knew, and that he had no way of understanding what went on in the mind of a weirdo like him. Warm sunlight streamed through the windshield. The driver steadied the wheel and said it was obvious why Dex had left. Many gamers were quitting now, and there was a good reason for it. The world of video games was in decline. Several people stood at a bus stop. Behind them was a large image of a girl with her eyes closed. A powerful computer was displayed, its monitor filled with dense program code and images of the human genome. In the strictest secrecy, the world's largest companies, Electronics, Eros Corporation and Silic, had worked together to create not just a computer, but the first full-fledged virtual world. It could be accessed through a device known as the Dreamer. 3 people stood around the completed project, a massive virtual capsule. The girl in the image smiled and asked whether they were tired of the life they had postponed, and whether they wanted a second chance in a world of endless possibilities. Sunlight bathed a vast kingdom. Folding her arms, the girl said that they were waiting for them and would always be glad to welcome them to Arcadia. An Arcadia company truck stopped at the address of the Dreamer's final customer. The men looked at the crumbling house before them, wondering whether someone living there could really afford such a device. Cracks covered the windows, hinting at a life far removed from the shining world that awaited inside Arcadia. Seeing the truck, the main character smiled broadly and said that his dreamer had finally arrived. Without hesitation, he entered his account login and password. After selecting the Dark Knight, the system asked whether he truly wanted to delete the character. He pressed the confirm button without a second thought, saying that he was already 20 years old and had decided to quit all existing games in order to begin a journey in another world, not just another ordinary game. The Dreamer inscription lit up against a black background. The protagonist lay down inside the capsule. Less than a minute later, he found himself suspended in the sky above a vast kingdom. His eyes sparkled, and with a wide smile he shouted joyfully that this was Arcadia. Countless games existed here, and an enormous number of secrets were hidden within them. All information was drawn into a digital sphere. Like Pac-Man devouring cookies, data flowed endlessly. The digital core rapidly filled with knowledge, from developer jokes to items that could greatly influence gameplay. The young man held the core in his hands. These were known as Easter eggs, or secrets. The shell of the digital egg slowly peeled away, and a puzzle lit up in the darkness. It suddenly merged with another brilliant light, and glowing particles fell into a girl's hands. The protagonist smiled sarcastically and said that he would entrust this to her. Now, Alice placed her hands against her chest, and without lifting her head, quietly replied, "Yes." A book appeared in the air, and she added that it was meant for a wanderer from future generations. The young man lay within the capsule, immersed in a virtual reality where the brain connected directly through simulated sensations. It created a complete world indistinguishable from the real one. Such a device might seem impossible, yet it already existed. The Dreamer inscription burned a vivid red. Jae Young now stood in the game lobby, surrounded by other players. Stepping outside, he saw even more people. Some were calling out for companions to hunt monsters and complete quests, while others were buying iron ore. Watching all this, he smiled in confusion and wondered what exactly this world was. There was no sunlight in the narrow alley between the houses. The protagonist waved his hand, and a system screen instantly appeared before him. It informed him that as a player named Dex, he possessed only 3 starting items. Resting his hand against his chin, Jae Young muttered that the inventory was not as complicated as he had expected. A new notification suddenly appeared, announcing a training task. To complete it, he needed to kill 1 slime. A small slime emerged nearby. Imagining how other players might struggle, he told himself that making precise movements in Arcadia was difficult, which was why skills existed to assist players. Icons representing abilities such as dash, bounce, and cut appeared before him. The slime noticed Jae Young and moved toward him. He tightened his grip on the sword and told himself that, as the owner of an extraordinary talent, this would be easy. With a single swift strike, he split the slime in 2 and completed the task. Smiling in satisfaction, he felt that he was already getting used to this world. Another notification immediately appeared, stating that a new task had been unlocked. Seeing this, he exclaimed that no matter what it was, he would figure it out in no time. To his surprise, the second task required him to read 100 books. Jay stared at the system screen in confusion. Inside the Elan City Library, books filled every shelf. 2 girls sat at the main table. One of them smiled and remarked that he was quite unusual, since he had been reading continuously for several days. Nearby, the protagonist was deeply absorbed in a book. The purple-haired girl suddenly closed her own book and told her friend that reading in the library was nothing special. Her companion abruptly turned around and said not to pretend ignorance, because nowadays, due to quests, most people simply grabbed a book, skimmed through 10 pages, and left. She then asked whether she had ever seen anyone read as seriously as he did. Jae Young frowned and muttered angrily to himself that he would clear this stupid game no matter what. Looking at him, the purple-haired girl replied that he would probably finish soon. After some time, the protagonist pointed at the book in his hands and asked whether they had the second volume. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked why he suddenly needed it, wondering if he had even read the first volume. Jay placed the book on the table and explained that the first volume mentioned several interesting topics, and he wanted to read more about them in the second. Lowering his gaze, he added that the book, The History of Arcadia, Volume 1, was the oldest imprint of Ilan. As he said this, he introduced Alice, who still did not raise her head. At that moment, a blue light flashed in the girl's eyes. After some time, another book appeared on the table. Handing it to Jae Young, she said that it was the second volume and that he could read as much as he liked, as long as he remembered to return it. Beautiful patterns were engraved on the book's cover. The protagonist suddenly lifted his head and said that he was simply curious. He then asked why the second volume was kept separately. The girl smiled faintly, raised her hand to her face, and replied that it was a special book that could only be obtained by asking the right question. As the boy reached out toward the book, the closer his hand came, the stronger the energy it emitted. System screens appeared around Alice. Without lifting her head, she reported that a special event had been detected in the Adalin newcomer village. The conditions for issuing a secret task had been met, and the player to be examined had been selected. Holding the book, The protagonist smiled as he read. Long ago, there had been a legendary adventurer who hid a treasure in the lake near the Elan newcomer village. Everyone claimed the treasure was mere fiction, as no one had ever found it. The only confirmed fact was that the treasure was the oldest imprint of darkness. Something shimmered brightly in the depths, surrounded by chained hands of darkness. In the past, this amulet had sunk rapidly to the bottom, and it was said that the legendary adventurer had hidden it near the shore of Lake Dellen. Yet no one had ever discovered the imprint of darkness there, and the legend was slowly forgotten. After finishing the passage, Jay continued staring at the book and told himself that if the lake was near Edelin, then it could only be Lake Iruin, located near the entrance. With that thought, he found a map on the book's pages. Lake Iruin was marked in a special color. After some time, birds flew beneath the evening sky as the protagonist arrived at Lake Iruin, located south of Edelin. Letting out a heavy breath, he told himself that he had only come here out of curiosity. Darkness, or anything of that sort, should not have been able to hide in such a peaceful place. Flamingos stood quietly on the opposite bank when all of a sudden, a system screen appeared above Jae Young's head. In the same second, several more screens burst into view in a flash of light. They reported that the final condition for creating a quest had been met. A quest had been generated according to the given parameters. The difficulty was rated B, the importance A, and the quest rank B+. The main scenario had been activated. The level of the first level player dex had been analyzed, and the quest was now active. Immediately after, a separate system screen appeared. It announced that the rank B+ quest, Find the Imprint of Darkness, required verifying the authenticity of the records claiming that the oldest imprint of darkness lay within Lake Iruin and locating the imprint itself. Jae Young's eyes widened in shock. He wondered whether he had truly received a B+ rank quest in a game that had only just launched, when even the hardest raids were no more than rank C at best. Before he could finish that thought, however, he smiled in satisfaction. Things were finally becoming interesting. A cloud of dark energy suddenly rose from the surface of the water. Even from the shore, a faint yet ominous glow could be seen. Deep within the lake, something stirred and a monster slowly opened its eyes. As evening approached, the sky took on a warm hue. The protagonist walked slowly through the nearby forest, scanning his surroundings. He muttered that there was nothing unusual around, which only made the situation feel even more suspicious. Suddenly, surprise flashed in his eyes. He stared at the water and said that it seemed to be there after all. Rolling up his sleeves, he smiled and declared that it was time to begin. With that, he accelerated forward. Holding his breath, Jae Young leapt into the lake. A loud splash echoed as water sprayed in all directions. He plunged downward, and as he descended, his eyebrows lifted in shock. This was far too deep for an ordinary lake. Below him stretched nothing but endless darkness. At the same time, in the Korean branch of Arcadia, a massive screen lit up with an exclamation mark. Words appeared announcing that the main scenario had been activated. The authorized executive general manager of the Korean branch frowned deeply and asked what had happened. Displeased that the main quest had begun on a server that had been open for less than a week, a subordinate approached and, spreading his hands, explained that according to reports from the quest department, a player had come into contact with an object tied to the main scenario. The director pressed further, asking what kind of action could shake the game itself. Receiving no satisfactory answer, he closed his eyes and said that the issue needed to be reported to the president immediately, and that all departments should prepare for unexpected situations. As the staff hurried out of the room, he continued staring at the enormous screen and muttered that the main scenario had opened only 4 days after launch, while the American server had remained quiet for 3 months. He wondered aloud whether this was simply because the server was Korean. On the large display, bold yellow letters announced that the main scenario, Birth of Deep Darkness, had been activated. Back at the lake, the protagonist finally emerged from the water. Sitting on the shore, system screens appeared before him, informing him that his diving skill had increased to rank B. His stamina had risen by 1 point, and he could now dive deeper and remain underwater longer. Water streamed down his face as he muttered that he must have descended nearly 200 meters without seeing the bottom. Hope slowly faded from his eyes, and he wondered whether he should simply give up. The rays of the setting sun reflected across the lake's surface. Thinking of the countless other players, Jae Young reminded himself that the game had only just begun, and that everyone was fighting for a place on the leaderboard. Clenching his fist, he added that he was wasting valuable time leveling his swimming skill during such a crucial period. More importantly, the monthly fee for the Dreamer was $920. With that thought, he recalled the capsule he had purchased for this game. Lowering his head, he admitted that he had planned to cover the cost by selling in-game items, but at his current level, finding something worth $1,000 within a month was unrealistic. Suddenly he remembered the system screen that had appeared earlier, informing him that he had unlocked a new quest, a secret quest. Coming back to himself, Jae Young looked at his hand and said that this secret quest had appeared for him alone and was unavailable to other players. Gazing at his reflection in the water, he muttered that it would be terrible if the reward turned out to be worthless. Yet, as a true gamer, he knew he could not give up. Smiling broadly, he declared that he would do everything in his power. As the sun slowly sank beyond the horizon, daylight still shone brightly in Silicon Valley, where Silicoff's headquarters stood. The president's office doors looked luxurious, and the name Jenica Paul was displayed on the wall nearby. Inside, a 15-year-old girl, the part-time president of Silikoff, lay on her bed surrounded by plush toys. Her eyes widened in shock as she received a message, and she screamed in disbelief, asking what it meant that the main scenario had been activated on the Korean server. A large system screen appeared before her, and a man named Jack smiled as he explained that a Korean player had discovered an item that unlocked a secret player class. According to Alice's analysis, there was a high probability that the item was connected to the main scenario. Hearing this, Jenica braided her hair irritably and asked whether they had truly placed something that important in a newbie village. Still smiling, Jack replied that it was not them, but that bastard. As he spoke, an image of a man standing with his back turned formed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Jenica bared her teeth and shouted, asking if it was that damn bastard again. She grabbed the tablet on her desk and began searching for information. In less than a minute, she found the secret class Anarchy Bard, which was still unclaimed. After reading through the details, she frowned and asked what kind of class it was. Since it had no level system and no special skills, she questioned whether it was even playable. Jack replied that in exchange, the class granted a special ability. Surprised, the president raised her head and asked what kind of ability it was. Lowering her gaze back to the tablet, she read on, and in the next instant, horror filled her eyes. Her scream declaring that all of this was sheer madness echoed through Silikoff's headquarters. 10 days later, sunlight shimmered across the lake as the protagonist burst out of the water, an amulet clutched tightly in his hand. Smiling broadly, he shouted that he had finally obtained it. Immediately, a notification appeared informing him that his diving skill had advanced to rank A, his stamina had increased by 1 point, and his affinity with water had risen by 10 points, allowing him to dive into even darker depths. A massive system screen then appeared, announcing that he had completed the quest, Find the Imprint of Darkness. As a reward, he received the Necklace of Darkness, which contained the imprints of antiquity. The system warned him to think carefully before using it. Holding the necklace up as sunlight struck its surface, the protagonist examined it closely. Raising one eyebrow, he wondered why its description sounded more like a warning than a reward. A few seconds later, a system screen appeared before him, asking whether he wished to use the Necklace of Darkness. After thinking for a moment, Jae-young clicked the yes button. Immediately another prompt appeared, asking if he was truly sure. Slightly surprised, he agreed again, only to be asked once more whether he really wanted to proceed. Growing even more confused, he confirmed again, but the system continued to question him repeatedly, warning that once the necklace was used, it could never be removed, even if he regretted it later. Finally enraged, Jae-young turned around and shouted that he had already answered clearly and did not understand why they kept asking him the same question. At once, the system screen changed, stating that it understood him now. Reading this, he frowned uneasily. From the other side, a developer's message appeared. The speaker smiled as he explained that Jae-young seemed confident enough in his desire, so there was no need to ask any further, though it would be too late to regret it later. His cold gaze was fixed on the system screen as he continued, saying that Jae-young should now give it his all and enjoy himself, just as he was doing at that very moment. A drop of cold sweat slid down Jae-young's face as he asked in confusion who was speaking. Before he could finish, a blinding flash erupted before his eyes. When his vision cleared, he saw a stone statue and a system notification announcing that his class had been changed to Anarchy Bard. In the pitch darkness, a series of notifications appeared. His level system had been disabled. However, he had acquired an influence trait. A mission system had been added. A character had been permanently bound to him, and a new quest had been assigned. Jae-young read through everything, shock filling his eyes. Then, unexpectedly, a quest titled Rookie Killing appeared. The objective was simple and cruel. He had to kill rookies who had not yet completed their class change, and he had exactly 1 week to do it. On the western grassy plains of Idolin, beginners were hunting slimes, collecting slime materials. One boy smiled broadly and shouted that he was coming, then smashed a slime with all his strength. After killing the monster, he obtained a slime bubble. A girl immediately ran over and exclaimed that it was worth 50 bronze. He replied cheerfully that he was very lucky, and added that this was how the game should be played. A second later, the boy stood up and shouted that they needed to keep killing slimes there for the rest of the weekend. His partner asked what about the trial exams next week. All this time, Jae-young had been watching them from a distance. His brows knitted tightly as he asked himself whether he really had to kill beginners like them. Hours earlier, a system screen had appeared before him, informing him that his character could not be deleted. Jae-young had stared at it with his hand outstretched. Realizing that nothing he did would change it, he had let out a heavy sigh. Looking again at the system screen, with his character displayed behind it, he muttered that it felt as though he had stepped on a mine. He had received a hidden class along with countless warnings, and his first instinct had been to delete the character. The reason was simple. Opening his inventory, he saw that beneath his nickname, it clearly stated that he had no level. Placing his hand against his chin, Jae-young muttered that this truly would not work. His character had no level system, yet the core of the game revolved around increasing stats. He imagined other players with their levels displayed above their heads, and realized that without such a system, he had no way to grow stronger in the conventional sense. For now, the difference was not obvious, but when other players began leveling up, the gap would only grow infinitely larger. In his mind, the ground seemed to split apart as the strongest players of the game appeared before him. Horror filled his eyes as he imagined facing them. Then he remembered the smiling developer who had told him to try his best and destroy everything in his path, just as he was doing now. Letting out a heavy breath, Jae-young lowered his head and muttered that he should have stopped the moment he heard that nonsense. He should have checked everything more carefully. Fluffy clouds drifted across the blue sky as Jae-young lay on the grass in a starfish position. He watched torn leaves carried by the wind and told himself that nothing would change if he simply lay there. Remembering the statue in the darkness, he reminded himself that his class was Anarchy Bard. Raising one hand, he added that even if the class was trash, it was still a hidden class, and it had to be useful in some way. He stared at the system window for a long time, searching for anything important. Eventually, he found something unusual in the stats tab. Alongside strength, endurance, and other attributes, there was a stat called influence. Its value was 0. Frowning, he asked himself what it was. The moment the thought formed, a system screen appeared, explaining that influence represented the ability to change the rules of this world by consuming corresponding stats. However, once used, those stats would disappear forever. After reading this, surprise filled Jae-young's eyes as he wondered what such a concept truly meant. The system screen closed, but another notification immediately appeared, informing him that he had received a new quest. What he saw caused cold sweat to bead on his face. The quest once again involved killing beginners who had not completed their class change. Now Jae-young was peering from behind a tree with a grim expression. He watched a loving couple of players, and wondered whether the system truly intended for him to kill all these newcomers, and whether this quest would decide his entire fate within the game. Lowering his head slightly, he asked himself what he should do. After a brief pause, he raised his head and said that he should at least try first. With that, he gripped his sword, pouring his magical energy into it. Jae-young told himself that there was no need to blame him for any of this, because he was also just playing the game. After that thought, he rushed forward. He closed the distance to the beginner couple at high speed, but suddenly a sharp cracking sound rang out, and the air filled with a filthy aura. A man with long green hair smiled and said, "What a pity," adding that he could have killed him with a single blow. The girl hurriedly helped her partner up, shouting angrily and demanding to know who they were. Standing before the newcomers were 3 bandits. Their leader wore a wide smile as he announced that they were the owners of this hunting ground and asked who had given the newcomers permission to hunt on their territory. Hearing this, Jae-young frowned in irritation. What was wrong with these weirdos? Hadn't the beta only just opened? Were they seriously trying to claim territory already? Tears welled up in the girl's eyes as she shouted in fury, asking what they meant by their territory. This was a beginner hunting ground, a public area where anyone could hunt. Why should they need permission from anyone? Suddenly one of the bandits leaned toward her and told her coldly that she was too noisy. From her accent, he said, it was obvious she lived in Seoul. Above his head floated a red nickname, and the number 12, marking his level. He continued, saying that he had overheard them talking about trial exams, which meant they were probably high school students. With their nicknames, he could likely track down their real identities. The color of his name made Jae-young's eyes widen. A red nickname meant that the player had already killed others. The air grew heavy with bloodlust. The girl trembled in fear as she listened. The leader smiled mockingly and asked if she understood what he meant. Squatting down, he ordered the beginners to leave if they did not want to die. The girl turned away and screamed desperately for help. Other players nearby began to avert their eyes, pretending not to see. At that moment, her partner stepped forward and asked why they were doing this. It was just a game. Couldn't everyone simply enjoy it? The bandits looked at him in surprise, then burst into loud laughter. They shouted that he was right. It was just a game, a virtual world, and that was exactly why they were doing this. The beginner clenched his teeth in fear. The bandit leader sneered and said that this game was wonderful because there were no laws. It was a world where strength decided what was right. Bloodlust filled his eyes as he repeated that it was just a game. Unexpectedly, the aura in the air shifted violently. Jae-young stepped forward and said firmly that he agreed with him. A sharp strike whistled through the air. One of the bandits screamed as his leg was severed. Jae-young smiled broadly and echoed the same words, saying, "What a pity." because he could have killed him with a single blow. In the same instant, he unleashed several rapid attacks. Blood sprayed from the bandits' mouths. At that moment, Jae Young's nickname turned red. A notification appeared, informing him that his influence had increased by several points at once. Anger and hatred still burned in his eyes. As he read the messages, he realized that he gained 1 point of influence for each kill. How exactly this stat worked was still unclear, but gaining it would not be easy. Suddenly, he turned around in surprise when loud voices thanked him. The beginner couple had dropped to their knees, shouting that he had saved them and that they wanted to repay him. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, Jae Young replied calmly that there was no need to thank him. He added that he would kill them too because that was the nature of his task. The two froze, mouths hanging open in shock. Lifting his sword behind his head, the Anarchy Bard said there was no need to be upset. Smiling widely, he asked, "Right? After all, it's just a game." The boy stared at him in terror, thinking that he could feel it. This man was truly insane. The next instant, the sword flashed, and the boy fell. Jae Young's influence increased by 2 more points. All around, other players had been watching everything unfold. Slowly turning toward them, Jae Young said that it was now time to move on to those who had simply stood by and watched. With a wide smile, he added that it was nothing personal, and hoped no one would object. Fear and despair spread through the crowd. Less than a minute later, heart-rending screams echoed through the forest beneath the blue sky. Players fled in all directions, trying desperately to escape the madman. That day, a rumor spread across Arcadia's homepage. A player with a crazed smile had slaughtered everyone in his path. Everyone said the same thing. A true madman had appeared. That night, a bright moon hung in the clear sky. An owl perched silently on a tree branch, its glowing eyes reflecting the silhouette of a player sprinting through the forest. He ran as fast as he could, tears streaming down his face as he screamed for help. Suddenly his foot caught on a root. Under the starlit sky, a dull thud echoed through the forest as he fell. A system notification appeared, informing him that he had suffered an injury and that his movement speed had decreased. Gritting his teeth, he tried to stand. Then he turned around in horror. 2 red eyes stared at him from the darkness. Slowly the figure stepped into the moonlight. When the fleeing player saw who it was, his pupils trembled with fear. Jae Young was smiling madly. Pressing his back against a tree, the player screamed that he was a bastard. He said he had just been minding his own business, hunting monsters, and demanded to know why Jae Young was trying to kill him. In silence, Jae Young drew his sword from behind his back. The player shut his eyes and suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs, asking whether Jae Young really thought the administration would leave him alone if he acted like this right after the game's launch. He shouted that he would file a complaint against him. The moment Jae Young heard those words, he stopped abruptly. Lowering his sword, the Anarchy Bard let out a heavy breath and asked what he meant by that. Raising his eyebrows, he explained calmly that he was only doing this because he had been told to. Hearing this, the player frowned in shock and asked what he had just said. Before he could finish, the sword flashed. His body was split in 2, and Jae Young's influence increased by 1. With glowing eyes, Jae Young turned toward the moonlight. He removed his hood, yawned lazily, and muttered that he was exhausted. In Arcadia Online, there existed a death sentence system. The hands of the clock moved slowly as time passed. A death sentence deprived a player of access for 24 hours. Although it was meant to combat addiction, it also served to enhance the sense of consequence and immersion within the game. Inside a vast, brightly lit office, countless people worked in the customer service department of Arcadia Online. The director frowned deeply and demanded to know what the hell was going on. His subordinate lowered his head and replied that complaints about violent incidents had suddenly begun pouring in. Anger flared in the director's eyes as he asked whether this was really happening at a time when they were already overwhelmed. What kind of lunatic was causing this? In the end, the customer service department was forced to work overtime. Meanwhile, Jae Young opened his stats window and stared at the number displayed before him. His influence had reached 1,025. Standing beside another fallen victim, he said quietly that it seemed he had killed 1,025 people, which was not bad for 2 sleepless nights. Letting out another long yawn, he added that it had been harder than he expected. Being hated for killing others created a strange and uncomfortable emotional state. A tear welled up in his eye as he wondered whether it was normal to feel this way, after slaughtering so many newbies right after launch. He questioned whether this would cause serious problems for the game itself, and more importantly, why he had been given such a quest in the first place. He looked at the system screen informing him that he still had 4 days and 20 hours remaining on his current quest. After a brief pause, he turned away and said indifferently that it had nothing to do with him. Suddenly he froze and turned around when he heard a familiar sound. Slimes emerged from the forest, looking dejected at first, but then their expressions brightened. Because the protagonist had saved them, their favor toward him had increased. What happened next shocked him. The slimes rushed forward and clung to him in a clumsy embrace. Holding one of them in his arms, the anarchy bard muttered that he had just been thinking about how unlucky he was socially, but at least he could still communicate with them. At that moment, he heard distant voices and looked up in surprise. Flickering torchlight could be seen among the trees. Instantly, he understood what was happening. After gently patting the slime, he said that he would like to play with them a little longer, but if he did not start running now, others would hunt him down, and that would complicate things. Enraged players soon burst out of the forest, their leader scowling furiously. Spotting Jae Young as he fled, the man pointed at him and shouted that they needed to chase him. Jae Young sprinted forward at full speed. In the distance, the edge of the forest came into view, drawing closer with every second. Less than a minute later, he found himself standing at the edge of a cliff as the pursuing players emerged behind him. Their leader laughed loudly and shouted that after running so long, he had ended up trapped at a cliff's edge. There would be no mercy now. He was finished. Jae Young looked down silently. Then a smile spread across his face. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and fell. His body plunged rapidly down the cliff. The players stared in shock, shouting that the madman had actually jumped. He was insane. As Jae Young fell backward toward the ground, a huge smile remained on his face. At the very last moment, he logged out. Soon after, a video detailing the horrifying actions of a novice killer appeared on the official Arcadia channel on YouTube. The comments exploded with heated discussion. One player, who had been killed by Jae Young 2 days earlier, wrote angrily that he was a newbie who had been slaughtered and had been browsing the forums ever since. According to the records, there were already more than 700 cases. He added that the killer only operated in areas where slime spawned, meaning he was unlikely to be high level. Someone immediately replied, asking whether it was really possible to commit 700 murders. With trembling fingers, the player answered that it was absolutely true. That was why he was planning to form a squad to hunt down and eliminate the killer. Anyone interested was asked to contact him, along with the time and location of the gathering. In Arcadia, on a street within the kingdom, a fountain stood at the center of a plaza. Players who had been killed by the protagonist gathered around it. Their leader furrowed his brows and declared angrily that they were beginning a meeting to cleanse the world of the troll. One of Arcadia's defining features was that its virtual reality allowed not only the creation of scenarios through in-game systems, but also through the actions and will of players across the world. Under the nickname In Cosmo, a red dot glowed within the system. Anything could be implemented and manifested as content, because everything ultimately occurred according to the will of the artificial intelligence that governed the world. Everything happened at the will of Alice. Without raising her gaze, the girl reported that a large group had been detected, and that the cause was now under investigation. A related quest was triggered. Main scenario, Act 1, Forgotten Darkness. With a casual wave of her hand, she generated a new system screen. At the same time, a notification appeared before the leader of the gathered players. At that same second, the quest appeared before every member of the group. It was a newly issued mission requiring them to capture a serial killer who targeted beginners in slug habitats. At the Korean branch of Arcadia, inside the scenario team responsible for planning and creating quests, a massive exclamation mark suddenly appeared on the central screen. Beneath it, bold text announced that the main quest had begun. Seeing this, a man's eyes filled with anger as he shouted, demanding to know why the quest had appeared so suddenly. His subordinate adjusted his glasses and replied that they were still trying to determine the cause. Toon, the head of the scenario team, turned around abruptly and shouted even louder, asking whether they truly intended to slack off during such a critical task. What kind of chaos was this? The game had only just launched. All his subordinates stood at a distance, staring at the enormous screen with their mouths agape. The warning did not disappear, because this was classified as an emergency. If it had been an ordinary quest distributed to all users, the department would not have been so tense. But in huge yellow letters, the message clearly stated that the main quest had begun. A few minutes later, one of the staff members approached the manager and reported that they were certain the quest was related to main scenario Act 1, but it had not followed the team's expectations. Only 2 days after the main quest had been generated, it had already been launched. Hearing this, shock filled the man's eyes. Generation and activation were two entirely different concepts. Just as a planted seed does not instantly sprout and bloom, a generated scenario normally required several months to influence all users and become a true world-level event. This was exactly what the development team had predicted. All members of the scenario team continued staring at the screen. Toon placed his hand on his chin and muttered that 2 days was too short to call the prediction wrong. But there had to be a reason. Scrolling through graphs and statistics on his tablet, he suddenly noticed a video and frowned. What kind of newbie killer was this? He raised his head and asked his subordinate what it meant. The man lowered his head and replied that the user in question had been roaming slug habitats, the hunting grounds of beginners, committing murders, and that he appeared to be directly linked to the activation of the main scenario. The team leader asked sharply whether they had any information on this killer, who he was, or where he lived. The reply came hesitantly. They had tried to investigate, but headquarters had imposed restrictions, and they lacked the authority to dig deeper. Hearing this, Toon frowned inwardly. Was it really headquarters themselves? Why would they go to such lengths for a single user, and who exactly was this person? At that moment, shock flashed in his eyes. On his tablet, he saw the confirmed number of players killed by the suspect, 1,025. Sunlight streamed through the window of a small house. Jae Young was lying asleep on his bed. He slowly opened his eyes. Few minutes later, a glowing screen appeared before him, announcing that a special event had been created to restore justice. The objective was to eliminate the evil criminal who had taken over the beginner hunting grounds. Jae Young stared at the screen, confused, then frowned as realization dawned. It was talking about him. Below the announcement were 2,637 comments. Annoyance flickered in his eyes as he muttered that this would be troublesome and that he did not want any unnecessary complications. But should he really stop? Glancing at the dreamer capsule in his room, he reminded himself that he still had many fees to pay. Walking up to the device, he hesitated briefly. A few minutes later, he found himself once again standing in the fields where slugs hopped about. Raising his eyebrows, he muttered that he had not expected them to create a quest specifically to hunt him. Slugs with all kinds of expressions bounced around the area. Lowering his head, he admitted that this truly was the perfect place to hunt beginners, but it looked like he would need to find somewhere else now. Suddenly he heard a familiar sound and looked aside in surprise. A slug hopped up to him, its expression unusually sorrowful. At the same time, Jae Young heard angry voices nearby complaining about how difficult slugs were to hunt. Two players emerged from the forest, one laughing at the other for choosing a mage class. The other replied irritably that he had not known killing slugs would be this hard. A player with the nickname Acaps suddenly grinned and said that he had found the slug they were looking for. The slug hurriedly hid behind Jae Young. The players rushed out of the forest, shouting that they had found it first. They demanded that he respect common courtesy and not steal someone else's loot, adding that he should not even touch the slime since it had very little health and could die easily. Hearing this, the Anarchy Bard looked down. The slug gazed back up at him with a pitiful expression. For several seconds, Jae Young did not move. Discontent slowly surfaced in his eyes. He took a few steps toward the players. One of them gritted his teeth and cursed, asking what was wrong with this bastard. Another suddenly frowned and said that the man looked familiar. Jae Young frowned in irritation. At that moment, Acaps grew angry and stepped forward aggressively. He shoved Jae Young and demanded to know if he had gone deaf. Jae Young's face was cold and indifferent. Then suddenly he smiled broadly and shouted that player killing had begun. Shock appeared in Acaps's eyes. The Anarchy Bard abruptly collapsed to the ground, screaming that he was about to die and shouting that the criminal was here. Hearing this, players who had been searching for the serial killer turned around with blazing eyes and rushed over. Acaps shouted frantically that this was all a misunderstanding. He said the stranger had just been blocking the way, so he pushed him. Spinning around, he insisted that it was true and urged them to take a closer look at the suspicious man instead. But before he could finish, he saw Jae Young already sprinting in the opposite direction. In the next instant, the players charged after him, shouting for him to hand over the event reward. Driven by the mob, the newcomers were pushed relentlessly toward the edge of a cliff. Suddenly the magician's mouth fell open in shock, as he finally remembered where he had seen those sinister eyes before. An image from the video flashed through his mind, and he realized with horror that this man was the same killer from the rumors. He shouted loudly that they had all been set up. At that very moment, an unbelievably powerful explosion echoed through the forest. Clouds drifted slowly across the blue sky above the treetops. The main character was sitting calmly on a tree stump, looking at the slime beside him, as he muttered that he had barely managed to escape. Lifting the creature into his hands, he happily asked whether it had really been following him the entire time. The slime responded by affectionately rubbing against its savior, causing Jae Young to laugh as he asked whether its injuries were already healed. Several system screens appeared before him, reporting that he had saved the slime from danger. As a result, the favor of the slime species toward him had reached its maximum, and he had earned the title Friend of the Slime. Jae Young read through everything with wide eyes. Raising his eyebrows, he commented that if he killed newbies while saving slimes every time, then receiving such a title made perfect sense. Placing his hand on his chin, he added that gaining the favor of level 1 slimes alone would not change anything. What he needed was a true turning point to continue playing this game. Suddenly something sparkled in the sky. A system notification informed him that he had fulfilled the minimum requirement for the influence stat. Because he had developed a friendly relationship with the slime species, he was now able to help them using influence. After reading this, Jae Young asked in surprise what it meant to help. After a brief pause, he opened the system window displaying the slime stats, alongside vitality, mana, and other attributes. He saw something unexpected. The slime's influence was listed as 1,025 units. The moment he saw this number, shock filled his eyes. Then, a wide smile spread across his face. Sunlight streamed down through the treetops as Jae Young laughed loudly, shouting that this game was completely insane. It was unbelievably fun. Now he finally understood where influence could be used. After a short while he activated magic on the slime. A system prompt appeared, asking whether he was certain of his choice, warning that the influence would disappear forever. Jae Young smiled confidently, and chose yes. In the next instant, a blinding flash of light erupted. A pillar of magical energy shot up into the sky, and a notification appeared announcing that the slime's basic attributes had been altered. The creature's eyes turned a bright crimson, and its level rose to 15. Monsters were beings that players were meant to defeat. Their existence was essential to RPG games. Among them were beginner monsters, hunted by new players, and training monsters, designed for basic practice. In Arcadia Online, slimes filled that role, but what would happen if these beginner monsters became so powerful that new players could no longer hunt them? Now the slime's eyes burned with red flames. The consequences soon appeared on Arcadia's official YouTube channel. New videos were uploaded every day, drawing hundreds of thousands of views. Some people watched players climbing strange towers, while others enjoyed lighthearted clips guessing whether someone in a video was a beginner. Then a video titled "Two Strong Slimes" was released. It quickly reached a staggering 1.5 million views. The video opened on a forest scene. The player looked down at his hands and remarked that he could even see the lines on his palms, praising the incredible graphics. He glanced to one side, paused, then looked to the other. Suddenly he spotted a smiling slime nearby and laughed, commenting on how amusing its movements were. After a moment, he drew his sword and said he would try to kill it. In the next second, the slime locked eyes with him and charged. It leapt at the player as he screamed in terror, begging for help. A few seconds later, the video ended. The player had died and received a death sentence, preventing him from logging in for 24 hours. There were 3,687 comments beneath the video. Some laughed, asking whether the uploader was pretending to die from a single hit. Others replied seriously, saying that slimes had become abnormally strong and that they too had died the same way. This was the result of 1,025 influence invested into a level 15 slime whose eyes burned red, a terrifying outcome caused by what once appeared to be harmless monsters. Arcadia gained an average of 10,000 new players every day, but as the slimes rose in strength, entire beginner zones were wiped out, and players fled in panic. One day, a slime lay basking peacefully in the sun when a player attacked it. The player frowned and shouted in disbelief, asking what the hell was wrong with this slime. He had done no damage at all. His friend screamed and ran, asking why his health had nearly dropped to 0 after only 2 hits. From above, the main character watched them calmly and said to himself that total chaos had begun. Without taking his eyes off the players, he added that slimes were supposed to be passive creatures that only attacked when provoked. So why had they become aggressive, attacking first? As he pondered this, he watched a smiling slime leap toward the terrified player. Resting his hand on his chin, Jae Young wondered whether their stats had changed after leveling up. If so, then it was all because of influence. As the thought settled, he remembered the blinding flash of light from before. This was how influence could reshape the game itself. It was far more dangerous and hardcore than he had ever imagined. Suddenly, shock flashed across his face. The players who had been chasing him earlier were now surrounded by slimes. Their leader shut his eyes and screamed in horror, begging the monsters to leave them alone. He shouted in disbelief, asking how mere slimes dared to attack them. The next second, a slime slammed into him. Columns of dust burst into the air. The slime landed with a wide smile. After killing the newbie in a single blow, it hopped off in another direction. The remaining players stared in horror as their companion died instantly. Then the rest of the slimes pounced. As the enhanced monsters slaughtered the beginners, Jae Young's influence began to rise. Watching this unfold, he smiled broadly and licked his lips in satisfaction. This outcome, he decided, was far better than he had ever expected. 2 hours later, thick clouds continued to drift across the blue sky. At that moment, Jae Young's influence had risen to 3,924 units. Seeing the number, he placed his hands on his hips and laughed happily, saying that he had gained this much in just 2 hours. It was nearly 4 times more than the influence he had collected earlier, making the efforts of the previous 2 days seem insignificant. After a brief pause, he opened the rookie killing quest, noting that he still had 4 days remaining. He told himself that there was no need to rush to complete it, and then wondered whether he should enhance the slimes to the maximum to gain even more influence. However, when he checked again, he found that level 15 slimes could not be enhanced any further. Turning away, he muttered that he knew it would not be that easy. A few seconds later, he looked back and said that this was probably enough, so it did not really matter. The slimes bounced happily in front of him. Jae Young waved his hand at them and shouted that he was counting on them. At the same time, the Korean branch of Arcadia Online was bathed in sunlight. Inside the building, A man slammed his hands onto the table in fury. The director gritted his teeth and demanded that the report be brought to him immediately. Toon stepped forward with a pale face and reported that at 13:20 today, they had confirmed that the stats of slimes had increased abnormally. Because of this, the number of deaths among new users had risen sharply, and the situation was still ongoing. Sunlight streamed through the large windows as the director asked whether there had been any response from headquarters. His subordinate replied that they had submitted multiple requests, but had not yet received any answers. After calming down slightly, the director asked how much stronger the slimes had become. If they were only twice as strong, he reasoned, the situation should not have escalated to this extent. Toon lowered his head and replied that the slimes had become 10 times stronger. The director's eyes widened in shock, and he demanded to know what he had just said. Staring at him intently, he asked again whether it was really 10 times stronger, not 2 or 3 but 10. None of the subordinates dared to raise their heads. Suddenly the director clenched his teeth. Realizing something, he sprang to his feet and shouted, asking how much base health new users had. Cold sweat poured down Toon's face, as he answered that new users had exactly 100 health points. Hearing this, the director raised an eyebrow in disbelief and began to speak, but before he could finish, his subordinate folded his arms and confirmed the implication. For a level 1 beginner, a single hit was enough to die. Spreading his arms slightly, the director imagined a slime with brightly glowing eyes. After a moment, he strode away with firm, hurried steps, muttering angrily that everything happening in Arcadia could not be the result of a simple mistake. The world had been calculated down to the smallest detail using the most advanced technology. Something like this should have been impossible. Less than a minute later, he arrived before a virtual reality capsule. Opening it, he said to himself that if he could not understand what was happening from reports alone, then he would investigate personally. With that, he sat down inside the capsule. His consciousness quickly descended into the game, and as a level 3 administrator, he was granted access. Manhwa carefully stepped onto the ground inside the virtual world. Gritting his teeth, he said that he had come here to uncover the truth. Turning around, he faced Ellis. The girl was levitating calmly in front of him, her expression completely emotionless as she looked at him. Meanwhile, the protagonist returned to the beginner hunting grounds where the slimes lived. Raising his hand to his chin, he said in surprise that there was no one around. This worried him, since there were only 2 days left to complete his mission. Frowning slightly, he realized that he had begun killing players much more slowly. Fewer people were coming here now, likely because news of the danger had spread everywhere. On top of that, players above level 15 had started hunting in this area, making it difficult for him and the slimes to compete. In other words, there would be no easy path forward anymore. Lowering his gaze, he looked at the number of players he had killed, which stood at 9,987. He told himself that his situation was not so bad, since the counter had not stopped completely. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the number changed to 10,000. Immediately a system notification appeared, announcing that he had killed 10,000 newbies. This was an achievement no one had ever reached before. He was now recognized as a merciless killer, known to all. As a result, he received the title Newbie Killer. Moreover, because he had exceeded the reward limit for the mission, he was granted an intermediate reward. An image of a treasure chest appeared before Jae Young, along with a claim button. Seeing it, he smiled broadly and said that he was very lucky and was now curious to see what was inside. With that, he pressed the claim button. At the same second, purple lightning tore through the space around him. Suddenly, a powerful energy explosion resounded through the air. Gritting his teeth, Jae Young shouted in alarm, asking what was happening. Was this really a trap disguised as a reward? Why were there so many exaggerated special effects? A few seconds later, the pressure from the shockwave faded, and he saw a dark sphere hovering before him. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, he muttered, asking what this black object was. Was this really his reward? At that moment, cracks spread across the surface of the core. An overwhelming surge of magical energy erupted in all directions, and a system notification informed him that the reward calculation was complete. He would now receive a massive monster with glowing eyes appeared before him. Smiling wildly, it asked who had dared to summon him. Horror filled Jae Young's eyes as he wondered what kind of being he had called forth, given the terrifying pressure it emitted. But almost immediately, that horror turned into shock. A powerful aura enveloped the monster, and a system screen appeared above its head, announcing its identity. It was the Lord of Chaos, the Demon King, Satan. A few seconds passed before the Demon King laughed loudly, saying that a full summoning was too much for this world. It seemed he had been forced into a younger body. Satan now inhabited the form of a young man, and scoffed that it did not matter. Even this amount of power should be enough to grind those angelic bastards into dust. But before he could finish boasting, he suddenly realized that his strength was far weaker than expected. Furrowing his brows, the Demon King roared furiously, demanding to know what kind of place this was and what was wrong with his body. Why did he look like this? Why was he so small and stocky? He turned toward Jae Young and asked whether he really dared to summon him. Jae Young scratched the back of his head and replied that he did not know how he had done it. He had simply claimed an intermediate reward, and the next thing he knew, Satan appeared and was labeled as his familiar. The moment Satan heard this, shock and fury collided in his eyes. He lowered his head and shouted in rage, asking why in the world he had become a familiar. Did he really have to obey someone now? He continued ranting, saying that this was not a mutual contract but a forced one. What was he supposed to do now, after everything he had accomplished in the demon world? Jae Young watched him from the side, eyes filled with disbelief. He had imagined the Demon King of Chaos in his true terrifying form, yet the being before him was only a smaller version, loudly cursing that his demonic life had been ruined. Suddenly, Satan floated upward, and looked at his master again, declaring that he was leaving. But since he was bound by contract and forced to remain as a familiar, they would have to stay together for a while. With that, he casually sat down on Jae Young's head, folded his arms, and said that since it had already come to this, he was counting on him. Jae Young frowned stiffly, wondering whether he should feel happy about the Demon King sitting on his head. At that moment, Satan suddenly straightened up in midair. Touching his chin, he exclaimed with excitement that he had far more power than he initially thought. At the same time, system notifications appeared before Jae Young, explaining that the influence he possessed could be used to activate a familiar's abilities. However, since his familiar was a demon, he was warned to be wary of deception and temptation. Satan laughed madly and said that he finally understood why he had been dragged into this contract. If used properly, he believed his master could even destroy those halo-wearing chickens. Jae Young asked what he meant by that. The Demon King shoved his hands into his pockets and asked whether Jae Young would allow him to borrow his power. Confused, Jae Young asked what power he was referring to. Satan pointed at him and asked whether he was seriously pretending not to know, since this power was capable of turning the laws of the world upside down. Hearing this, Jae Young's eyes widened as he asked whether the demon meant influence. As he spoke, he remembered the blinding flash that had occurred when he strengthened the slime. Satan nodded toward himself and confirmed that this was exactly what he meant. Humans, he said, clearly had limitations when using influence, so Jae Young should entrust it to him. If he agreed, Satan promised to reward him generously. At the mention of a reward, Jae Young imagined mountains of gold. Opening his stats window, he saw that his influence had reached 8,975 points. He realized that this was a power even the Demon King desired, which meant it was extremely important within the game. Frowning slightly, he asked what Satan could offer in exchange. Satan's smile widened. Stretching out his hand, he formed a glowing magic seal and asked what Jae Young thought about exchanging all of his power right now for this. The light from the seal intensified, revealing an artifact. It was Nergal Sai, the cloak of the Lord of the Second Army of the Underworld. However, the required level to use it was 150. Jae Young's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered that this was insane. He had heard that on the American server, which had opened earlier, the highest level players were only around level 50. For him, this requirement was impossibly high. After a moment of thought, he raised his eyebrows and said that he did not need it. Satan snapped his fingers in annoyance, and asked whether that was still not enough. He added that it was obvious Jae Young would not be satisfied and asked what he actually wanted. Jae Young kept his gaze fixed on the familiar, and replied that he did not need anything in particular right now. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Remembering something important, he asked whether it was possible to strengthen monsters. The Demon King tilted his head, and asked which monster he meant. Jae Young answered without hesitation, saying, "Slime." Confusion flickered across Satan's face. Then he clutched his stomach and burst into loud laughter, shouting that his master was completely insane. No one had ever made such a request of him before. When Jae Young asked whether it was possible, Satan pointed at himself and declared confidently that everything was possible for him. He then asked how much Jae Young was willing to offer. At that moment, Jae Young had exactly 8,975 influence points at his disposal. Smiling widely, the protagonist replied that he was willing to give everything he had. The moment the Demon King heard this, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Declaring that the deal was sealed, a massive magic seal appeared beneath them, and at the same time purple lightning tore down from the sky. Satan acted without hesitation. A level 100 Slime Queen was created. Elsewhere, a player thrust a spear of fire forward and killed a slime. Holding the weapon in his hand, he laughed loudly and said it was too easy. Tossing the sword over his shoulder, he added that he had no idea what kind of bug this was, but it would be a sin not to take advantage of it. No one could have imagined that slimes would give so much experience. His companion nodded and said that a slime was still just a slime. Even if it reached level 20, it had a primitive behavior model, so it remained a simple enemy. The player scrolled through the interface and said that this was great. While he did not know how beginners were faring, For players like them, slime habitats had become perfect hunting grounds. The rapid leveling was already paying off. If everything continued at this pace, he suggested aiming for a spot on the rankings. The group walked forward casually, saying that it was unlikely they would reach the rankings, but if things kept going like this, they could at least try. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet split open. Dark magical energy seeped from the cracks, and an unknown voice echoed through the land, commanding the weak creatures who had been killed without reason to release their rage. The players stared in shock at the overwhelming surge of magical power. The voice continued, saying that this race had once lived here peacefully, but now they must remember the villains who slaughtered them because their revenge was about to be fulfilled. On the horizon, a small army of slimes appeared. Their bodies had turned purple. The players froze in disbelief, recognizing the monsters they had just been farming moments earlier. The ground shook violently again, and one of them screamed, asking what was happening. Was this an earthquake? Then his mouth fell open in horror. Slimes began falling from the sky. Covering his face with his hands, the player screamed for help and shut his eyes in terror. After a few seconds, he forced himself to look again. Purple slimes leapt past him, rushing forward with purpose. Confusion filled his mind as he wondered where they were going. His companion, staring into the distance, asked in disbelief whether his eyes were deceiving him. Was it really all slimes? The slimes began to merge. Countless bodies fused together into a single enormous mass. At the same time, system screens appeared before all the players. They stared at the notifications, asking one another what was going on. The system messages shifted in color from blue to purple, and announced that the slime race, which had once leapt joyfully across the fields and loved peace more than any other creature, had been subjected to cruel and merciless slaughter by humans who appeared from nowhere. They had endured it for a long time, but finally reached the conclusion that they could no longer tolerate it. In order to restore peace, they chose to fight. For that purpose, they sacrificed themselves, offering their lives to create a deity who would lead their race. Before the eyes of every player, the level 100 Slime Queen appeared. Her eyes burned with rage and hatred. Raising her head toward the sky, she let out a deafening scream. A massive shockwave erupted outward, tearing trees from the ground by their roots. A player wearing an eye patch leapt onto fallen logs, hearing the screams of others begging for help as they cried that they did not want to die. Suddenly he froze. His mind went blank as he watched the enormous Slime Queen rise into the sky. From a distance, the main character observed everything. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he asked the familiar what he had just done. Satan replied casually that he had simply strengthened the slimes exactly as requested. Jae Young stared at him in shock and said that he had asked for that, but not to this extent. At that moment, another shockwave struck them. They resisted with all their strength as Satan laughed joyfully, shouting that her power was incredible. With just a little more, he would not even mind adding her to the demonic legion. Clenching his fist, he added that although these were lower life forms awakened by revenge, he never expected them to sacrifice themselves to create a deity. The protagonist asked what kind of revenge he was talking about. Satan winked and replied that humans killed slimes the moment they appeared, so he merely amplified their desire for revenge, and all of this was achieved with the influence Jae Young had given him. Hearing this, Jae Young raised his eyebrows in shock and asked what he meant. Satan looked at the enraged Slime Queen and explained that even a tiny grain of power could strengthen a race to this extent. Imagining the glowing artifact in his mind, he added that this was exactly the kind of power he possessed. Clenching his fist, flames ignited in his palm as he declared that this power was influence. At that moment, the enraged slimes charged toward the players who had hastily formed defensive lines. A brutal battle against the monsters erupted. As a result, the Catch the Rookie Killer quest was removed from the main scenario, and a new quest, Rage of the Slime, was added. Every player received a notification, even those standing in safe zones. A massive system screen appeared, announcing that the ancient darkness had been forgotten. A dark entity had awakened suppressed rage. From this moment on, the slimes would destroy humans at any cost. The player's task was to repel the attacks and protect their homes. If they failed, the newbie village would be destroyed forever. They had 7 days. Horror and panic spread through the players as they screamed and demanded to know what was happening. Was the village truly going to be erased forever? What would happen to them afterward? What was wrong with this game? The earth and air began to tremble violently. A girl turned her head in shock. At that moment, all players saw the Slime Queen rising high into the sky and understood one thing clearly: they were finished. Black clouds drifted across the sky as Satan asked the owner what he planned to do next. The man sat calmly on the edge of the cliff and countered with a question of his own, asking what Satan was suggesting. Satan replied that everyone was desperately trying to restrain the slimes. After a brief pause, he rubbed his hands together and proposed that the man slip in and shatter the guardian stone himself. The protagonist immediately realized that this bastard was simply provoking him to act according to his own desires. Instead of taking the bait, he answered that he would rather watch for now. Hearing this, Satan flew back and screamed in frustration, demanding to know why he was choosing to stand by as a spectator. Then all of a sudden, a wide grin spread across his face. He shouted that he finally understood. The man was waiting for the very last moment to crush all hope of victory. Satan declared it amazing, simply wonderful, and laughed with shining eyes, praising him as a true villain. He added that he was eagerly looking forward to what would happen next. Jang silently told himself that he would ignore the familiar entirely. Soon after, a flood of notifications surrounded him, reporting that a newcomer had been killed by his forces. His expression turned cold, as he acknowledged inwardly that everything was unfolding exactly as he had been told. He needed to make a decision: players or monsters. On the battlefield, the purple slimes leapt at the players in a frenzy. The protagonist slowly extended his hand, wondering which side was truly worth standing on. At that moment, an overwhelmingly powerful magical aura erupted from the Slime Queen. She opened her massive mouth, and her status window appeared, displaying her skills and traits. Her abilities included Leader's Dash and Jump, while her specialties were Collective Mind, Rapid Regeneration, and Hatred of People. All of this information was broadcast on a massive screen for everyone to see. Inside the control room, the director and his subordinates stared at the broadcast in silence. Manhwa folded his arms and frowned deeply. Suddenly, one of his men jumped to his feet and shouted that the server needed to be restarted immediately. There had to be some kind of error. Tahan clenched his fist and insisted that there was no other explanation. A level 100 monster could not possibly appear in a beginner area where new players were still learning their classes. G, the head of the design department, frowned and agreed, adding that they had never even created a concept for such a monster. At the very least, the Korean branch had not. From the looks of it, this had been done by higher management, and she believed they needed to take action. Tahan leaned toward the director and began shouting that they should file a formal complaint. He demanded to know who the developers thought they were, abusing their authority by allowing something like this to happen. In contrast, Monghan lowered his head in silence. He remembered the notification announcing the start of the main quest, the sudden launch of the main scenario, the suspicious quest involving mass killings, and the footage centered on the main character all came back to him at once. Meanwhile, the director stared at the image of the Slime Queen and calmly stated that the slime raid had finally begun. He raised his hand to his chin and quietly wondered if this was truly the beginning. After a short pause, he lowered his hand and asked his subordinates whether they really believed this chaos was part of what the company intended to achieve. Topard asked why he was bringing this up at all. The director frowned and replied that there were endless possibilities and endless freedom within Arcadia. Did they honestly think management was capable of orchestrating something this elaborate? Were those lazy fools who dumped all planning and event organization onto them truly capable of such a grand design? Xia turned to him and asked what he was implying. Monghan then raised one finger and explained that everything they were witnessing had been done by a single player. The start of the main scenario, the slaughter of the newcomers, the manipulation of the slime's characteristics, and even the appearance of the boss monster had all been caused by one person alone. The room was instantly filled with shock. The large screen illuminated the stunned faces of the staff as voices erupted, questioning how such a thing was even possible. Yet the explanation made sense when viewed through the lens of quest history. Tun raised his hand to his chin and asked thoughtfully whether this meant all of these events were the result of one abnormal player's actions. The director continued frowning as he answered that if everything truly stemmed from a player's choices, then they had no right to interfere. That was Arcadia's policy, even if it led to punishment. With that, he lowered his gaze. On his tablet, detailed information about Arcadia filled the screen. Written in red letters was a warning that if the quest failed, the rookie village would disappear forever. At that very moment, the rookie village was already engulfed in flames. Players fought desperately against the rampaging slimes. An old man clad in armor brought his weapon down with a powerful strike, killing a slime in one blow. Gritting his teeth, he muttered that so far he had only managed to handle one at a time. If not for the adventurers, the village would have been destroyed already. Still, there were far too many slimes. He could not understand where they were coming from in such numbers. As he pondered this, a slime suddenly emerged behind him. Horror filled his eyes as he turned around, realizing that death was only a step away. At the last possible second, a player charged in and shielded him from the attack. The player glanced at the old man and shouted that they should use this chance to retreat. Clutching his axe, the old man shouted back that he understood. The flames had not yet reached the narrow alley between the houses. The player and the NPC hid there briefly, and the player remarked that the slimes would not reach them in that spot. He told the old man to heal himself while he returned to the battle. Guard Byron frowned with emotion and thanked his savior, admitting that he did not know how to repay him. The player simply gave him a thumbs up and replied that there was no need to worry. He had only done what needed to be done. As the old man rose to his feet, he said that looking at the player reminded him of the stories his grandfather used to tell. They were tales of a fearless and righteous warrior who helped everyone he encountered along his journey, just as the player had done now. Hearing this, the player smiled awkwardly and thought to himself that the situation was becoming more confusing than he had expected. Suddenly the old man lowered his head, as if struck by a realization. A few seconds later he raised it again and told his savior that he should seek him out later when he had time. The notes of that legendary warrior were recorded in his grandfather's diary. Almost immediately, a system screen appeared before the player's eyes, informing him that all the conditions for the secret mission, Savior, had been fulfilled. He was then asked whether he wished to learn more about the hero from the ancient tales. After reading the message, the player wondered if he had truly managed to trigger a quest that he had only ever heard about through rumors. A wide smile spread across his face, as he declared that he would not forget this meeting. After all, he was genuinely interested in the warrior the old man had spoken of. Hearing this, the old man raised his head and said that he would wait for him. But first, the monster had to be stopped. High above them, the slime queen hovered in the sky, her eyes glowing ominously. 3 days had already passed since the slime invasion began, yet the fighting showed no signs of subsiding. Half of the allotted time for the raid was already gone. Players gathered beneath the Korean flag, and everyone knew that Korean gamers were famous for their persistence. High-level players soon learned of the situation and joined the battle as well, tipping the balance in humanity's favor. The newcomers formed their own groups and stayed together, fighting cautiously. Among all the rewards, one title had the greatest impact. The title Slime Crusher, granted for killing 1,000 slimes, increased defense against slimes by 30% and boosted attack power against them by 40%. As more players obtained this title, the slime's advance noticeably slowed. Eventually, a player holding a flag began climbing upward. A few minutes later, the flag was planted at the summit. Standing proudly at the very top, the player gave everyone renewed hope. Smiling broadly, he shouted for them to keep going with the same momentum. Throughout all of this, the protagonist watched from the mountains. His brows were tightly knitted, unwilling to miss even the smallest detail. By then, the number of newcomers he had killed had reached 32,576, with 2 days still remaining until the end of the newcomer killing quest. The numbers glowed bright red. Satan placed his hands on his hips and laughed loudly, saying that he never imagined he would have over 30,000 corpses to his name. This, he declared, was real war, and he had never seen a devil like him. He even patted the protagonist on the head and praised him, calling it wonderful. The protagonist silently thought that even the devil himself admired such atrocities, which felt disturbingly strange when he considered it. After a brief pause, Jay glanced back and decided it was time to end everything. He had accumulated 22,576 influence points, a number he could hardly believe, as it would normally take an extremely long time to gather such an amount alone. The Demon King crossed his arms and asked what he was thinking. In response, the protagonist asked what he meant. Raising his eyebrows, Satan explained that if he did nothing now, the humans might actually win. As he said this, he recalled the moment when the players planted their flag atop a mountain of dead slimes. Hearing that, the protagonist's lips curved downward. Then, all of a sudden, a wide smile spread across his face as he said that if that happened, all the fun would be gone. With those words, he opened his inventory. Satan noticed his sudden silence and asked what was wrong. The Bard of Anarchy pulled on his cloak, and Satan saw traces of blood along its edges, asking whether he was truly stained with blood. The protagonist lowered his head and replied that no matter what, it was time to choose a side. The Demon King smiled broadly, waiting for the answer. Lifting his gaze, the protagonist looked at his familiar and finished his thought. They would stand on the side of the slimes. At that moment, sunlight fell upon the Arcadia Game Company building. Manhwa entered the boss's office and asked for the raid to be stopped. With a tense frown, he said a single word, "Please." On the table stood a nameplate bearing the title of Arcadia's general director. Maine silently crossed her arms. Outside, a bird perched on a branch spread its wings and flew away. It was clear that 7 days had been allocated for the slime assault, a duration that felt both extremely long and frighteningly short. Back in the game, players looked up at the sky as the newbie city transformed into a battlefield. Users moved through the streets while system messages informed them that only 10 minutes and 42 seconds remained until the end of the raid. Someone noticed that the slimes were gradually growing quieter. Another replied that the enemies were likely surrendering, since they had failed to break through the defenses after a full week and were unlikely to win now. Clenching his fist, a warrior felt relieved that only 10 minutes remained until the nightmare ended. The countdown continued, but then the timer abruptly froze at 10 minutes. The sky above the city turned red. Staring at the blood-colored clouds, the inhabitants felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Smiling faintly, Jang realized something. Standing atop the corpse of a massive monster, the protagonist decided that it was time to begin. With his mouth wide open, a knight shouted for everyone not to panic, saying that the color of the sky did not matter since time was almost up. A nearby player raised his eyebrows and looked to the side. The old man noticed something approaching. The slime queen had appeared before the city walls. The enormous humanoid monster opened its mouth, driven to action by the long-standing terror inflicted upon the slimes by humanity. Swordsmen instinctively retreated as a system message announced the appearance of the boss monster, the slime queen. The creature extended its hand as the timer showed 9 minutes and 58 seconds remaining. People gasped in shock. The slime queen slammed her hands into the ground, and countless slimes began crawling out from her massive limbs. Weapons flew through the air. Players screamed in terror, urging everyone to flee. Facing the danger, one youth shouted for them not to run. With a deep frown, another suggested attacking with everything they had, including magic and arrows. Suddenly, a warrior covered his mouth as a massive hand loomed over him. He looked up in disbelief, unable to accept that the developers could make the raid this difficult. The slime queen crushed her opponent with overwhelming force. Multicolored lightning streaked through the air as countless spells struck the boss. Wounded but relentless, the monster continued her assault. From beneath furrowed brows, a man turned to his comrades and threw his sword over his shoulder. He shouted that they only needed to hold out for 5 more minutes to win. Killing the boss was not the objective. They needed to protect the crystal. In the center of the square stood a monument, above which a protective crystal hovered. Looking up at it, players listened as someone shouted that it had to be defended at all costs, because the honor of the Korean server was on the line. The raiders exchanged looks. Then one after another, they raised their weapons high into the air. From the sidelines, the leaders watched the warriors charge forward, smiling as swords swung once more. The swordsmen declared that they would use the tactic of a human swarm. According to this plan, they would disregard their own lives as their primary task was simply to restrain the enemy. At that moment, the slime queen seized the walls of the fortifications, and the timer showed that only 10 seconds remained until the end of the raid. Jelly-like splashes dripped from the boss's massive hand. When the counter dropped to 9 seconds, the monster stared straight ahead. At 8 seconds, she wiped out numerous players with a single blow. With 7 seconds left, a swordsman shouted and drew the enemy's attention to himself. 6 seconds remained, and a young man yelled that he would kill this piece of gelatin. At 5 seconds, a warrior launched a frontal assault. On the 4th second, the boss blocked the attack. Seeing that only 3 seconds were left, the man shouted that the queen was already too late. 2 seconds before the end, the monster's face twisted with fury. Then the timer showed 1 final second. In the real world, a woman sat behind a desk. She opened her mouth as her subordinate spoke. Closing her eyes, she listened as he demanded an immediate end to the slime raid. Rising from her chair, she reminded him that this was impossible. Turning her gaze aside, she said that they were not the gods of Arcadia, but merely guides within this world. Standing by the table, the leader added that they should be devising countermeasures, not erasing events altogether. Looking at the streets of the newbie city displayed before them, the woman explained that this limitation defined their role. Back in the game, a warrior sat beside the crystal. Lifting his head, he could not believe that this was truly the end. Cracks spread across the stone. With his eyes wide open, the swordsman saw the system message announcing that the protective crystal had been destroyed. The city was now completely defenseless. John plunged his blade into the crystal. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist casually excused himself, saying that his hand had slipped. The knight stood frozen in shock at the player's action, realizing that the newbie city would now be wiped from existence forever. Staring at the bloodstains, the warrior cursed the criminal and slung his sword over his shoulder. The protagonist frowned, unable to understand why he had not received a single decency point for killing another user. Moving forward, he saw that the raiders were furious over the crystal's destruction. Their angry expressions suddenly shifted to surprise as they noticed something strange. Looking at Jae Young, they realized that he was not a monster. The protagonist turned back, with mouths agape. The players stared at the shattered crystal. Looking around, they could not understand who had destroyed it, certain that the culprit must have lost his mind. The warriors scowled. One young man shouted that the one responsible was a vile troll. The raiders surged forward, yelling that they needed to catch the bastard and uncover his nickname. Smiling calmly, the player replied that their lives would not be enough to catch him. Gritting his teeth, a swordsman stared at him in disbelief at such shameless words. At that moment, the system announced the beginning of the first act of the revival of the primordial darkness, and declared the quest Wrath of the Slimes a failure. The Slime Queen stared at the destroyed protective stone as the game assistant announced that the newbie city would be wiped from the map. Players lifted their heads just in time to see the boss explode. A green substance began seeping up through the cracks in the ground. Stepping back, a knight noticed the foul mass spreading beneath his feet. Seeing the strange green clots, the warriors assumed the slime was attempting to unite. Gripping his sword with both hands, one boy muttered that he hoped these were not new slimes. His comrade replied that even during a raid, monsters could not literally emerge from beneath the ground. A flying slime emitted a strange sound. 3 flashes of energy blinded the swordsman. Slimes materialized right before their eyes. Staring at the 3 enormous monsters, the young men were stunned by their sheer size. One of the creatures opened its mouth and roared, as if proclaiming that for many years the slimes had lived under humanity's oppression. Yet now they had repelled their tormentors through a fierce battle. Countless creatures made incomprehensible sounds. Long strands resembling hair swayed as the slimes occupied lands that once belonged to humans. The queen seated herself upon her throne and ruled over the newly claimed territory. Watching this, Jang smiled and thought that she was indeed a formidable ruler. A strange rune appeared above the newbie town, signaling that the settlement had fallen under slime control. Players stared at their screens as a warning appeared, informing them that they had entered a zone requiring level 80 to pass. A warrior frowned in disbelief that such an absurd level requirement now applied to a starting area. The young man bared his teeth as a massive crowd of slimes advanced. Looking down, the protagonist realized that people were now speaking of those who were strangers among their own kind. Players fled in panic from the monsters. Closing one eye, a game news host greeted the viewers and wished them an enjoyable broadcast. The voice from the screen announced that Arcadia had already achieved tremendous popularity. However, due to recent events, users had begun flooding the forums with complaints. Lying on his bed, the protagonist listened as reports discussed the main scenario and the disaster that had occurred in the newbie town. Saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth as he stretched lazily. His smartphone displayed information about the failed attempt to repel the raid in the starting location, which had now transformed into a high-level dungeon. He wiped his head with a towel, quietly absorbing the consequences of what he had set in motion. Jae Young listened quietly to the reporter's closing words. On the table beside him lay a phone, from which commentators were discussing how much harder it would now be for new players to begin their journey. Soon, online users began writing that everything that had happened was somehow connected to the so-called newbie killer, pointing out that he himself had destroyed the protective crystal. While brushing his teeth, the protagonist thought that it would be wiser to lie low for a while. Reading messages from disgruntled users, he understood that countless losses had occurred because of his actions. Rinsing his mouth, he reminded himself that he had acted strictly within the boundaries of the game's rules. The Bard of Anarchy held a lantern in his hands as the Demon Lord raised his own. Lowering his head, the stranger accepted the moment, and Jang decided that from now on, he would sow chaos and confusion with all his strength. He stared straight ahead, then looked away, reasoning that in the worst case, he would simply be banned. Gripping the doorframe, he gazed out the window and chose to focus on the present rather than worry about possible consequences. The university building came into view. Students moved about, absorbed in their own routines. Some paused to read the notice boards. Leaning on his desk, Jae Young noted that the university was not particularly impressive, but he was still glad that classes had finally begun. He looked away, then glanced at his deskmate, and realized that the video playing on the phone showed his own face. The swordsman on the screen stood frozen. With his head lowered, the protagonist could not recall when he had even been filmed. Checking the video statistics, he was stunned to see that it had already been viewed by 2 million people. Frowning, he tried to understand why anyone would even watch something like that. Opening his mouth, the student beside him asked if he wanted to watch the video together. Smiling awkwardly, Jae Young apologized for unintentionally looking at someone else's phone, while inwardly thinking about how difficult it was not to be curious about a video in which he himself was the main character. He extended his hand and introduced himself to his new acquaintance. Slightly sweating, the other student gave his name in return. Pointing at the screen, the student enthusiastically explained how, in Arcadia, the newbie city had been attacked by slimes. At first, they had been weak monsters, but over time they grew stronger and ultimately destroyed an entire location. Lowering his head, Jae Young asked whether he had heard about the so-called newbie killer. The student's eyes widened in surprise. Breaking into a sweat, the protagonist could not understand why his friend had suddenly brought up the killer. Looking at him carefully, Jae Young thought that perhaps he already knew who he was. On the phone screen, footage of the devastation in the newbie city continued to play. Elsewhere, M held a mug in her hands, displeased that the starting location had been destroyed, as it meant yet another problem to deal with. Raising the drink to her lips, she reflected that since Arcadia's launch, they had anticipated unforeseen situations due to the game's mechanics. Still, no one had expected matters to escalate to this degree. A faint smile appeared on her face. Stretching her arms, she admitted that at least the event had drawn massive public attention to the game, which carried its own benefits. Opening her eyes, she was certain that the entire situation had been caused by a single user. Back at the university entrance, Jae Young frowned, afraid that his new friend might already know his true identity. The student glanced at him and smiled, placing a hand on his shoulder as he asked what he was so worried about. Beaming, he gave a thumbs up and said that he would share all the details later. Looking at the phone screen again, someone remarked that the video about the rookie killer was fairly recent, suggesting that this player was somehow connected to the earlier raid. With mouths agape, the students discussed how one person could cause such massive chaos. Frowning, the protagonist decided that he could not allow his new acquaintance to learn anything more about him, or he would surely end up in trouble. Noticing the tension, his classmate assumed that he had embarrassed him by talking too much and began to apologize inwardly. A sign for the computer engineering classroom stood near the entrance. Inside, the teacher took his place behind the lectern and greeted the students. Opening his mouth, Toon introduced himself. The students stirred as he explained that this lecture was meant to clarify several important matters for both prospective and current computer engineering students. The professor raised his head and said that everyone was familiar with virtual reality technology, but a true revolution was currently unfolding in the field. Jae-young glanced sideways as he heard the lecturer mention Arcadia. The teacher continued, explaining that anyone who had played the game knew that traditional computer engineering alone was no longer sufficient for such a massive project. The students stared intently as they realized where this was leading. After intense discussions, the administration had concluded that the existing curriculum no longer met modern standards. With his hands folded, the protagonist silently agreed, understanding that all current technology felt outdated compared to virtual reality, which clearly represented the future. Leaning on the lectern, the professor explained that a final decision had been made. Lowering his head slightly, he announced that their department would be renamed the Department of Virtual Reality Engineering. The students listened closely as he acknowledged that many would find this change confusing. Opening his mouth wide, he declared that if they failed to adapt to the rapidly evolving technological world, they would inevitably be left behind. Later, students gathered in the cafeteria. Staring at their lunches, someone remarked that everything felt insane. Holding his chopsticks, Jae-young complained about the sudden name change of his major, though he smiled at the thought that the professor had mentioned Arcadia during the lecture. Chewing his food, he heard someone ask why he himself did not play the game. Looking away, he replied honestly that he wanted to but could not afford to rent a capsule. Sweating slightly, the protagonist carefully changed the subject and asked whether his interlocutor was playing the game as well. Closing his eyes, the student replied that he was, folding his arms across his chest. He added that his character was already quite high level. Bringing food to his mouth, the young man offered to help Jae-young level up if he ever decided to start playing, explaining that it had recently become much harder to begin, since newcomers now spawned in random locations. Smiling faintly, the protagonist was surprised by the kindness of his new acquaintance. Raising an eyebrow, Satan asked why his master had been gone for so long. Covering his mouth with his hand, Jae-young explained that due to the raid, he had not slept for several days and needed to make up for lost rest. The devil scoffed and remarked that his companion was weak. Looking at his familiar, the protagonist realized that Satan was bored being alone. Suddenly screams echoed through the forest. The protagonist turned around just in time for the slime queen to throw herself around his neck. Staring at the crowd of slimes, he could not understand what was happening. The adorable monsters clung to him, wrapping themselves around his neck. Turning his head away, he complained that he could not breathe. Clenching his fist, the Demon King shouted at the slimes to get off him, complaining that they were extremely sticky. The army of monsters froze in place and bowed. The slime queen expressed her gratitude, closing her eyes as she declared that the slime race would never forget what Jae-young had done to protect them. From that moment on, he would be the eternal savior of the slimes. Raising his hand, the protagonist insisted that he had done nothing wrong. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a message informing him that he had obtained the slime crown and the title savior. The golden crown crumbled into countless tiny fragments, and a moment later, the attribute appeared above his head. His decency increased by 2,433 points for completing the quest, Wrath of the Slimes. Smiling in surprise, the young man was stunned by the sheer number of rewards. The screen explained that the new title granted 10 additional points of agility in water, as well as 5 points each in intelligence and physical defense. Looking down, the user decided it would be better not to display his title to others, since he had only recently started playing. Turning his head, Jae-young heard his companion call out to him. With his hands in his pockets, Tank suggested that they leave the area, as his eyes were already dazzled by the overwhelming purple scenery. Lowering his head, the protagonist agreed. The slime queen waved goodbye as he glanced at the army of slimes. Smiling, he said that it was time to move on to their next objective. At the foot of the mountain lay a vast city, while atop a towering cliff hovered an unknown angel suspended in the abyss with its eyes closed. The slimes responsible for destroying the newbie town surrounded the raiders. Observing the buildings of the Mickey Barony, users quickly accepted this place as a replacement for the destroyed starting location. Commentators praised the city as a suitable alternative, and players followed the light, flocking to the Mickey lands. As Jae-young walked forward, he felt as though everyone already knew about what had happened. Looking ahead, he saw travelers heading toward the Mikhail Barons. Holding his weapon, a guard stopped him and asked for his name. Opening his mouth, Jae-young introduced himself by the nickname Dex. The guard asked whether he was a newcomer from the destroyed starting town, and Jae-young answered in the affirmative. Closing his eyes, the soldier shared rumors about how the previous starting location had been attacked by slimes. Raising an eyebrow, Jae-young replied that it was not so simple, since those were no ordinary slimes. He was also surprised that NPCs were capable of exchanging information among themselves. In the city streets, conversations echoed about how Edelin had turned into a monster lair that could only be cleared by players of at least level 85. Turning his head, the guard finally understood why so many people were gathering here. Smiling, he issued Jae-young an entry permit. Looking back, Jae-young asked Tanchik why he was staring behind them. The Demon King replied that the place felt strangely familiar. Raising his head, Satan assumed that he had simply confused it with something else. Frowning, the familiar then asked why Jae-young had given him such a strange nickname, since he already had a proper name. Opening his mouth, the protagonist explained that while his real name was impressive, it tended to frighten those who heard it. Looking ahead, Tanchik asked what his master planned to do next. Spreading his arms, the Demon King clarified that he was talking about decency. Since the protagonist currently possessed a large amount of it, the system displayed information showing that Jae-young had accumulated a total of 33,551 decency points. Rubbing his hands together, Satan said that he never expected his companion to earn so many points, even if he had killed 40,000 people. Now, it was time to think about how to spend this wealth. Raising his eyebrows, the young man replied that he did not want to waste his decency. Satan pulled a pitiful expression and complained that Jae-young would not be able to use the points effectively without his help. If he handed them over, Tank promised to reward him generously with powerful weapons and armor. Satan boasted that the bearer of such artifacts could enslave an entire continent, and that selling even one of them would solve any money problems forever. Opening his mouth, Jae-young replied that if he ever changed his mind, he would let his familiar know. Looking ahead, he admitted to himself that the offer was tempting, especially since he had already seen a unique level 50 item. Examining the magic lantern in his possession, Jae-young reasoned that relying entirely on Tank was not a good idea. Decency, after all, might be a far more valuable resource in the long run. Clenching his fist, the protagonist decided to hold on to his points until he understood them better. Smiling to himself, he acknowledged how unbearably boring being cautious felt. Looking back, he took in the streets of Mikau Barani. A vendor stretched out his hand and shouted that he was exchanging swords for iron ore. Turning away, Jae-young suggested that they look for quests in the city and browse the market. His eyes widened slightly at the possibilities that lay ahead. Two men sat at a table, quietly discussing how badly things were going. One of them lowered his head and said that the lady of these lands had ordered them to increase the volume of iron mining, but they had already been trapped in the mines for days. The miner closed his eyes and muttered that perhaps this was punishment for not extracting enough iron. Looking ahead, Jae-young wondered who this so-called lady of the lands was. Covering his mouth with his hand, he suddenly realized what was happening here. A smile formed on his face as he decided that this situation sounded promising. The Demon King, however, turned pale, completely unable to understand what his master was planning. One of the workers turned his head and asked what the young man wanted. Placing his hand on the table, Jae-young calmly explained that he could help solve their problem. The miner's face lit up, and he said that it would be wonderful if that were true. Immediately afterward, the system displayed a notification stating that 20 pieces of iron ore needed to be mined to complete a quest called Miner's Care. Floating behind Jae-young, Satan looked stunned that his master had accepted such a pitiful request, since even the most ordinary player could complete it. Jae-young replied that he did not think the task was as simple as it appeared. Turning his head, the Demon King heard his master suggest that they look around and listen carefully. Around them, villagers loudly advertised their blacksmithing services. With his mouth open, Tank asked what there was to see, since this looked like an ordinary market. Smiling, Jae-young explained that most of the merchants here were not NPCs, but regular players. Many users stood near the forge, and he added that due to the massive influx of players, the demand for weapons had skyrocketed. As a result, players were refusing to take quests that involved collecting iron ore. Pointing out two people bargaining nearby, he explained that precisely because the task was easy and boring, most adventurers avoided it. Raising an eyebrow, Satan listened as Jae-young concluded that while the demand for metal had increased sharply, the supply had remained unchanged. Smiling faintly, he told his familiar to simply watch what would happen next. Looking around, Jae-young suggested that they should make some money first. In the Mickey Barony, a fountain sparkled quietly. The Baroness lowered her gaze, contemplating the situation. She knew that just a month ago, a unit of iron ore cost 10 bronze coins, but now the price had risen to 15. Breaking into a sweat, she understood that if this continued, the quality of goods would decline and prices would keep climbing due to the severe iron shortage. Looking down, she decided that she could not allow this situation to continue unchecked. Mount Fen came into view. with a lantern burning at the entrance to the mine. Glancing at the ceiling, Jae-young noticed that they had gone deep enough that there were no other people around. Placing a finger on his chin, he decided that they could begin. Frowning, Tank asked whether this was really a good idea. Opening his mouth, Jae-young told his assistant to do exactly what he was asked. Stretching out his hand, Satan agreed to fulfill his master's request. Purple lightning crackled through the air, and the system displayed a message stating that 8,000 decency points had been absorbed by the familiar. Floating before them appeared a mind destroyer, a drill created from the claw of an underground predator from the demon dimension. Looking down at it, Jae-young realized that this was the start of his path to wealth. The streets of the Miko barony bustled with activity. In the market, players bargained endlessly. A girl clasped her hands around her mouth and shouted that she was looking for an iron ore seller to complete a mining quest. Holding out his hand, an archer asked whether she needed ore for a repeatable quest. Opening his mouth, another man advised her not to waste her time, since the only reward was a small increase in reputation with the miners. Scratching the back of her head, the girl thanked him for the advice. Nearby, blacksmiths scanned the crowd with grim expressions. Grinding his teeth, Aiden cursed the adventurers for buying up all the ore to craft poor-quality ammunition. Karim frowned as well, displeased that no one was acting like a true master craftsman. Looking from under his brows, he hoped the Baroness would intervene, because otherwise the city was doomed. The Mickey Barrens stretched out in the distance, where gold flowed like a river, showing how closely Arcadia's economy mirrored reality. Crates were stacked high, and the regional map clearly showed what resources each area produced. People talked endlessly, noting how seasonal changes caused demand for certain goods to rise or fall. Looking at iron ore, it was obvious that it was currently the most sought-after resource. Standing unsteadily, one traveler complained that he could not understand why collecting 30 pieces of iron was so difficult. Glancing aside, a girl explained that ore was in short supply. Another person replied bitterly that choosing this profession had been a mistake, since there were no materials left to sell. Visualizing the demand curve, everyone understood that the price per unit of iron had risen from 10 to 17 bronze coins. Staring at the outlines of weapons, players realized that blacksmiths were now suffering losses because no one could afford the increasingly expensive products. Putting her hands on her hips, a woman remarked that the game's economy was far too realistic. Others looked away uneasily. Raising his hand, a boy asked why they could not simply mine the iron themselves. Smiling, the adventurers asked whether he had ever tried. Pointing to a man with a heavy backpack, they explained that just traveling from the city to the mines took more than 2 hours. Gesturing toward a worker holding a broken pickaxe, they added that mining itself was exhausting and dangerous. Given all this, extracting ore was far more difficult than it seemed, and waiting for someone else to do it was often easier. Standing together, a boy and a girl agreed that mining was extremely unprofitable. Yet jewels suddenly flew through the air nearby, suggesting that some players clearly disagreed. Deep underground, Jae-young drilled into the earth, obtaining various types of ore and stamina points in return. Wiping his forehead, he decided that this amount of resources would be enough for now. His inventory was already filled with a vast quantity of valuable materials. Looking at the screen, the young man noticed that he had already mined such a huge amount of ore that the expenditure of decency points had paid off many times over. Turning his head, he asked Tank where he had disappeared to. Clenching his fists, the Demon King shouted that he could offer his master an even better drill. Raising a finger, he added that if Jae-young spent the remaining decency, the improved item would become his. An artifact called Tears of Darkness appeared in the air, granting a massive increase in resource extraction speed. Wiping the sweat from his face, the player calmly repeated that he did not need anything else. Opening his mouth, he added that the item could only be equipped starting from level 220. Looking down, Jae-young reasoned that if he put such an artifact up for sale, everyone would immediately learn his identity, and that was not his objective. Bowing his head, Satan said that he understood. Voices echoed through the cave as they returned to their previous topic. Draping a towel over his shoulders, the protagonist asked where his assistant had gone. Tank replied that there was nothing interesting there. Folding his arms, the Demon King asked if his master truly wanted to know. Smiling broadly, he added that he would explain once the time came. Crossing his arms again, Tank remarked that Jae-young had already mined more ore than existed in the entire Baron. Opening his mouth, the boy explained that he planned to continue digging for a few more days and then give everything away. Lowering his head, he intended to repeatedly complete the quest and accumulate a large number of friendship points with the miners. Secretly, he hoped that this would eventually attract the attention of the Baroness herself. Elsewhere, officials sat around a table. A young woman, sweating slightly, read reports describing how artisans were struggling due to a complete shortage of iron. Raising his hand, an aristocrat explained that the problem stemmed from the massive influx of adventurers who had chosen the blacksmith profession. Frowning, another official added that these newcomers were producing extremely low-quality goods and wasting enormous amounts of ore. Resting her chin on her hand, The ruler listened as a report stated that the core issue was that the number of miners had not increased, while adventurers refused to perform menial labor, seeking only glory. Opening his mouth, one official added that under paragraph 1 of Article 128 of the continent's Code of Laws, migrants could be compelled to mine. Debate immediately erupted. Some suggested prioritizing ore sales to experienced blacksmiths, but the lawyer objected, citing paragraph 2 of the same article, which forbade such discrimination. Clutching her head, the Baroness seethed, frustrated by the flood of adventurers trapping the Baron in this crisis. Suddenly, the guards burst open the doors and addressed her urgently. Raising her head, the Baroness was informed that someone outside demanded her attention. A massive mountain of ore lay before the gates. With her mouth open, she listened as people shouted that the ore was of high quality and included gold, silver, and precious stones as well. Sunlight bathed the city walls as the scene unfolded. Lowering his head, Jae Young checked his purse. Holding the coins, he calculated that 3 days of intensive mining had earned him 5 gold and 12 silver coins. Estimating the real-world equivalent, he realized it amounted to roughly 500,000 won, or about 171 per day. Looking down, he estimated that at this pace, he could earn 5 million won per month, enough to cover capsule rent, housing, and tuition. Pressing his hand to his face, he was certain he could earn even more, though it would require careful preparation. With widened eyes, Jae Young heard a question asking whether he was the one who had brought all this ore. Looking up, he met the gaze of Baroness Mayro, who regarded him with clear interest. Raising her eyebrows, her favor toward him visibly increased. Smiling, Jae Young felt relieved that she had finally noticed him. Opening his mouth, he confirmed that he was indeed the one who had mined it all. Lowering her head slightly, the woman introduced herself as the lady of this baron. Looking ahead, she invited the young man to drink tea and talk for a while. Immediately, a system prompt appeared, asking whether he wished to accept or reject the ruler's invitation. Moments later, the Baroness's castle came into view. Seated at a table, she gestured to a cup and asked him to try an herbal infusion from Mount Fen. Bringing it to his lips, Jae Young noted that it was surprisingly good. She smiled and explained that such tea was a specialty of their region. Opening her mouth again, she referred to the mountain of ore in the square, and asked how long it had taken him to mine it. Looking straight ahead, he replied that it took 3 days. Slamming her hands on the table, the Baroness shouted that such a feat was impossible. Covering her mouth, she asked whether other adventurers could mine ore so quickly. Jae Young answered that it was highly unlikely, adding that only a large coordinated group could achieve something similar. Looking down, the noblewoman said that she understood, but added that the situation was far more complicated than it seemed. When she declared that they needed his help, the protagonist's mouth fell open. Striking her fist into her palm, she explained that the Baron's economy was collapsing under the pressure of the adventurer influx. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Jae Young's eyes, announcing a new quest. The objective was simple and terrifying in scale. He needed to collect 100,000 units of ore. The protagonist smiled faintly, realizing that he had finally found a job worth doing. Looking at the Baroness, he asked whether she wanted him to help attract adventurers to develop the mines. She answered without hesitation that this was exactly what she wanted. Placing a hand on his chest, the player said that he could handle the task. One of the houses in the city came into view. The young man sat at his computer, staring at the monitor. He understood that the Baroness's request would not be easy to fulfill. Arcadia was still just a game, and players entered it to have fun, not to perform tedious routine labor. Convincing them to willingly dig in the mines would be difficult. His hand rested on the mouse as he thought. Then he smiled and said that he still had a plan. An image appeared on the monitor announcing the creation of a new channel about the everyday life of a destroyer. He knew that before changing player behavior, he first had to change their perception. Seoljong Middle School came into view. A sign with a classroom number hung above the door. A smiling schoolboy asked his friend whether he would go play Arcadia with them today. Turning around, the other boy replied that he probably would not, since he had quit the game. The student asked in surprise why. His friend explained that the game felt too strange. The first time he logged in, he was immediately killed by some mysterious player, and when he logged in again, the slimes had somehow become much stronger. The classmate's eyes widened as he realized that his friend must have been an Edelin. Clenching his fist, the boy continued, saying that after that, the newbie city simply disappeared. He had died countless times before finally escaping. Rubbing the back of his head, the other student noted that despite everything, his friend still managed to reach the Baron and even changed his profession to a merchant. Looking down, the boy replied that he had no real choice there. He became a merchant and gained a bunch of strange skills, none of which were offensive. He could not even go hunting anymore, so his character was basically doomed. He asked his classmate to play the game without him. The young man smiled bitterly, thinking that his friend had completely lost heart. Looking away, he listened as his classmate asked whether he was upset because he believed there was nothing interesting in the game except hunting. At that moment, the student already had his phone in hand. Pointing at the screen, he said that there were still interesting things to do in the game. A video began playing. Static flickered across the screen, followed by a greeting. A mine appeared, and the host explained that it was located inside Mount Fen. He added that everyone had probably already heard about it, since the location had been growing increasingly popular. He then announced that he would talk about iron ore mining. The former player watched with his mouth open, remarking that such work still sounded like hard labor. Gold coins appeared on the screen as the host said that most people probably thought mining was backbreaking work. He then explained that he had managed to earn this amount of money in just 1 week. The schoolboy shouted in disbelief, asking how that was possible, while his friend urged him to keep watching. The presenter raised 6 fingers and explained that every character started with the mining skill at the lowest rank. At that level, players could mine no more than 20 units of ore per hour, which translated to only 4 bronze coins at current market prices. An icon of a pickaxe appeared, and the host explained that this was why players needed to start by increasing the skill's rank. Ore values dropped on the screen as the presenter explained how skill rank increased mining speed, success rate, and the chance of obtaining rare resources. Holding a stone in his hand, the player stated that he had reached rank A. Thanks to that, he could find at least 1 magic crystal or diamond every day. The student stared with his mouth open, realizing that such crystals were incredibly valuable. It became clear that mining without upgrading the skill was pointless. A message reading "skip fragment" appeared as the host said he would skip the boring routine and jump straight to the interesting part. Static filled the screen again. A cheerful blacksmith appeared, and the presenter announced that he had finally sold all the ore he had mined that day. He added that he would later explain how to bargain with buyers and earn friendship points. Holding coins in his hands, he stated that he had earned 1 gold coin and 82 silver coins in a single day. He concluded by saying that making money in the game was actually very easy. The student's eyes lit up instantly. He opened his mouth and said that he wanted to try it himself. The channel's name appeared, along with commentary stating that the video had instantly exploded in popularity. However, it was also revealed that the author had remained silent about many details, and in some cases had even lied. A weapon appeared on the screen as it was explained that the mining speed shown in the video was only possible with an unbalanced item like the protagonist's. The hero himself appeared, and it was stated that many critical details had been omitted, creating the illusion that anyone could achieve similar results. Comments flooded the screen, with people expressing their desire to do the same. Despite the deception, the video still had a massive influence on naive users. Players rushed toward the blacksmiths, and it became clear that the video had affected Arcadia's population. Looking at the crowd of people carrying pickaxes, a man asked where all these miners had suddenly come from. A girl smiled broadly and shouted that it was unbelievable. She could hardly believe that all these slackers had voluntarily gone into the mines. She added that it was not just blacksmiths, but adventurers of all professions. The man smiled as he listened to someone ask how he had managed to pull this off. He answered immediately that there was nothing special about it. He had simply pressed on basic human needs. The Baroness smiled and asked him to explain exactly what those needs were. The young man raised his hand and calmly stated that everything ultimately revolved around money. People, after all, were willing to do almost anything for a handful of shining coins, and these so-called adventurers were nothing more than a product of capitalism. Hearing this, the girl responded with a silent smile. Standing up, the leader admitted that she still did not fully understand how he had managed it, yet there was no denying that his method worked. The protagonist, however, warned them not to relax just yet. There were still measures that needed to be taken. At that point, a man spoke up with his mouth hanging open, explaining that the first step should be cutting fixed miner salaries, and instead offering a percentage of the mine's profits. In that way, people would be far more motivated to work efficiently, while freeloaders who contributed nothing would quickly be weeded out. The girl smirked and agreed that it was indeed an excellent idea. The young man lowered his gaze, realizing that he had laid out the basic economic principles for her. She was already delighted, yet it was clear that she did not truly understand how the economy functioned. He accepted that it was now his responsibility to teach her how things worked in their cruel reality. The Baroness, standing nearby, raised another concern. She asked what should be done about the price of ore. No trade sanctions had been imposed, and prices had risen higher than ever, continuing to climb by the day. According to the reports, a single unit of iron ore was already worth more than 20 bronze. The man told her not to pay too much attention to it. Startled, she asked him to explain himself again. Raising his finger, the protagonist clarified that those who truly needed the ore would buy it regardless of the price. The cost of blacksmith services had not increased. Despite the rise in raw material prices, previously, ore prices had been too low, which was precisely why no one had been enthusiastic about mining in the first place. As the hero began to mention the inevitable complaints, the girl interrupted him once more. Smiling broadly, The player replied that anyone who complained should simply dig the ore themselves, since all it really required was determination. The Baroness stared straight ahead before suddenly hitting him on the shoulder. She declared that he was absolutely right, and boldly asked whether he would like to become her Minister of Finance, promising generous rewards. The user replied honestly that while the offer was tempting, his adventure was far from over. Closing her eyes, the girl apologized, admitting that she had forgotten he was an adventurer. The young man looked ahead, understanding that he had helped her immensely, and that she should now be deeply grateful. With her mouth slightly open, the Baroness asked how they could repay him, insisting they would do everything within their power. At that moment, a sheet of paper appeared on the table in front of her. Picking it up, she asked what it was. Without turning his gaze, the man answered that it was his business proposal. As she opened the document, the guest remarked that she would like what she saw. The image of a man appeared, accompanied by the explanation that a single player could only earn a limited amount of money. Numerous question marks surrounded the figure, along with a question asking how such restrictions could be broken. Then the user was shown seated at the top of a pyramid. The answer was simple: gain power over others, and position oneself at the top of the food chain. The girl's mouth fell open. Smiling, the young man asked if she found it interesting. Grinning, the hero explained that if she agreed to give him 10% of the profits, she would be elevated to the very peak of trade. Suddenly the scene shifted. A volcano loomed in the distance, and a notice appeared announcing a great war between angels and demons. Dark clouds swallowed the sky as a strange creature emerged. Two fighters crossed paths in midair. A demon clutched his wound and Satan bared his teeth, asking whether the enemy's spear was truly that same weapon, as he could hardly believe she had brought a sacred artifact into battle. The opponent lowered her spear and declared that she would destroy it. The demon's eyes widened as his gaze fixed on something ahead. Satan immediately lifted his head. The assistant perched on his shoulder speculated that such a dream might be connected to their proximity to that place. Frowning, the creature admitted that he had just remembered something deeply unpleasant. The vision changed again. A young man walked down a street as people around him shouted about buying pickaxes in massive quantities. The demon, stunned, asked what exactly was written in the scroll he had given to the Baroness. The assistant looked at him as the boy's eyes suddenly lit up, after hearing certain words. Raising his finger once more, the protagonist explained that mining ore was far from easy. Even if an average player was lucky enough to find a vein, at best they could extract only 10 units of ore per hour. Thinking of his own weapon, the player added that the rare ores he sometimes unearthed were largely thanks to the unique tool he possessed. The demon crossed his arms, listening as the man described how mining was an exhausting and unrewarding job. Satan imagined the mine while hearing the owner explain that, despite everything, there was still one reliable way to make money. Raising his finger, the hero revealed the method: selling tickets. From now on they would charge people for the right to enter the mine. The man opened his mouth and added that those who could not afford a ticket would simply pay later, though that detail was not particularly important. Satan immediately asked how much he planned to charge them. Raising his hand to his face, the protagonist calmly replied that people would quickly realize it was all a scam, and for that very reason, the price would be 1 gold coin. The demon's mouth fell wide open. The assistant, flying in front of him, shouted in disbelief, and asked whether that price was not far too high. After all, people were not complete fools, and no sane person would willingly pay that much money. The young man responded without hesitation, explaining that people had rushed into the mine after watching his video and would pay the price without a second thought, fully convinced that their expenses would soon pay off. Grinning, the young man admitted that this would earn him an enormous amount of easy money, which had been his original plan all along. The demon stood there with his mouth agape. The assistant, wearing a nervous smile, realized that this man was truly a devil in human form, as he did not feel even a shred of guilt about exploiting others. Satan lowered his head respectfully and called him the ideal master. The player looked at him in surprise, mouth slightly open. Smiling, the creature asked him to follow, saying that he wanted to show his master a place he would not regret seeing. The young man silently lowered his gaze as they moved on. Soon a massive rock formation appeared before them. Standing in front of enormous gates, the man asked where exactly they were. The assistant explained that he had been searching for this place for several days. Satan, standing behind them, added that at first he could not understand why the location felt so familiar, but he remembered everything while the master had been digging in the mine. Smiling, the demon said that he had finally found this place. Staring at the gate, the hero realized that the entrance looked as though it had been abandoned for a very long time. Looking closer, he noticed that the iron had not rusted and the wood had not rotted, which suggested that some kind of powerful spell had been cast upon it. The assistant pointed at the gate and urged the owner to try opening it, insisting that he should be able to do so. Pointing at himself in confusion, the young man asked again. Slowly, he reached out his hand toward the gate. Just as his fingers were about to touch it, countless messages appeared before his eyes, stating that a powerful seal had been placed on the entrance, and that he was unable to enter. Standing before the gate, The man commented that it would not open because of an extremely strong seal. At the same time, system messages informed him that he would receive a special reward if he reported this discovery to the Baroness, along with a notification about learning a new skill related to excavating relics. The demon pointed at the gate and shouted that this was only natural, and that this was precisely why they had come here. The hero asked what the creature wanted from him. Opening his mouth, the player admitted that he lacked the skills necessary to destroy seals, and asked what he was supposed to do. No matter how impressive the gate looked, as long as it remained closed, there was only one thing left to gain from the discovery. Satan frowned, and asked whether he truly knew nothing about the power he possessed. Turning away, the demon questioned why such a powerful tool had been given to an ordinary person. If he were an ordinary devil, he would at least be able to give orders. The protagonist understood clearly that the demon was not even hiding his desire to command him. Turning back, the demon demanded that he be serious and asked how much he truly understood about his own power. The man, opening his mouth in confusion, asked whether he meant decency. The assistant raised her finger and explained that this power surpassed even divine authority. It was capable of doing anything necessary to disrupt the balance of the world, including changing the nature of things and controlling the environment itself. In essence, it was closest to the power of creation. At that moment, the crystal in the user's hand began to glow brightly. The demon stared at it with his mouth open and asked whether he now understood how much he could accomplish with it. The man looked down silently, lips parted, and admitted that he still did not truly grasp its essence. Satan raised his hand and shouted that he could literally do anything. Stone walls of a cave materialized around them. Raising his finger, the hero asked whether beings like the assistant required the power of decency to interact with this reality. The assistant answered that they did. A door appeared nearby as the demon continued, explaining that such power accumulated gradually, extremely slowly, and in tiny amounts. Yet the player gathered it at an incredible speed. The amount of decency the assistant had obtained after forming their contract was something he would have had to save for around 500 years. Looking down, the young man finally understood why the creature desired his decency points so desperately and admitted that it now made sense. Turning his gaze back to the sealed entrance, the hero asked whether this meant that, with the help of such power, he would eventually be able to open the gate. Opening his mouth, the man recalled that the moment he had touched it, he had received a message stating that he had no way to break the seal. The demon replied that it did not matter, since those angels had clearly ensured that no ordinary person would ever be able to enter. Smiling calmly, Satan said that it did not matter. It might matter to others, but not to the owner. He added that the young man himself did not yet realize that with the amount of power he possessed, no ordinary seal could ever be an obstacle. The hero turned toward him as Satan remarked that the owner was simply thinking in the wrong way. Grinning, the demon explained that all he needed to do was truly want it. Once again, the man raised his hand toward the door. This time, the assistant urged him to try again with a clear intention to open the gate. A bright seal manifested before his hand, and as the young man stared ahead, system messages appeared. They stated that by using integrity, he could bypass the conditions required to destroy the seal, though it would cost him 15,000 integrity points. He immediately realized that such an amount could be exchanged for 2 unique items. Smiling faintly, the player decided that integrity was not meant to be wasted on things like this. Without hesitation, he ordered the door to open. Messages instantly appeared, announcing that the seal had been removed and that an unidentified altar had been discovered. Opening his mouth in awe, the demon declared that this place was the lair of angels, known as the Stairway to Heaven. The young man shifted his gaze toward a box resting before him. Images of an angel and a demon appeared, accompanied by a narration explaining that during the Great War, the lands of Arcadia had become a vast battlefield for higher beings. A desert came into view, followed by a city engulfed in flames, as it was revealed that the entire continent had soon been painted in blood. A towering tree appeared next, and it was explained that without the protection of the World Tree, perhaps not a single mortal would have survived. Someone holding a fountain pen was shown writing that 1,000 years had passed since those events. Yet the echo of the Great War's horror still lingered in the hearts of Arcadia's inhabitants. A drawing appeared in an ancient book, stating that the war had become a warning to future generations, as people prayed then and continued to pray that such a catastrophe would never happen again. Suddenly, multiple notifications appeared, announcing that a user had invaded the location known as the Stairway to Heaven. The scene shifted to an office where several people were seated. A man holding a folder announced that it was time to begin an emergency meeting. He acknowledged that everyone was exhausted and overwhelmed with existing problems, but emphasized that this matter was of the highest importance. The employees reacted in shock, some voicing their desire to rest. One worker frowned as the complaints grew louder. With his mouth slightly open, the manager explained that exactly 32 minutes earlier, the trigger for a mystical task had been accidentally activated. After reviewing the related tasks, he discovered that the incident was connected to something hidden within Mount Fen. The relevant details, he added, were listed on the 4th page of the report. The group picked up their tablets. One man remarked that he had no idea this location was also under the possession of angels. Closing his eyes, the manager admitted that none of them had known this before today's incident, and that they were now uncovering a newly discovered storyline. An image of a mountain appeared as the man explained that in ancient times, Mount Fen was known as the Stairway to Heaven, because it was in that region that angels first descended upon the continent. A girl and falling crystals appeared, and it was said that the abundance of ore in the area was meant to protect the stairway from outsiders. Another figure, Toon, spoke in disbelief, explaining that the mountain contained an entrance to the dimension of angels. One of the subordinates, staring at his tablet, commented that the game was full of mysteries. He wondered aloud whether there were too many plot branches that had never been originally planned, and asked what this mystical task was called. A red panel appeared, and a voice responded that the question required clarification, though they had already managed to review the related task. Another voice interrupted, asking him not to digress. Looking straight ahead, the manager stated that the essence of the matter lay in the Second Great War between angels and demons. The man listening opened his mouth in shock. The scene returned to the young man standing inside the ancient chamber. Opening his mouth, he declared that this place was the stairway to heaven. The demon, smiling widely, shouted, asking what the angels would think of him now, since they had once claimed they would eventually come for him. Striding forward, Satan shouted that they should go and destroy all of the angels' plans. The hero approached the box. The player asked whether a treasure was hidden inside. Receiving an affirmative answer, he was urged to open it. As the user reached toward the box, numerous messages appeared. Holy energy enveloped his body, greatly increasing the speed of his health and mana recovery, and instructing him to further explore the ruins. Raising his hand to his face, the man thought that the item was extremely interesting, yet he was unsure whether he should take it. The notification stated that he would receive a special reward simply by reporting the ruins to the Baroness. Flying behind him, the demon impatiently urged him to finally open the box. Looking down, the hero realized that he had little choice. If he had not learned the background of this place, he would likely already be on his way to the Baroness, having forgotten about these ruins entirely. Standing in the chamber, the young man understood that after hearing the assistant's story he could no longer leave things as they were. Thinking of the Baroness, the protagonist knew that she would never be able to offer a reward more valuable than an artifact from the Stairway to Heaven. Still standing in place, he considered something even more important. He had opened this location by spending a massive amount of integrity points, which effectively made him a plunderer. If the existence of this place became known, uncomfortable questions would inevitably arise. For that reason, it would be better to keep everything a secret. Smiling to himself, the young man finally said that he would open it. The demon clenched his fist and shouted that this was exactly right. The walls of the cave trembled as a distant scream echoed through the space. Satan leaned in to help open the box, shouting at the owner to push harder. The hero replied that he was already using all his strength, yet the box refused to budge. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist admitted that it was not giving in at all. The demon scoffed and said that if he were in his true form he would only need the little finger of one hand to rip the lid off. Bending down, he explained how absurd the situation was. After going through so much trouble, they were now stuck because of a simple lid. It was not protected by a sacred seal or a magical barrier, but was merely an extremely heavy stone. The young man raised his head, thinking about the stone, and asked whether the assistant was truly certain there was treasure inside. Satan frowned and replied that there had to be something valuable within. Otherwise, he would not have bothered trying so hard. Adjusting his glasses, the man admitted that he apparently had no other choice. In the next instant, a mind destroyer appeared in his hand. The demon stared at him and asked what he was planning to do. The protagonist calmly replied that the lid would not give way by any other means, leaving him with no alternative. Placing his foot on top of the box, the hero grinned and declared that in moments like these, destruction was the only correct answer. The drill slammed violently into the lid. Watching this, the assistant muttered that humans could sometimes be worse than demons. The man smiled as a notification appeared, informing him that the favor of the heavens toward him had dropped to 0, and that it would be wiser for him to avoid the attention of sacred beings. As the dust settled, the interior of the cave became visible. Staring at a skeleton, the young man asked if this was truly their treasure. Looking away, the player remarked that the demon should have warned him about what lay inside, since destroying someone's sarcophagus felt excessive. The demon countered by asking whether the owner would truly have refrained from opening it even if he had known. Looking down, the protagonist asked what was so valuable inside the sarcophagus, and suggested taking only what was absolutely necessary. He had no desire to strip a dead man of everything. The assistant pointed forward and said that they needed to take the necklace hanging around the skeleton's neck. Satan smiled, recognizing it as a sacred necklace that the angels had preserved for the future. If the owner took it now, the angels would lose their hidden weapon. The young man reached out and grasped the necklace. In that moment, the demon realized that dealing with this man had been a mistake. A message appeared, announcing that the player had obtained a shining heavenly medallion. The item immediately began to glow in his hand, followed by a notification stating that holy energy had begun reacting to the user. Covering himself with his hands, the demon shouted in shock, asking what was happening. The man looked at his hand and realized it felt as though it were overflowing with energy. An image appeared before them, and as the creature raised its hand, system messages appeared stating that the user had activated a special property of the item and had been assigned a hidden class, Holy Prophet. A lantern filled with fire appeared, followed by notifications stating that his profession did not fall under the category of saints, creating a contradiction in the data. As the young man stared at the item, more messages arrived, informing him that the item had been temporarily deactivated and that he should contact customer service to clarify the situation. The hero's eyes widened instantly. The demon wiped his face and admitted that he had genuinely thought he was going to die, as he had not expected such an overwhelming surge of holy energy. Flying upward, the assistant asked what it all meant. The protagonist replied that they would have to figure it out later. Another window appeared, displaying the item's characteristics and stating that the developers would take action once the circumstances were fully clarified. The player, mouth slightly open, assumed that the issue stemmed from his original profession. The scene shifted to Mount Fen. Raising his hand, the man ordered someone to stop. Smiling, the user asked what was going on. Unable to understand why guards were present here, one of the guards pointed at a document and explained that he had never seen the man before. He asked whether he was entering the mine and added that there was a fee for entry. The young man's eyes widened as he replied that he had never heard of such a requirement. Recalling the video, he realized that nothing had been mentioned about an entrance fee, but assumed things must have changed since then. Raising his finger, the guard explained that freeloaders were not welcome. Anyone wishing to profit from the treasures of Mount Fen had to contribute to the development of the mines. That was why a fee was required to enter the Baroness's territory. Smiling faintly, the player asked how much the pass cost. The guard replied that it would be valid for 1 month. When he added that the entrance fee was only 30 gold, the man's eyes turned blank with shock. Calculating the amount, he realized that he would need to earn 1 gold per day just to afford it. Over a month, that amounted to 3 million in currency, an impossible sum for him. Nearly in tears, the player lamented that he would never become a miner who uncovered untold riches. The guard asked whether he truly could not afford the pass. Looking away, the man explained that he had come here specifically to earn money because he had none to begin with. A smile spread across the guard's face. Placing a hand on the man's shoulder, he explained that the Baroness had devised a special system for people exactly like him. Turning aside, the guard added that he could enter now and pay later. Pointing toward a nearby building, he suggested that if the man was interested, he should speak with customer service for more details. Inside, a girl sat waiting. The young man's mouth fell open. Closing his eyes, the guard realized that another prey had taken the bait. Imagining the man bound to the mines, he knew this was just another slave in the making. The mine came into view. Until recently it had suffered from a severe shortage of workers. Now it was filled with people, their shouts echoing as they were urged to work faster. They needed to pay off their passes as soon as possible before they could even begin making a profit. Watching them, the girl smiled at their unnatural zeal. Licking her lips, she knew that the cage door had already slammed shut behind these poor fools. It was hard to believe that so many people had fallen for something so obvious, yet the thirst for easy money had drowned out the voice of reason. Lowering her head slightly, the worker also realized that such a plan was far too insidious to be the Baroness's own idea. Imagining both the Baroness and the protagonist, she understood that the one who had helped her was undoubtedly a sadist. A system window appeared before the young man, informing him that the objective related to mining ore had been completed and that he needed to find the leader to collect his reward. The demon turned around when the owner said it was time for them to wrap things up. Flying into the air, the assistant asked what the owner planned to do next. The man replied by asking whether Satan truly still did not understand. The creature opened its mouth in confusion. Placing his hands on his hips, the hero calmly explained that he had first invaded angel territory, then stolen a sacred artifact, destroying someone's sarcophagus in the process. On top of that, the remains of the deceased had been damaged when they attempted to take the medallion. By all accounts, he was now a grave desecrator and a thief. Smiling, the young man added that if anyone ever found out about what had happened, his life would only become more difficult. That was precisely why he wanted to keep everything a secret. Satan stood there with his mouth hanging open. Suddenly, a bright flash illuminated the cave. A drill appeared in the hero's hand as he declared that it was time to get rid of the evidence. Satan's eyes widened in shock as he asked whether the man truly intended to destroy the stairway to heaven. Turning around, the hero answered without hesitation that he did. Chunks of the cave began to collapse onto the ground. Wiping his forehead, the man said that the evidence was finally gone, and that all that remained was to fill in the entrance. Satan stared at him in disbelief, realizing that he still had much to learn from humans. The scene shifted to the Baroness's palace. Smiling broadly, the Baroness exclaimed that she had been waiting for him. Standing before her, the young man asked whether the barony now had enough miners. She answered affirmatively, explaining that it was all thanks to him. At the very least, they would not need to worry about ore for another year. She added that she had no idea what exactly he had told the adventurers, but after that, everyone in the region had rushed to the mines. Clenching her fists, the Baroness admitted that he could not imagine how many people had willingly turned themselves into slaves after hearing the outrageous price of entry. When the hero asked for a number, she smiled and replied that there were more than 9,500 of them. Before, only 700 workers had labored in the mine. Now there were more than 10 times that number. On top of that, they took 30% from the sale of ore, which could not even be sold outside the barony. She asked him how he had ever come up with such an idea. Looking to the side, the protagonist replied that he simply had a place from which to draw inspiration. He vaguely recalled reading about something similar in the news. Looking ahead, he remembered that the Baroness had been far from cheerful when they first met. Smiling almost madly, the Baroness declared that now she needed to squeeze everything she could out of her little slaves. That way, she would surely be able to become a countess. Opening his mouth, the hero asked whether it was time to discuss his reward, since the objective had been achieved. Turning around, she exclaimed that she had already prepared something for him. A bag of gold appeared, and the Baroness explained that it contained 10% of all the profits. Taking it in his hands, the young man received a message stating that he had obtained 120 gold coins and 23 silver coins. He immediately realized that this amounted to roughly 120 million in currency. With that, he would finally have enough to rent a capsule without any trouble. His gaze lifted when the Baroness added that there was something else. With her eyes wide open, she asked whether he truly did not want to work for her. She promised that everything would be arranged to make him the second most powerful person in the barony, sharing authority with her equally. A system window appeared before the young man, stating that this person trusted him unconditionally and was offering permanent cooperation. By accepting, the user would gain power equal to that of the Baroness herself, and her favor toward him would increase significantly. The game's splash screen appeared, announcing that a hidden story had begun within the virtual reality of Arcadia. Two figures appeared, and it was explained that everything had started with one person for the sake of another. With his mouth slightly open, the young man thanked the Baroness for helping him find happiness in a world where he could not move without permission. The continent of the game unfolded before his eyes as he said that this world had been created especially for her. Elsewhere, Jack stood before a series of screens. The image of the administrator appeared. Smiling, the creator remarked that it had been a long time since they had seen each other and asked what had happened, noting that she had been very busy lately. Looking down, the girl explained that a system error had occurred due to a detected data contradiction, requiring administrative intervention. She immediately added that resolving this issue was beyond her authority and required the involvement of the interlocutor. The young man continued to smile at the screen. The creator remarked that this was extremely intriguing. An image of a hidden class appeared, accompanied by a system message announcing the assignment of the profession Bard of Anarchy. Even the creator admitted that he had not anticipated such a development. Looking down thoughtfully, the creator said that it seemed a destroyer had appeared in his world, making everything far more interesting. Resting his hand on his chin, an image of a certain individual appeared. Remembering the medallion, the creator realized that this user had also acquired the Shining Heavenly Medallion, a unique item of the Holy Prophet. Only one person was meant to belong to that class, the central figure in the storyline of the Great War between angels and demons. Introducing this user, the administrator realized that he now possessed two of the most important items in existence, directly contradicting the system. Opening his mouth, the creator commented that this was truly fascinating and noted that creating Arcadia had indeed been the right decision. Looking down, he asked what should be done, since it was currently impossible to grant the player the class of Holy Prophet, and the young man would have to resolve this issue himself. Raising his hand, the creator said he would think about it later. For now, there were more important matters to address. The user needed to be rewarded for discovering such an item, and he suggested slightly altering the properties of the medallion. She opened her mouth to question him further. Turning his head, the creator explained that the user had disrupted the balance of the world, and that balance had to be restored. Recalling an angel, he added that they would use her for this purpose. Raising his hand to his chin, the hero replied calmly that he would have to refuse such an offer. Lowering her head slightly, the Baroness shouted in disbelief, asking whether those conditions truly did not suit him. The young man replied with a faint smile that he was merely a traveler. After exploring the entire continent, he said he might think about it again, because he understood very well that further cooperation with her would only bring him trouble. The girl stepped closer and asked if he promised to do that. The protagonist calmly pointed out that she was standing far too close. In response, she extended an envelope toward him. Smiling, the Baroness explained that it was her personal letter of gratitude. With it, he would be able to receive protection anywhere within the kingdom. Taking the envelope in his hand, the young man thanked her and asked what exactly he would need protection from. At the same time, a notification appeared, informing him that he had received a new item. Raising her finger, the Baroness explained that the kingdom had fallen into complete chaos recently, and even an entire box filled with letters of recommendation could not guarantee him a safe journey. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. He admitted that he had never heard anything like this before, and no other players had mentioned it either. From this he immediately understood that such information could only come from a non-player character. Lowering her gaze, the Baroness explained that matters within the royal family were deteriorating. The king was already quite old, and the time for his heir to ascend the throne was drawing near. Introducing this heir, she added that the prince was still far too young. She then spoke about the many influential figures surrounding the boy, explaining how the courtiers twisted him as they pleased in their struggle for power. An image of one particular duke appeared, and she stated that the worst among them was Birchin. He had become the unofficial leader of the nobles, gathering the entire upper nobility around him and attempting to turn the prince into his puppet. Imagining his smug smile, she explained that this duke was also urging the people toward war with a neighboring state. According to her, he simply wanted to drain the treasury under the pretext of military expenses. Frowning, she added that if Duke Birchin succeeded, something truly disastrous could happen to the country. Staring ahead, the young man realized that he had never expected the situation to be so tangled. If possible, he would have preferred not to get involved in this story at all. Raising her hand, the Baroness explained that in her letter of recommendation she had described how he helped resolve the problems of this territory. If he presented it to the royal family, they would be obliged to give him an honorable reception. However, she added that first he needed to find Count Brocken, a man who would certainly appreciate his talents, and would ask for his help in restoring the kingdom's prosperity. Opening his mouth, the hero realized that only moments ago he had been thinking about how much he wanted to stay away from this entire affair. At that very instant, a system window appeared in front of his face, stating that he was required to influence the situation within the state and the royal family. The young man immediately understood that this was not a task, but a mission. He had not even been given a choice to refuse it. Smiling faintly, he said that he would do everything within his power. The girl clenched her fists and declared that she knew she could count on him, as she had never doubted that he would accept this mission. The scene shifted to the Baroness's palace. She waved her hand and wished the player a safe journey. Before he left, she added that if he needed anything at all, he could contact her without hesitation. Closing his eyes, the young man thought that he was no longer certain whether becoming friends with her had truly been a good idea. Looking up at the sky, he realized that this was not merely intuition, but absolute certainty. Placing her hand over her chest, the Baroness watched him go and realized that this adventurer would undoubtedly change the world. The protagonist appeared alongside his assistant, and it was said that his decisions and actions had already begun to rapidly reshape the world of Arcadia. Two workers appeared, and it was explained that regardless of his intentions, change followed him naturally. The Slime Queen also appeared, and it was said that his actions had altered more than one fate, and that the scale of his contribution was undeniable. The player was shown digging ore, while a voice remarked that everything changed even when events did not always seem logical. The game splash screen appeared once more. The image of the protagonist returned, accompanied by words stating that he should not be blamed for playing exactly as the creator had originally intended, because what truly mattered was the chaos he had yet to unleash. The young man left the city, and it was said that the messes he would create in the future would overshadow all his previous tricks, to the point where they would seem almost charming by comparison. Standing behind the gate, the assistant suddenly asked whether everything was all right with his master. When the hero did not answer immediately, the demon explained that he knew human politics was a truly devilish thing, and asked whether he really wanted to involve himself in it. Opening his mouth, the young man replied that it was not about wanting to. Hearing this, Satan turned his head as the hero added that since it had already begun, it needed to be finished. Clenching his fist, the hero stated that he was doing all of this solely for the sake of decency points, and therefore he had no reason to refuse. A faint glow suddenly appeared, followed by a series of notifications, announcing that the system error had been successfully eliminated, and that the parameters of the item had been completely altered. A shining heavenly medallion manifested before them. The young man covered his face with his hands, while the demon stared in shock and asked why it had suddenly begun to glow. Wings emerged from nowhere. The young man's eyes lit up with a yellow glow. Satan widened his eyes and muttered that this simply could not be happening. A cascade of hair appeared, followed by a notification stating that the effect of the item granted the user a connection with a higher entity. A system message appeared before him, announcing that his personal guardian angel had been summoned and that the item was now permanently bound to him, with no possibility of removal. At that moment, an archangel manifested in front of him. It was a miniature version of Ellie's archangelic form, standing against the backdrop of a seething volcanic landscape. The relationship between angels and demons had always been like that of dogs and cats. They were mortal enemies, two races that could never coexist under the same sky. Because of this, the meeting of their representatives unfolded far worse than expected. The young man watched as the two beings floated in the air, shouting furiously at one another. Ellie frowned and demanded to know what the demon was doing there instead of loitering in his cave. Now that she had seen him destroying their holy land, she concluded that he must have completely lost his mind. Enraged, the demon clenched his fist and shouted back that she would have done the same if she had been in his position. Crossing her arms, the archangel coldly concluded that Satan still had not learned his lesson. She asked whether he wanted to fight at full strength once again. Without hesitation, he shouted that they should try it. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the protagonist stepped forward and ordered them to stop. Crossing his arms, he demanded to know what they thought they were doing. The small demon yelled that he needed to kill that cowardly angel immediately. Satan added angrily that the whole situation infuriated him, but unfortunately, he did not currently possess his original body. Standing on the other side of Jae Young, Ellie retorted that the demon was not the only one who had lost their original form. She added that he had the nerve to speak proudly despite having fled miserably during the last war. Looking up at them, the boy felt as though he were listening to two neighbors' children arguing, especially when they began debating divine weapons. He imagined a girl with white wings and thought that the scene felt like a myth straight out of a library book. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when someone called out to him. Smiling, Ellie asked whether he had made a contract with Satan. The boy returned her smile and admitted that it was true, though the contract had been forced upon him and was not something he had chosen freely. The demon immediately shouted that they had not had any problems before this. Placing her hands over her chest, the archangel explained that the power Jae Young possessed was called influence, and that in the wrong hands it could become extremely dangerous. Satan's eyes turned white with rage as he screamed indignantly after being called a vile bat. The protagonist turned his gaze to the blonde angel, who calmly stated that nothing could be done about a contract that had already been concluded. She asked him not to fall for the demon's sweet flattery and temptations. Smiling gently, Ellie added that she would become Jae's guardian angel and guide him along the right path. The young man's eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, the demon laughed softly, raising one eyebrow as he mockingly called the angel a fool. He asked whether she truly believed such a thing was possible. Ellie turned toward him and questioned what he found so amusing. Satan replied with a sneer that this human was closer to being a demon than any person he had ever met. Jae Young frowned in displeasure and mentally cursed the little demon. Staring straight ahead, he admitted to himself that the scoundrel was not entirely wrong. He recalled the man in the dark cloak and realized that the Bard of Anarchy class he had been given was clearly meant to bring chaos into the world. Judging by his actions so far, many could easily call what he had done evil. With a calm expression, Ellie disagreed. Smiling, she explained that humans as creations of the Almighty possessed kindness within their hearts. It was the sacred duty of angels, she said, to awaken that kindness. Flashes of bright light filled the air as Ellie flew closer to Jae Young. She declared that from this moment on, she would try to awaken kindness within him. Watching them, Satan crossed his arms in irritation. Baring his sharp teeth, he announced that he would tolerate her traveling with them for now, solely for the sake of his master. However, he emphasized that Jae's influence belonged entirely to the demon. The angel smiled faintly and teasingly called the boy amusing and impudent, adding that the demon should have given up monopolizing Jae's influence the moment she appeared. Stepping closer to her, the demon shouted that he had been the first to make a contract with a player. Ellie replied calmly that this scoundrel was probably going to bring chaos to the heavenly realm yet again. With a skeptical expression, the young man realized that he now had two noisy summoned beings instead of one. The blonde turned around when her new master called out to her. Jae clenched his fist, thinking that it made no difference to him whether they were angels or demons. The world, unfortunately, was capitalistic and operated by the logic of market competition. Smirking, he said that since they were discussing influence, he had not given it to Satan for free. With a wide grin, Jae Young asked Ellie what she could offer him in exchange for the influence she wished to use. Her blue eyes widened in surprise. He calmly explained that in his view, the most important principle was give and take. Closing her eyes, Ellie laughed softly and replied that in the heavenly realm, everyone knew that wishes required a reasonable price. Touching her face thoughtfully, she explained that there were several types of heavenly weapons capable of helping people. Jae immediately replied that he was not interested in items. Instead, he asked whether angels possessed something called skills. Staring at him in amazement, Ellie asked what he meant. Raising one finger, the young man explained that he was quite weak in direct combat and needed abilities that would allow him to fight powerful opponents. The blonde lowered her gaze, thinking deeply. Jae imagined a man holding a lantern and reflected that the Bard of Anarchy class granted him the mysterious power of influence, but at a tremendous cost. There was no level system. As shadows fell across his face, he thought about the skills he currently possessed, none of which were combat-related, such as mining or diving. It would be useful if he could also utilize the items gained from the demon in exchange, but he was certain there would be limits to such advantages. Suddenly, Ellie smiled and said that she had something suitable, At that very moment, the system announced that the protagonist had formed a contract with an angel and had obtained the skill known as divine descent. Looking straight ahead, the angel declared that their contract was now complete, and that the heavens would grant the young man as much power as he required. Sweat formed on the player's brow as he realized that increasing this power would demand the sacrifice of a tremendous amount of influence. Still, he smiled. Deciding to test the newly acquired skill, he activated it. A golden light immediately enveloped his body. The demon covered his face with one hand and screamed in horror. Yellow lightning flashed across the sky, visible from a great distance. Monsters across the land turned their heads toward the source of the disturbance. An orc frowned in irritation. Farhan, the Knight of Honor, tightened his grip on his sword. Merlin, the great wizard of truth, gazed into the distance. Parcel, the divine archer, loosed an arrow. Murfin, the great thief of loyalty, drew weapons into both hands. Placing her palm against her chest, the angel explained that divine descent allowed Jae Young to temporarily borrow the power of ancient heroes who had sworn loyalty and offered their souls. The young man smiled, immediately realizing how useful such an ability would be. At that moment, a voice suddenly demanded that he surrender everything he possessed. Turning around, he saw an orc wielding a massive axe, promising him a painless death if he complied. With a grin, the protagonist replied that the enemy had appeared at the perfect time, because he needed someone to test his new abilities on Mount Fen. Deep within the mountain lay a mine, and inside it, workers endlessly swung their pickaxes. Day and night, they labored in the game, clinging to the hope that a single discovery would make them rich. One of the boys, drenched in sweat, realized that sooner or later they would all understand the truth. Their dreams were never meant to come true. Mountain Slave Number 1 was crying. The miners were slowly coming to terms with the fact that they had been deceived. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that he no longer wanted to be there. All of his friends had gone hunting, and he could not even admit that he was working for a mine pass because it sounded too ridiculous. Closing his eyes tightly, he cursed himself for being such a fool, cheated even inside a game. At that point, money no longer mattered to him. He only wanted to escape and reach the surface. As he sighed, the thought suddenly struck him. Why not just run away? His eyes widened, but a loud scream echoed through the mine before he could act. Two burly men grabbed a screaming slave by the arms as he yelled that he had bought a capsule to play, not to work. The others turned and mockingly labeled him another failed escape. A green-haired worker smiled and explained that anyone who fled the mine without working off their pass would become a wanted criminal. A bald man wiped the sweat from his face and added that there was no point in running. Eventually, everyone had to return and work again. Waving his arms, Mountain Slave Number 1 shouted that he was not trying to escape. His pickaxe struck the stone, and he began to sob, cursing them all in his heart. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before his eyes. His mining skill had advanced to rank 5, and the ever-burning flame had expressed interest in him. Raising his eyebrows in shock, the boy did not understand what this meant. A thunderous cry echoed through the mine, ordering him to work harder. Light fell upon the Knight of Honor, a legendary holy warrior who always granted victory to those who stood by his side. His sword, feared by demons, gleamed brilliantly. His golden shield carried the weight of countless innocent souls he had protected. Farhan stepped forward, his very presence a promise of victory. He was known as Honor Made Flesh. A flash cut through the air. A demon screamed as its strongest shield shattered in an instant. Grabbing its arm in terror, the monster roared as Farhan calmly asked whether it was surprised. Advancing steadily, the saint declared that the enemy would soon share the same fate. The demon howled, but in the next moment, the sword split its head in two. Standing above the fallen foe, Farhan was revealed as the demon destroyer. Blue eyes shone beneath his helmet. The protagonist stared at the radiant blade as the system announced that a sacred essence had entered his body. For a short time, he gained the ability to wield divine power. Satan frowned as he looked at Jae Young's new weapon and shield. The young man grinned, realizing that the divine power granted to him far exceeded his expectations. Flying closer, the demon complained that Farhan was the one who had descended into his master. Jae asked whether Satan knew him. Sweating, the demon shouted that every inhabitant of hell knew that name. The knight's legend had reached every corner of the underworld, even among the relatively harmless demons. Smiling, the player concluded that this meant the knight was a terrifyingly powerful warrior, one with countless battles behind him, regarded in the demon realm as a crazed maniac. The protagonist's eyes gleamed as he apologized for the wait. Looking at the orcs, he announced that they could begin the fight. The enemies gritted their teeth, muttering that he had grown much stronger. Frowning, the player realized that even the monsters could sense the change. Ordinary creatures would have attacked without hesitation, but many bosses clearly possessed a degree of critical thinking. The map appeared before him as he moved along a special route, leaving the barony behind. Moonlight filtered through the trees as he chose a forest path rarely traveled. Though it was the shortest route to the next location, no one dared approach it. The reason was simple. An orc bandit, weapon slung over his shoulder, guarded the way. Looking down, John muttered that the enemy was strong. Suddenly, the monster swung its massive axe. The surrounding space was instantly flooded with golden light. The protagonist reacted without hesitation, creating a protective barrier in front of himself. Grinning confidently, he realized that he finally understood how to use his new skill. A sly smile curved his lips as the orc stared at him in pure bewilderment. Calmly, Jae Young said that it was his turn now. His sword blazed with brilliance. As he activated the skill Blazing Dawn, sweat poured down the monster's face as it muttered that this human was terrifying. Jae Young opened his eyes wide and coldly ordered the enemies to line up. Golden lightning tore through the air, and a violent stream of light ripped several trees straight out of the ground. The system immediately reported that more than 300 points of integrity had been consumed. Standing alone in the center of the forest, the player raised his hand to his face and casually remarked that the enemies had been killed with a single strike. Ellie, drenched in sweat, whispered that it was unbelievable. Lowering her head, she realized that this should have been impossible. Even with such a skill, a mere human should not have been able to wield that much power. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Smiling softly, Ellie said that she finally understood why the creator had sent her here. Beneath the bright moon hanging above them, the angel concluded that this man was capable of changing the entire world through his actions. She giggled quietly, knowing that she had just witnessed his true potential with her own eyes. John looked away, thinking that he wished for a proper battle like in the old days. Night fully embraced the forest. The demon and the angel slept peacefully on the grass, while the protagonist sat beneath a tree, staring into the distance. Looking down, he reflected that using Divine Descent early had been the right decision, as it allowed him to understand both the advantages and disadvantages of the skill. Imagining a powerful monster before him, he realized that one major advantage was its ability to reduce the problem caused by level differences during battle. He then imagined striking an enemy and recalled that, before this, his only option had been to purchase items from Satan to bridge that gap. However, those items required an enormous amount of influence. Visualizing the demon looming above him, Jae Young understood that relying on purchased items meant enduring strict limitations on how they could be used. Touching his chin, he concluded that this was precisely why he had avoided buying combat items in the past, and he felt relieved that this issue had finally been resolved. However, when he glanced at the amount of influence he had spent, his expression darkened. He realized that the drawbacks were still severe. Remembering the destructive beam that tore through the forest, he calculated that it had taken him less than 3 minutes to kill 3 orcs. Even after checking the skill window, the entire fight had lasted no more than 10 minutes. Frowning, the young man muttered that he had consumed an alarming amount of influence. He wondered how much would be required if he faced a truly powerful opponent. Closing his eyes, he added that another issue remained, mastering each new power obtained through Divine Descent whenever a different hero was summoned. Suddenly, someone laughed softly. Ellie smiled and explained that angels were light sleepers, unlike most beings. Nearby, the demon slept soundly with his mouth wide open. Bathed in moonlight, the angel noticed Jae Young's concern over influence consumption. She mentioned Farhan again, explaining that he was a holy warrior of tremendous power. Smiling, she added that summoning such a being was actually not as expensive as it seemed. Looking directly at the protagonist, Ellie said that influence was the most extraordinary power of all, because it could turn impossible situations into reality. Jae Young closed one eye and replied that it was fine, even if it felt like his money was being drained away. Still, he admitted that the skill gave him far more options than before. The angel praised his decision to use Divine Descent only when necessary, reminding him that caution was essential. Beneath the dark blue sky, the boy asked whether familiars needed sleep. Ellie replied that she was not entirely sure. Soon, the crest of the Maroon Kingdom appeared. This kingdom served as the main base for the Korean server in Arcadia. A man stood holding a crown adorned with shimmering crystals. Although the internal affairs of the kingdom were unstable, the Maroon Kingdom remained strong and prosperous compared to its neighbors. The map revealed that it was located at the center of the second continent of Arcadia. Thanks to its strategic position, the kingdom acted as a middleman in trade between nations, earning immense profits through commerce. A crowd had gathered outside the Great GM Trade Union. An indignant shout rang out as a fat merchant raised his hand, complaining that he had brought vast quantities of goods, yet the head of the union was nowhere to be seen. His anger froze when someone suddenly approached and apologized for the inconvenience. John bowed politely, explaining that although he was not the head of the union, he was the branch manager and would personally handle the matter. He added that the union leader was currently attending an important meeting. In an old building nearby, Duke Birchin smirked as he spoke of a potential war between the Maroon Kingdom and Parkle, claiming it would resolve their long-standing feud and make the kingdom even richer and stronger. Jagu smiled and asked whether the Duke could support the trade union as a whole. Jae Young frowned inwardly, thinking that the man before him truly had the sharp tongue of a villainous non-player character. Imagining the Duke's sly grin, he realized that this man could mobilize the entire military force of the Maroon Kingdom. the very core of the Korean server. Rumors even claimed that he was aiming for the throne itself. Sitting across from him, Jae-young concluded that, for the great trade union, the Duke was the perfect partner, someone capable of generating millions. Forcing a smile, he thought that he had quickly grasped the Duke's nature, and that the strategic team deserved credit for this insight. Nearby, a blond man stood with his arms crossed. He was the eldest son of the chairman of the GM group. His father raised his voice angrily, shouting that the young man had tried countless places and been rejected every time. The reason was always the same. He created chaos wherever he went, and then ran away. Jaggi lowered his head in guilt, as the man shouted that there would be no more work for him here if he failed again. Behind them, the crest of the great trading enterprise based in the Maroon Kingdom was clearly visible. It was the symbol of the great GM trading union. A blond man stood before a towering building. In reality, it was a massive Korean corporation led by Ju, the youngest son of its chairman. Outside the building, a dense crowd had gathered. They were part of a vast community that played Arcadia Online for one reason alone: to make an enormous amount of money. Inside, Burchin sat across from the young man. The head of the trading union smiled faintly, thinking that this single table connected both reality and the virtual world. Duke Burchin stared straight at him, curling his lips. The Duke remarked that GM had been built around adventurers. He explained that he had come to this meeting not only because of the company's rapid growth, but also because of the strong bond among its members. Now he could see that those rumors were true. The blond man smiled when Burchin stated that GM should use every possible method to buy up as much grain as they could. The Duke promised to pay a generous price. The man nodded calmly. Jagyu nearly froze when Burchin added that part of the Burgundy Kingdom's logistics authority would be handed over to the great GM trading union. All they needed to do was act quietly and avoid drawing attention. The young man agreed with a broad smile. After the Duke left the room, the blond man smirked. He knew this was his chance. John closed his eyes as the head of the company shouted that the enormous business opportunity they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Frowning deeply, John insisted that they contact his father immediately and secure more investment, claiming that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The manager with the eye patch replied in a stern voice that he could not allow that. Jago stared in shock and demanded an explanation. The old man calmly reminded them that the company had already invested $8 billion, and that obtaining more funds would be extremely difficult. A bead of sweat rolled down the blond man's face as he raised his voice, asking why John was making such a fuss over that amount of money when it would be repaid later anyway. He then shut his eyes and admitted that there was nothing more he could do. In truth, the funds they already had were more than sufficient. In his mind, he pictured Burchin's sinister smile. He planned to help supply the Maroon Kingdom with resources, and if Burchin succeeded in conquering the kingdom of Parkle, perhaps the Duke would even seize the throne from the old and feeble king. The young man chuckled quietly, concluding that if that happened, the economy of the Korean Arcadia server would fall entirely into the hands of the GM group. Frowning, he muttered that he would prove to his father what he was truly capable of. Elsewhere, Brocken crossed his arms and asked whether that stubborn baroness had sent a guest. The protagonist lowered his head as the baron greeted him. Brocken examined the visitor carefully. In the young man's hand was a white envelope sealed with red wax. With a smile, the count asked if this was a letter of introduction. The young man looked at Brocken and replied that he did not know its contents. He had only been told that showing it would grant him protection, and that it contained some information about him. Without warning, the man tore the envelope open. The player's eyes widened in shock. Smirking, the count asked why the baroness had sent him here. His thick eyebrows were drawn together, and a scar ran beneath one of his eyes. Jae-young chuckled softly, assuming that the man wanted a direct answer. Smiling broadly, he said that he did not know either. The woman had simply asked him to find the count, and as an ordinary adventurer, he had never thought too deeply about such matters. The count stared at the smiling guest in silence. Then slowly, Brocken began to smile. Moments later, he burst into loud laughter, leaving the protagonist utterly confused. Closing his eyes, the count declared that the reason was obvious. A war would soon break out, and the baroness believed that Jae-young was the talent needed to stop it. Forcing a smile, the player replied that he had never thought himself capable of such a feat. Brocken studied him closely and noticed that the guest showed no surprise at the mention of war. It was clear that the baroness trusted him deeply. Smiling back, Jay looked at Brocken, who asked whether he had any ideas. The muscular count laughed again when the player calmly stated that the prince destined for the throne was incapable of making proper decisions, and that most of the nobles were secretly aligned with Duke Burchin. Jae-young raised a hand to his face, and hummed thoughtfully. Staring straight ahead, he said that there was both a simple and a difficult solution. Brocken's eyes lit up with interest. Raising one finger, Jay explained that when the head of an organization disappears, the organization itself usually collapses. The count's eyes shone as he asked whether Jay was suggesting the assassination of Burchin. The young man smiled, and asked why that would be impossible. Brocken roared with laughter once more. exclaiming that the Baroness truly understood people. Jay staggered slightly, thinking that the man's voice was as overwhelming as his massive physique. With a smile, the Count admitted that he had considered the same idea, but killing the Duke would not be easy. He imagined legions of knights and mages guarding Birchen day and night, never lowering their vigilance. Closing his eyes, Brocken added that if there were someone insane enough to succeed under such circumstances, he would very much like to meet them. Jae Young calmly pointed to himself and declared that he would do it. The Count looked at him skeptically and asked whether he had listened to anything he had just said. Resting a hand against his face, Brocken remarked that from what he could see, Jay would not even be able to leave a scratch on Birchen's clothes. He sensed the young man's aura and level, questioning how he could possibly kill such a powerful villain. Jay smiled and asked what the problem was. Suddenly Brocken's eyes widened. Dressed in a blue shirt, he burst into laughter and remarked that it was good to be young. This boy at the very least had immense confidence. Placing his hand on the table, Brocken turned and told the guest to follow him. Outside, the muscular man held a sword in his hand. Rubbing his shoulder, he remarked that while the Baroness might be impatient, she was undeniably wise when judging people, and because of that, he trusted her judgment completely. John looked at him sternly. In response, the Count suddenly began to emit a red aura, warning the young man not to disappoint him. The protagonist merely smiled and activated his divine descent skill. In the air, the image of the wandering knight, Kophelis, slowly manifested. A green light enveloped the player's body. Brocken frowned in shock as he sensed the drastic change. Just moments ago, the youth had seemed like someone who had never held a sword in his life. Now his presence felt like that of a warrior who had trained endlessly since birth. The player rose into the air, weapons forming in his grasp. Smiling calmly, he declared that it would take 5 minutes. The muscle-bound Count stared at him in confusion as beads of sweat formed on his skin. Jae Young explained that he needed to finish within 5 minutes, because the skill consumed too many influence points. The very next second, the youth launched his attack, activating multiple skills at once. Brocken gritted his teeth and released a heavy sigh as he resisted the overwhelming strike. Jae Young smiled and said that he had attacked with full intent to end the fight. Suddenly, a yellow beam of light flashed through the air, pushing the protagonist far back. Brocken smiled faintly and called him an unusual adventurer. With confidence, Jay asked whether the Count had only just realized that. Turning his gaze away, he suggested ending the sparring match, now that Brocken understood he was serious. The Swordmaster smirked, and replied that he would also show his guest what he was truly capable of. Raising his sword high, a brilliant aura ignited around the blade. Frowning deeply, Brocken admitted that he was only a half-trained swordmaster who had attained the title not long ago. Even so, he took pride in his skills, and this was proof of them. The blade shimmered intensely. Jae Young broke into a sweat and asked whether Brocken really needed to go that far. The Count did not respond. Instead, he charged forward, shouting that he wanted to see how the guest would withstand this attack. A massive stream of energy tore through the air. A red aura surged violently. Brocken swung his weapon and declared that he would see how Jay endured it. A blinding beam flew straight toward the protagonist. Jay-Sep's eyes widened in shock. An instant later, a deafening explosion echoed. Smoke spread across the ground. Brocken frowned darkly, but then his expression shifted to surprise. A green force spiraled around the protagonist. Gripping his sword tightly, the Count realized what he was seeing. This was different from his own power, yet unmistakable. It was a skill that only those who had reached the level of a swordmaster could use. Brocken narrowed his eyes, as if about to ask whether the youth had achieved that level as well. At that moment, the system reported that Jay had activated a skill available only to those above level 150, consuming additional influence points. Lowering his brows, Jay muttered whether it wanted to take even more, telling Ellie to check how much influence had been consumed. Brocken pressed his lips together and asked whether the boy was talking to himself. Jay opened his mouth and addressed him directly. Sweat rolled down the swordmaster's cheek as a green light flared once more. The youth stated calmly that he would end it quickly this time. Before Brocken could react, the adventurer rushed forward. Jay's eyes shone brilliantly as he unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful strikes. Brocken struggled to keep his footing, digging his feet into the ground. His jaw clenched tightly. Looking down, Jay noticed that his opponent was finally caught. A green beam erupted at point-blank range. The magical light engulfed the swordmaster. A second later, Brocken's weapon slipped from his hand. His body collapsed to the floor. The system announced that the divine descent skill had ended. Looking down at himself, Brocken muttered in disbelief that he had survived. Immediately after, the system reported that 2,812 influence points had been absorbed. He had successfully subjugated a master-level individual, obtained the title Warrior of Miracles, and gained an additional 10 points of strength. The boy raised his hand, stunned. An archangel appeared, extending her index finger. She remarked that he had not used much power the last time, but this was different. It was the first time she had seen him truly enjoy himself. Smiling, she asked whether he had any complaints. Her expression was pleased, As she admitted that it was exciting, she added that even when the power of heaven was summoned, it was usually impossible to wield it so perfectly. Green lines etched themselves across the floor as she asked whether he had trained with swords before. Jay narrowed his eyes and replied that he had handled them elsewhere. Muttering softly, he added that since he had won first place in Rhythm Blade, he was not lying. Bracken placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Sweat dripped down the Count's body as he murmured that it was incredible. Even though he was the sword master of the Maroon Kingdom, he had been unable to read the trajectory of Jay's blade. The teenager turned abruptly. The warrior realized that this youth was someone who had remained unknown while possessing absolute power. Sitting across from him, Bracken asked if he could learn what his sword path was. Touching his chin, Jay replied that it was probably the wind. The Count Sep's mouth parted in astonishment. Leaves suddenly danced through the air. High walls seemed to form as a voice echoed that this was the power of wind, faster than anything, freer and sharper than all else. Placing a palm against his chest, Bracken exclaimed that he wished to get closer to something like that. A bright trace of a weapon flashed. At the same time, Bracken frowned seriously. From a distance, he could be seen swinging his sword repeatedly. Elsewhere, a demon king wondered why the man was training alone in the middle of the night. After some time, the knight's armor came into view. He bowed and apologized for his earlier rudeness, admitting that the situation had arisen from his ignorance. Lowering his head, the Count asked to be forgiven as a foolish old man with a large heart. Jay closed his eyes happily and replied that it was fine, adding that such things happened. Looking up, the master of Chima suggested continuing their earlier discussion. He then asked whether Jay was truly serious about killing Duke Birchin himself. Jay parted his lips and asked in return whether that was really the easiest solution, and whether the Count was not standing on the side of evil. Another man stepped forward and explained that if it were an ordinary individual, there would be a chance to kill him. But if Duke Birchin were to die, chaos could engulf the land without the royal family. Smiling faintly, Jay asked whether he knew what a Gordian knot was. Bracken stared at him, stunned, and asked what it meant. Raising the corners of his lips, the teenager explained that it was an extremely complex knot, almost impossible to untangle. Thick ropes appeared in his mind. Extending his index finger, Jay asked what he thought was the easiest way to deal with it. Sweat trickling down his face, the Count admitted that he was not sure. Closing his eyes, Jay Young interrupted him and said that there was no need to untangle anything at all. They simply needed to cut it. Imagining a pair of scissors slicing through tightly wound threads, the protagonist explained that no matter how hard people tried to untangle such a knot, they should remember one simple truth: what was never meant to be untangled could not be resolved that way. It was far easier to cut it cleanly. Lowering his gaze, Jay continued speaking about what would happen afterward. With a broad smile, he added that once it was cut, everything would resolve itself naturally. Bracken stared ahead, feeling that the idea sounded irresponsible. Sweat poured down the Count's face as he muttered that this youth was truly the only person who could speak so casually about the countless problems that had accumulated within the royal family of the Maroon Kingdom. Yet, despite how reckless it sounded, there was no better solution than this. Leaning forward, the swordmaster remarked that if this was truly what Jay wanted, then it could be done. Looking closely at him, Bracken realized that the adventurer was not merely defined by the aura of his sword. Introducing him in his mind, the Count concluded that the most terrifying thing in the world was hidden deep inside this young man. At that moment, the system issued a notification. Jay Young had taken a decisive step toward playing a major role in changing the fate of the Maroon Kingdom. The mission updated, and a new side quest appeared. Jay raised his eyebrows and muttered that the quest had appeared out of nowhere. From that alone, he concluded that the system truly wanted to ensure that Duke Birchin could be killed. With a faint grin, he admitted that this game was becoming increasingly interesting. Satan smirked and asked whether that meant he intended to kill the Duke. Ellie, her jaw dropping, asked if he had really thought about it. Frowning sharply, the Demon King asked whether she was about to claim that killing people was wrong. Ellie immediately replied that murder was a despicable and dishonorable act, something only terrible people would do. Instead, she insisted that they should demand a duel and let judgment be passed properly. Jay calmly asked what could possibly kill the Duke. Ellie replied that she wanted to be informed beforehand if he planned to do it. Lowering her eyebrows, the Archangel exclaimed that he should give at least 3 days' notice of a duel in the Colosseum, or at the very least send a formal notice of murder so the man could prepare for his death. According to her, that was how things should be done. The Demon King's pupils suddenly turned white as he snapped that this was complete nonsense, adding that he already knew she was insane. The familiar immediately objected, saying he did not want to listen to the ramblings of such a terrible demon. Sighing heavily, Jay explained that he had no intention of killing Duke Birchin at the moment. Satan and Ellie asked again, clearly confused. Jay then stated that whenever conflict arose, judgment was only meaningful after listening to both sides. With a slight smile, he questioned whether Duke Birchin would truly start a war without any reason. He doubted it, and he was certain that there had to be a cause. Gesturing toward the warrior standing beside the emblem, Jay added that from the perspective of an adventurer who had not even been born in the Maroon Kingdom, there was much to gain from struggles for power and even from war itself. Frowning seriously, he emphasized that only one thing mattered more than everything else: his own benefit. He made it clear that he intended to support whichever side would bring him the greatest advantage. Jay asked whether there were any objections. The Demon King clenched his jaw in confusion as a rigid barrier seemed to rise between them. A voice declared that this was wrong, that promises had to be kept, and that Jay must kill Duke Birchin immediately. Turning his gaze aside, Jay muttered that this was pure egocentrism. He added that promises could be discarded at any time if greater benefits were at stake. That, in his view, was what it truly meant to be a wandering adventurer. Sometime later, the scene shifted to the headquarters of the GM Group. A television presenter announced that the stock price of Agent Electronics had surpassed $5,000, setting a new economic record. The reason, she explained, was the surge of investor interest following Chairman Zhang Hai's early announcement regarding the opening of Arcadia. She added that it could be said, the Dreamer virtual reality machine had caused nothing short of a miracle. Sun Yang frowned angrily, wondering what kind of tricks they had used to achieve something like this. Lowering his brows, the chairman of the GM Group recalled that just 5 years earlier, GM Group had been on equal footing with Agent Group. However, after Agent introduced revolutionary technologies such as smartphones, GM began to fall behind. Now Agent had surged far ahead. Looking at the unusual capsule displayed before him, the chairman muttered that the real problem was that the Dreamer was far too dangerous. It had reshaped the market not only within Korea, but across the entire world. Touching his forehead, he pointed out that this meant they could no longer rely on traditional industries like construction and automobiles. If they failed to expand their scope, GM Group's business would inevitably decline. He needed to find a solution. Suddenly, the desk phone rang, announcing that Ju had arrived. Moments later, the blonde man burst into the room, exclaiming that he had good news and urgently needed $8 billion in funding. Sun Yang's pupils turned white. The GM Group chairman asked whether he had not already made a huge fuss earlier about securing $8 billion for investment, and whether he was now asking for another $8 billion. Ju smiled confidently, and said that this amount would be enough, and that it would be the last time he asked. The chairman clenched his jaw, wondering whether the boy truly thought $8 billion was a trivial sum. In a low voice, he reminded him that he had allowed him to play that foolish game created by those bastards at Agent Electronics. If Ju wanted more investment, he should submit a proper report first. Without another word, Ju slammed a massive stack of documents onto the table. The chairman crossed his fingers and asked what it was. Ju raised the corners of his lips and said that before making any decisions, he should forgive the boldness. Sweat ran down the chairman's cheek as he read the title on the document. It was a project outlining the isolation of a kingdom. A large chair creaked softly as Sun Yang frowned deeply and asked whether what was written there was true. Lowering his brows, the head of the Great GM Trading Union replied that it was. He added that he had already spoken with the true power behind the Maroon Kingdom, Duke Birchin himself, and that everything was proceeding exactly according to plan. Looking down, the chairman listened attentively. What this meant was simple. If everything went according to plan, Arcadia itself, the project Ain Electronics had poured so much effort into, could be turned into their own property. When the man calmly stated the figure of $50 billion, the young man's jaw dropped. Closing his eyes, the chairman said that he would provide $50 billion and not a single unit more. This was the last chance he would give him, and he should not forget that. The young man thanked him profusely, his mouth still hanging open. A moment later, the door slammed shut. Sitting alone in his chair, Sun Yang muttered about counts, dukes, and lovers' quarrels, remarking that the world out there was truly different. With a faint smile, the chairman of the GM Group admitted that he had once believed games were nothing more than childish entertainment. A second later, he gazed out the window and quietly wondered whether the world itself was changing. The scene shifted to the Duke's estate. Armed guards stood firmly at the entrance, and towering doors loomed ahead. Leonid frowned in displeasure, listening as it was explained that the visitor had traveled a great distance from the Cromwell Empire, a remote nation in the far north. Ben looked ahead and asked what business he wished to discuss. Sweat beaded on the secret envoy's face as he explained that he knew the Maroon Kingdom was preparing for war, and that the Cromwell Empire had a proposal. Lowering his eyebrows, the envoy stated that if they were promised the higher plains after victory, they would support the war with all their strength. He added that they were even willing to help make him the king of the Maroon Kingdom. The Duke frowned deeply. In his mind, a map appeared with a cross drawn across it. The Hierro Plains lay between the steep mountain ranges of the Maroon Kingdom and the Harmel Empire. Naturally, the Cromwell Empire desired this land to strengthen its defenses. However, the likelihood of this being a trap was low. Moments later, the leader of the nobles shook the young envoy's hand. Smiling faintly, Brennan said that he was glad to have such a reliable partner and looked forward to working together. Leonid clenched his jaw and replied that he hoped the man would not change his mind after the war, adding that he too anticipated their cooperation. As the door creaked open and the secret envoy departed down the corridor, the Duke grinned coldly and muttered that everything was proceeding exactly as planned. A phrase appeared in crimson letters, under one person but above the whole world. The Duke whispered that this phrase existed for his sake alone. There was only one person above him, and that person was an 8-year-old brat. Baring his teeth, Birchin declared that the country needed a real king, not a figurehead. Clenching his fist, he resolved that this true king would be him. Turning his gaze aside, the Duke remarked that he was pleased to see his guest in such high spirits. The leader of the nobles asked whether the visitor was from the GM Trading Union. JD leaned forward, and a music player hummed faintly in the background as he explained why he had come personally. The larger and more important the deal, the greater the changes it would bring. Looking straight ahead, the head of the GM Trading Union stated that he had decided to purchase future rations from territories where the enemy kingdom Parkle was currently buying supplies. He had also bought up as much grain as possible from the current market without causing major disruptions. Birchin curled his lips into a smile. He noted that he had already cut off the enemy's supply routes and secured resources to prevent internal instability. That alone was impressive for an adventurer. However, he admitted that he had never heard of buying rations in advance and asked how it was done. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that it was a concept known as futures trading. It involved signing contracts in advance to trade goods at a fixed price on a future date. The Duke placed a hand on his chin and admitted that it was an intriguing idea. It seemed that adventurers could indeed be useful. The young man replied modestly that the Duke was flattering him. Lowering his brows, the blonde added that, as the Duke could already guess, the GM Trading Union had staked everything on this deal. If there were no objections, he wished to confirm the enormous rights that had been promised earlier. After a brief pause, the Duke smiled faintly. Resting his palm on the arm of his chair, he asked whether the young man was in too much of a hurry. Apologizing lightly, he said that he was busy at the moment. Raising one finger, he asked whether it was not normal to discuss such matters after the war had ended. Sweat trickled down the blond man's cheek. Turning his gaze aside, he asked whether the Duke doubted him. The leader of the GM Trading Union clenched his jaw, realizing he had been cornered. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered that the Duke had seen through him. A second later, he replied calmly that he had no doubts at all. Birchin raised his hand and dismissed him, saying that he was late for another appointment. Lowering his gaze, the blonde complied. It was obvious that the Duke was smirking. Once alone in a vast chamber, Jagu slammed his fist into the wall, his expression dark. He was furious that this NPC dared to toy with him. Sweat poured down his face as he realized he had no choice. He had invested too much money to oppose the Duke directly. For now, he would have to play along and wait for the right moment. Imagining mountains of gold coins, he recalled that he had spent 500,000 gold coins to buy all the grain on the market, along with the entire 50 billion his father had invested. A shield emblem appeared before his eyes, and he realized that it was still far from enough to control Arcadia's grain supply. A symbolic handshake appeared as he reminded himself that this was why he had resorted to futures trading. Biting his lip, he calculated that the contracts promised 10 million gold coins. His thoughts jumped to a terrifying number, 1 trillion. If this plan failed, not only the GM Trading Union but the entire GM group would collapse. Lowering his gaze, he muttered that this truly was a last resort. He had acted in secret because he knew his father would oppose it. Clenching his fists, he told himself to calm down. War was inevitable, and when it came, grain prices would soar. This was not a gamble, but an investment in the future, and he was confident it would succeed. Frowning deeply, Jago reminded himself that this was the last chance he had been given. Suddenly, he raised his head in surprise. Turning around, he noticed someone approaching. The blonde rushed forward, asking him to wait. Jago's legs moved quickly, sweat flying from his face as he called out, asking whether he had missed him. The figure wore a robe with a hood pulled low. Jago muttered that it looked like a beginner's outfit worn by low-level adventurers. Clenching his jaw, he wondered what such a person was doing inside the Duke's mansion, who he was, and whether he had somehow discovered his plan. Slowly, the blond man stretched out his fingers. A system alert appeared behind Zhu, informing him that someone had entered the conference room. Almost instantly, servants wearing white masks emerged from the shadows. At the same time, the head of the Great GM Trade Union coldly ordered them to keep a close watch. If the intruder turned out to be a user, they were to bring him in immediately. The servants bowed and followed his command without hesitation. Frowning darkly, the boy muttered that he did not know who this person was, but he would never allow anyone to ruin his carefully laid plan. The view shifted as a long red carpet stretched forward. Holding a scroll in his hand, Duke Birchin examined it and noted that it even carried a recommendation from Count Bracken, adding that the Count was notoriously selective with such endorsements. Turning his gaze slightly, the Duke asked what had brought the visitor here. His tone sharpened as he warned that unless the man was deliberately trying to disgrace his honor by wasting his time, he had better have a very good reason. Opening his mouth without hesitation, Jae Young replied that he had come because he wanted to kill Count Bracken. Clenching the paper in his hand, the conspirator remarked that this was indeed a serious claim. Sunlight streamed in through the tall windows, as the protagonist smiled faintly and explained that Count Bracken believed eliminating him was the only way to prevent the war. That belief, in turn, had driven the Count to secretly plan his assassination. The leader of the nobles narrowed his eyes in confusion. Gritting his teeth, he asked whether the adventurer truly expected him to believe such words without proof. The protagonist raised the corners of his lips and calmly replied that if it was evidence he wanted, then he already had more than enough to remember. Birchin stared ahead for a moment before lowering his head and laughing, saying that it was nothing bad at all. At that moment, the Demon King, his jaw hanging open, shouted that he was the one who intended to kill him, while Count Bracken was still merely contemplating his next move. Ellie tilted her head and asked whether that distinction even mattered, since he was going to kill him anyway. Sweat formed on Satan's face as he wondered whether this bastard was doing all of this on purpose. The boy raised his index finger to his lips, signaling silence. Leaning back in his chair, the Duke admitted that he had never thought Count Bracken would reveal such a card, especially since he was known for his rigid sense of justice. The boy responded calmly that people were capable of anything, once they were driven into a corner. Crossing his palms together, the conspirator asked why the adventurer was sharing this information with him. Jae Young simply smiled and asked in return whether the reason was not already obvious. At those words, the noble leader's pupils shrank sharply. Jae Young stated that he believed an experienced and wise man should rule as king, rather than an immature child. The Lord's lips slowly curled upward. Smiling openly now, the protagonist added that he believed the kingdom would be far better under the Duke's leadership. Suddenly the man placed his palm against his forehead and burst into loud laughter. With his jaw clenched in satisfaction, Birchin asked for his name. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist gave it calmly. The boy then reached out and shook the Duke's hand. Studying him closely, the conspirator remarked that he had a good feeling about their future cooperation. Raising his eyebrows slightly, the young man replied that he hoped he would live up to those expectations. The scene shifted once more, revealing a massive palace. A teenager walked calmly down the street outside. Ellie crossed her fingers and muttered that she had never expected him to lie so effortlessly. At the same time, the Demon King asked what he truly intended to gain by acting as a mediator for both sides. Turning his gaze aside, the adventurer asked whether he really did not understand. He then answered plainly that he was gathering influence. Both familiars widened their eyes in confusion as various emblems appeared before them. Jae Young explained that the war would happen no matter what. The only uncertainty was who would ignite it. The Duke's expression turned menacing as the protagonist added that, in the end, it did not even matter who started it. Extending his index finger, the boy said there was only one certainty. When chaos erupted because of the war, he would shoulder great responsibility. Just as with the slime incident, that responsibility would allow him to gain even more influence. Lowering his brows, Satan asked whether that meant the war would benefit him. If that was the case, why had he not simply sided with Duke Birchin from the beginning? Smiling faintly, the youth replied that it would not have worked. Looking toward Tan, he explained that if Duke Birchin became king immediately, there would be no one left to fight. That was why he needed to stand on Count Bracken's side first. Tan stared at him in disbelief, and asked what kind of twisted logic that was. Sweat began to trickle down the familiar's cheek, as the adventurer narrowed his eyes. He explained that a war with a foreign power was not the only form of chaos that could arise. An internal conflict was far more unpredictable. Two overlapping wars would create absolute disorder. He then asked whether they could even imagine how much benefit he could gain from such a situation. Jae Young exclaimed that if the war doubled, then the influence would double as well. The Demon King stared at him with his mouth slightly open and muttered that he was a crazy bastard. A book filled with Satan's notes suddenly appeared. The familiar scribbled inside it, muttering that if one was going to betray others, then one should never fully take anyone's side. Frowning, Tan added that he should act while thinking only of his own benefit. Raising his hands with satisfaction, the protagonist declared that his influence was steadily growing. However, he sharply bit his lips upon hearing the way they addressed him. Figures in dark robes appeared nearby and invited him to talk. Their eyes glowed with a sinister red light. Smiling faintly, the young man replied that it sounded fun. The view shifted once more to the grand building of the GM Trade Union. People dressed in black robes stood in every corner of the room, white masks covering their faces. As silence filled the hall, a voice suddenly welcomed the guest to GM. Placing his hands firmly on the table, the atmosphere grew heavy. Jay asked calmly why he had not taken a seat. Jae Young's eyes widened with delight as he replied that it was a great honor for him. He added cheerfully that they had even provided an escort, despite the size of their group. Placing his palms together, the head of the great GM Trade Union remarked that they had more than enough manpower and said that the matter itself was quite simple. Closing his lips, the protagonist briefly reflected on the fact that his character's name had not been recognized as he had expected. At the same time, his interlocutor frowned, clearly having arrived at the same realization. Standing before the son of the GM Group chairman, the player sensed a strong feeling of suspicion. His hair fell over his eyes as he asked why he had been summoned here. Looking straight at him, Jay replied that he merely wanted to verify something and apologized in advance if it made him uncomfortable. The necromancer dropped his jaw in surprise and asked what exactly needed to be verified, noting that such a reason was highly unusual. He then directly asked what Jay wanted to check. The pupils of the head of the Great GM Trade Union shrank visibly as he asked what the adventurer had discussed with Duke Birchin. Jae Young closed his eyes and answered that he did not know, adding that he did not believe he had any obligation to explain himself. Suddenly the boy slammed his fist onto the table. Turning his head aside, the son of the GM Group chairman assumed that his guest did not understand the gravity of the situation he was in. Bright white streams flared behind the young man. Tan peeked out from behind his master's neck, indignant at the thought process unfolding before them as the other party was already furious. Ellie agreed, adding that even God himself would not tolerate such provocation. The protagonist silently wondered what he should do next. Men wearing white masks appeared, and the player recalled that only 2 people had escorted him here. Now a group of men in black robes stood facing him. The necromancer quickly counted and realized there were 5 more stationed at the entrance, making at least 7 in total. Jigu ground his teeth in anger. The protagonist noted that although he had not revealed his name, the information he had already given suggested that they were confident he would not escape. Magical particles began to float above his palm as he accepted that he had no real choice. If necessary, he could always resort to divine descent. A cabinet standing against the wall came into view as a polite voice asked him not to misunderstand. Bowing slightly, John explained that they merely wanted to know whether Duke Birchin had given him a quest. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he had finally encountered someone worth talking to, before remarking that this did not look like a simple inquiry. Suddenly Ju slammed his palm onto the table and pointed forward, shouting that he did not care what kind of relationship the adventurer had with Duke Birchin, but he would not allow interference in his affairs. He added that everything would be fine as long as he never saw him with the Duke again. Crossing his arms, Jae Young calmly asked what would happen if he did. Grinding his teeth, the head of the Great GM Trade Union replied that from that moment onward, the game, or rather life itself, would become extremely difficult for him. At that instant, the young man spread his fingers wide, and someone grabbed his tie. John frowned sharply and told the young master to calm down, warning that he had crossed the line. The son of the GM Group chairman clenched his jaw in alarm. Closing his eyes, the old man apologized, explaining that he had invested heavily in Duke Birchin and had therefore become overly emotional. He promised to explain everything properly. Looking down at the floor, Jae Young thought about how unusual this situation was. The CEO's eyes gleamed as he explained that they were part of an unusual branch, one that belonged to the GM Group itself. The protagonist's pupils narrowed in shock as burning candles appeared around them. He asked whether they were referring to the GM Group, and the man confirmed it. At that moment, a bag filled with gold coins was placed on the table. The adventurer lowered the corners of his lips, as the CEO explained that they had invested heavily in Arcadia, or more precisely, in Duke Birchin himself. He added that he could not reveal all the details, but believed the adventurer would understand the offer given the amount of money involved. Jag pressed his fingers against his forehead, as his subordinate asked what the unidentified adventurer thought. Jae Young lowered his chin when asked if he understood. Being referred to as unidentified made the necromancer smirk. With a broad smile, he replied that he understood perfectly and asked whether all he had to do was refuse the task given to him by Duke Birchin. The members of the Great GM Trade Union stared at him in silence. The moon shone brightly in the night sky. Satan flew in front of the hosts and remarked that in the end, these people also wanted a war. The Archangel added that it would have been better to speak honestly from the beginning, as honesty was important. With a faint smirk, the protagonist said that it was fine, but he had not expected to be offered money. Looking ahead, he considered the obvious truth that the GM Group sought to profit from the war, perhaps through military equipment or some agreement with Duke Byrne. However, he realized that this had nothing to do with him. If a war broke out, it would only benefit him. The protagonist walked through a forest bathed in moonlight. Narrowing his eyes, the necromancer stated that he could not allow everything to go smoothly for such an arrogant and wealthy young master. Jae Young declared that he had made his decision. Suddenly, his familiars widened their eyes in shock. Resting his fingers on his chin, the protagonist stated that he needed to kill Duke Birchin. Ellie clenched her fists in excitement. Ten dropped his jaw and shouted that their master had gone insane again, arguing that there was no need to kill an innocent duke, and suggesting they simply move on. Ellie exclaimed that he was finally acting honestly. Since he had decided, she insisted that he should send an invitation for a duel, which would allow him to keep his promise to Count Brocken. Lowering his chin, the adventurer reminded her that he had already explained why that would not work, and would only worsen the situation. He added coldly that he intended to kill the Duke without anyone knowing. Ellie's eyes widened in fear. The Archangel closed her eyes and cried out that she would not be able to help him this time. She wished him luck without divine intervention. to which he quietly asked her not to be like that. Gritting his teeth, the Demon King could not comprehend what was unfolding as the girl screamed that killing was an act of cowardice, an evil deed that denied the enemy a chance to bid farewell to their loved ones. She pleaded with him not to use the power of heaven recklessly, and begged him to consider the gravity of the situation. At that moment, the familiar began to grin widely, an evil smile curling across his face. The boy's mind raced, trying to figure out what was about to happen. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion as Satan called out to him. Tan frowned, asking if his master intended to borrow a power similar to that of the demon realm, adding, with a hint of caution, that it would be contingent on the user's consent. Jae Young dropped his jaw, utterly confused, and asked what his assistant meant. Satan bared his teeth, growling that it was true. He could indeed provide such power. The protagonist's eyes glowed brilliantly as he drew magical symbols in the air with his finger, his mind sharpening with anticipation. The familiar announced that the ritual would begin. Suddenly a magical seal appeared beneath the adventurer's feet. An energy particle splashed across the forest clearing. The adventurer lowered the corners of his lips, slightly confused. A notification materialized above the magical symbol. His contract with the demon realm had been successfully concluded. Now he could temporarily borrow the influence and power of the demon realm. A purple glow enveloped his palm as an evil grin spread across his face. In that instant, a hologram of the system screen appeared before him, presenting the opportunity to choose a character. Light flashed in Jada's eyes as he considered his options. "This is interesting," he murmured thoughtfully. Folding his hands, Tan asked if his master liked any of the available choices. Ja replied that they were far better than he had imagined. "If the heavenly side focuses on raw strength," he explained, "then the demonic path emphasizes useful and practical skills." The demon familiar, watching silently, admitted he did not fully understand, but it was clear that his master approved. Turning to the side, the protagonist asked why his familiar had not mentioned this sooner. "It would have been nice to have more options," he added. "If only I had known earlier." Covering the archangel's mouth with his hand, Satan said there was no reason for it. The adventurer had never asked yet assumed he would need heavenly power. The adventurer smirked, questioning whether Tan truly thought he would not care. Tan shrugged, admitting he surely would. Smiling widely, the protagonist joked that choosing felt like shopping. Tapping his finger on the system screen, he selected a character. Peeking over his shoulder, the Demon King asked why he chose that one. Jag explained that he had seen it in a history book in the library. Suddenly, Ellie's pupils shrank, her eyes widening in realization. Magical particles swirled around the Death Legion's face, and a glowing sphere appeared in the undead hands. The adventurer's reputation as the pinnacle of necromancy was revealed. A dark mage who had defeated the Empire and 4 kingdoms, spreading fear across the continent. Where his legion passed, no living soul remained. Even centuries later, his name was whispered with dread. A bright moon illuminated the night sky as the Lich, the personification of death, emerged. Jaun's lips curled down in confusion. He noticed guards passing by on the street, and realized this was the perfect opportunity for a test. The knight's eyes bulged in anticipation, and a partner urged him to watch the rooftops. A drop of sweat ran down a soldier's cheek, as he spotted a black silhouette beneath the moonlight. With a malicious smile, the adventurer murmured something about divine descent. In that instant, the Lich burst forth from his soul. Soldiers spread their legs in fear as the red-faced undead, cloaked in black, materialized. Guards shivered at the chill in the air, unaware that the system reported a demon realm creature had temporarily taken over the player's body. Jae Young, inhabiting the undead, tilted his head slightly. The protagonist grinned, confirming that his skills were as formidable as expected. The soldiers clenched their teeth as he felt the overwhelming flow of sinister energy, recognizing it as high-level dark magic. At the edge of the roof, the player in the black robe prepared to give his all. Clenching his jaw, he shouted that they would never capture him alive. Lander, observing from behind, warned that verifying his identity would be impossible if things went poorly. "Now is not the time to prioritize that," he shouted. A sharp sword cut through the air. The warrior exclaimed that the entire mansion of Duke Byrne could fall under his control if they failed. A smirk spread across the dark adventurer's face as he began his assault. Streams of black magic cascaded from the roof to the ground. The soldiers gritted their teeth in alarm. One thrust his sword into the earth, activating the Holy Shield skill. The necromancer noted approvingly that the two-handed swordsman was clever. The rumors about Duke Byrne's guard were evidently true. As the guard rushed to attack, Jiang remarked that he was a typical paladin. The young man furrowed his brows, shouting an apology to the nameless invader, but declaring that he would fight with all his strength. Unlocking his holy power, the soldier activated the Blade of Justice skill, causing his weapon to glow brilliantly. The battlefield was set. Dark magic against holy might, an epic confrontation between death incarnate and steadfast valor. The protagonist's lips curled into an evil grin, as he explained that their classes were completely incompatible. His pupils widened sharply, a mix of excitement and calculation flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, he used the spiritual spear ability to summon a massive creature on the opposite side of the building. The warrior in front of him froze, jaw-dropping in alarm, only to lose one of his eyes in a shocking instant. Staggering back, he gasped, "A necromancer?" Lander's gaze darted to the fallen sword on the ground as he screamed in fear. The young adventurer's pupils bulged. A lich should not have been able to emerge from the Maroon Kingdom. Stepping aside, a soldier shouted the alarm, warning everyone that a lich had appeared, and that all forces needed to gather immediately. The dark creature extended its hand, and murmurs spread among the guards. There were more. Jay Young, calm and focused, pointed 2 fingers forward and explained that the necromancer was most vulnerable while summoning the undead. Even with divine descent, he did not intend to face the entire guard at once. Sweat dripped down the faces of the soldiers. Moments later, the exhausted youth collapsed weakly to the floor. The protagonist's eyes glowed brightly as he declared that he now possessed everything he needed. "Shall we try it?" he asked. With the Resurrection Dead skill, the fallen soldiers began rising into the air. A powerful magical flash erupted, scattering particles of dark energy across the space. From the shadows, a dark knight appeared. A low-ranking undead ghoul warrior. Streams of energy coalesced around its skeletal frame, transforming it into a mid-rank undead, a death knight. The necromancer smirked, commenting that the arrogant young master of the GM group would find his plans interrupted once he intervened. A silhouette hovered over the magic seal, a mage, unmistakably a necromancer. An army of skeletons in knight armor materialized, their numbers limitless as long as mana was poured into the corpses. Energy clots formed in front of the protagonist, demonstrating that even a single necromancer was a formidable force. Soldiers stood in ranks, oblivious to the small skull glowing in the skeleton's palms, a grim reminder of why necromancers were so devastating in full-scale wars or sieges. The undead army advanced, chasing the protagonist as he cried out loudly, commanding them forward. Jane, observing the battlefield, guessed that the connection had been severed, feeling a mix of relief and excitement. The ambush had been planned perfectly. The knight, confused and desperate, ordered his comrades to stop the advancing undead, fearing they would be completely cut off. Crosses marked the skeleton's armor, a grim indication that these soldiers had fallen and now served another master. The boy's pupils widened in shock. There were too many to handle. The necromancer smirked, pitying them while pointing forward. "Even so, don't despair. I will put you all to good use." Suddenly, a colossal monster materialized in front of the soldiers. Alarmed cries pierced the night as blood splattered into the air, dark magic enveloping the soldiers' bodies. Those behind the protagonist fell to their knees in fear. Gritting his teeth, the young necromancer congratulated his new recruits. "You all have a special task now," he declared. "Seek out the one who abandoned you all, Duke Birchin." The resurrected soldiers bowed, their eyes glowing with murderous intent. Dark magical splashes rose into the night sky, as the protagonist narrowed his eyes, warning Duke Birchin that if he wanted to survive he would need to hide carefully. The futile attempt to resist him had begun. Dark energy consumed every house in the city, and a terrified Duke crawled out from under his blanket, frowning in indignation. "Who's there?" he demanded, not understanding the chaos. The door creaked open, and an assistant shouted that he must flee immediately. Birchin, confused, protested, "There's no safer place than my mansion in the Maroon Kingdom." Tears streaked his face as the assistant explained that a lich had appeared on his estate. Alarmed and gritting his teeth, Birchin realized the magnitude of the threat. Streams of dark magic seeped into the room as servants scrambled to gather the holy knights. The protagonist observed everything calmly. Suddenly, waves of magical aura swept across the room, filling it with brilliant rays of dark energy. Skeletons surged forward, moving with terrifying speed. Blood splattered across the floor as one undead stepped on the Duke's back. Spreading his arms, Birchin commanded his enemies to stay back, demanding to know where this evil spirit had come from. His pupils shrank as the sight of the massive malevolent creature before him struck terror into his heart. The evil giant towered over him, and the Duke screamed in horror, completely unprepared for the forces now unleashed against him. The night had turned into a nightmare, and the city itself trembled under the shadow of death incarnate. The nobleman's eyes fell on the sword. The tip of the blade shimmered, surrounded by tiny particles of magic, and Lender gripped the hilt tightly, knuckles whitening. Looking at the approaching warriors from the realm of the dead, Duke Birchin's heart sank. Not only was the massive creature before him formidable, but these were also his former knights, now risen as undead soldiers. A cold drop of sweat ran down his cheek as he whispered a prayer that no one would tell him a lich had appeared, not in this mansion, and certainly not in the Burgundy Kingdom. Gritting his teeth, Jang's eyes sparkled with joy. "I found it," he muttered. Behind the enormous monster, the silhouette of the protagonist emerged, eyes gleaming with a bright, malicious light. "Nice to meet you, Ben," the adventurer said, his grin widening. The nobleman's eyes narrowed. "Are you the adventurer from before? Are you here looking for me?" he asked cautiously. "If you had business you would have sought me properly," he added. The protagonist's face remained hidden beneath the hood, and yet his aura radiated power. The Duke hesitated, uncertain of what this young figure wanted, and what he might demand, knowing he could provide anything. Then, a sinister smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and the words froze the Duke in terror. "I want you dead," he said calmly. Tears welled in Birchin's eyes. Why are you doing this?" he choked out. Jae Young's lips curled into a cold smile. "Take a breath," he said, his tone almost gentle, "and think carefully. Shouldn't you have been more cautious about who you chose to cross?" Sweat poured down the Duke's face as he realized the magnitude of the situation. The protagonist spoke with chilling indifference. He did not care about the war, the crown, or the potential profits from either. The Duke, trembling on the floor, stammered, asking how this young man could know so much. The adventurer Sip's grin widened. "You shouldn't have gotten on my nerves," he said. "How can anything be done properly with these brainless idiots around? Perhaps in the next life you'll achieve more, if NPCs even have a next life." The nobleman pleaded, begging for his life, promising to comply with whatever the protagonist demanded. Without a word, the necromancer turned, signaling it was time to end this. Skeletons surged forward, and Birchin's eyes widened in dread. His long-standing ambitions, his legacy, all seemed destined to vanish. The monstrous figure swung its sword, severing limbs with terrifying precision. Birchin's arm fell to the floor. The system confirmed the Duke's death, noting that with his demise the execution of his final plans had ceased. 321 related quests were deleted, and the protagonist received the title of Noble Assassin. A notification confirmed that the additional quest had been completed, awarding the adventurer 53,000 influence points. Smiling at the screen, he commented that he had anticipated this outcome, noting that the influence points were generous compared to his previous exploits. The Demon King cheered at his master's gain, while Ellie sensed the surge of power emanating from him. Through the sweat on his face, the necromancer reflected that these little scammers certainly had a knack for detecting opportunity. Jae Young asked Tan if there was a time limit on using the Argamer Lich, and Tan replied that it could be wielded as long as influence was maintained. The protagonist held out his palm, acknowledging the rules as a purple aura flared. He activated Resurrect the Dead once more, and the Duke's severed head lifted from the floor. "If you start going to ruin everything," the boy said coldly, "you might as well do it right." His eyes narrowed, and he added, "Many places are still waiting for destruction." Across the continent, under the serene moonlight streaming through stained glass, the Holy Father of the Empire struggled to sleep, worrying about lost lambs in the night. Sylvia, peering into the chamber, approached him cautiously. Amal leaned in, asking if she knew anything about the source of this darkness, even the smallest clue. The saint lowered her gaze, voice trembling, and revealed that the man who had died had cried out his final words, "Duke Birchin." The priest shuddered. The name carried weight. The Duke was the true power behind the Maroon Kingdom. Sylvia covered her face, tears streaming, mourning the innocent lives caught in the maelstrom. The Holy Father comforted her, explaining that the divine had used her as a messenger, that she remained safe, and that this vision was a warning, not a reality. Even as another voice addressed the clergy, the shadow of death stretched across the Burgundy Kingdom, its dark tendrils reaching into every corner, heralding chaos and the rise of an unstoppable power. On the holy night, Ago Deal knelt on one knee and announced his arrival. With a solemn expression, he stated that he was awaiting orders. Amin looked at the warrior, thanked him for coming, and informed him that the saint had received a vision from God. He was ordered to conduct a thorough investigation into what had happened to Duke Brennan, and to search for any traces of darkness. At the same time, the undead began roaming through the Duke's lands. Notifications poured in one after another, reporting confusion, declining productivity, weakened military strength, and frightened citizens abandoning the territory. Jaeng reached for the duchy's banner. As his hand closed around it, he declared that this was the end. Dark flames erupted, and the flag burned away completely. Soon after, the protagonist stood atop the fortress wall, reading the notifications announcing the quest's completion and his newly acquired title. He found the sight magnificent. Pulling back his hood, he remarked that being a necromancer was surprisingly good, and that if he had known earlier, he would have chosen this class without hesitation. His undead army marched through the city streets in disciplined ranks. The youth frowned slightly, and muttered that seeing corpses every day would be difficult. Yet he could not deny that Lichreimer's army of the dead was an overwhelmingly powerful force. With more than 60,000 influence collected, the outcome could be considered a huge profit. Even so, the adventurer was not satisfied. He realized that if the situation dragged on, it would only become worse. Looking at his own hand, he reflected that this power was still borrowed through divine descent. The longer he used it, the more influence it would consume, and he might end up offering more than he had gained as a reward. Tang shuddered when the master asked how much influence had been spent so far, and cautiously asked whether he truly wanted to know. The demon pulled out a calculator and began to calculate. Jiang had killed the Duke, scattered his entire army, and destroyed part of the territory, or rather, nearly all of it. Regardless, the number of deaths had to be counted. After finishing the calculation, Satan winked at the young man and declared that the cost exceeded 42,000 influence. He called him a weakling, then immediately corrected himself, addressing him instead as an expensive customer. The protagonist glanced sideways at the familiar, clearly remembering the insult, while Satan denied ever saying such a thing. Indignant, the adventurer protested that the price was far too high and demanded a discount. The demon was stunned. Waving his hands, he told the expensive customer to wait. Did he really think this was a street market? They used a fixed price system. Since the owner had used the power as he pleased, it was only fair to pay the appropriate price. Still, Satan reminded him that he was a VIP customer. Shouldn't there be a special discount or coupons for someone like him? Satan clenched his fist and cursed him as a crazy bastard, saying it was just a figure of speech and not some department store promotion. In response, Jae Young smirked and threatened to deal exclusively with Ellie if no discount was offered. The angel immediately looked at the owner with sparkling eyes. Tang raised 4 fingers and announced the price as 40,000. The young man raised an eyebrow and countered with 35. After several seconds of intense bargaining, the demon clenched his fist, convinced he was being mocked. Even the saint looked on in horror. Finally, the amount of 36,500 was announced. Satan rushed at the protagonist, shouting that he could not give any further discounts, and that he could do whatever he wanted. With a satisfied smile, the young man replied that this was enough. They shook hands, and the system immediately announced that the player had become the first person to fool the Demon King. The adventurer stared at the system window in disbelief, as he saw that his negotiation skill had increased by 7 ranks at once. Tang began flying around in panic, screaming that he was suffering an unbearable loss, while the angel laughed and remarked that this was the price he had to pay for stealing someone else's idea. The boy thought that achieving such a result when a familiar was the target was truly impressive. He sighed and looked down, noticing that the country was now in complete disarray. When he announced that he would leave for a while and asked his familiars to wait for him, they panicked and asked where he was going, insisting that they could not do anything without him. With a serious expression, the young man replied that he had something to finish. Smirking, he added that they would learn the details in time, something he was very much looking forward to before logging out. The player opened his eyes in his room and walked over to his computer. He quickly discovered that the news had already spread across the game forums, with users passionately discussing what had happened. The protagonist smiled in satisfaction. This was exactly the confusion he had anticipated. He wondered how people would react if they learned that he was responsible for both the slime incident and this one, though he had no intention of being caught. Stretching, the boy decided that now that everything was in place, it was time to act. Smirking, Jae Young said aloud that it was time to prepare to ruin this young master's life. The protagonist had always loved MMORPGs, and this was far from the first time he had dealt with people like Ju in the GM group. Drawing on his past experiences, he had developed the perfect method to handle those who abused their power to commit all kinds of injustices. From the moment Jae Young decided to bully Jae, he had been quietly preparing this plan. The cursor moved through a series of video files, and with a triumphant grin, he announced that he had found it. Typing rapidly on the keyboard, the player laughed as he recalled how he had asked Tan and Ellie to track and monitor everything. The rest was simple. He would erase all traces of his own involvement and edit the footage to make it appear as though events unfolded naturally. In the video, the Duke could be seen smirking as he asked how much profit they could make. With the same expression, Jagyu replied that it would depend on how high grain prices rose, but estimated profits would reach around 8 million gold. The scoundrel leaned back in his chair and muttered that if Duke Birchin kept his word, the GM trading company would dominate the entire continent. In the Burgundy Kingdom alone, the profits from monopolizing grain production would be only the beginning. He would make 10 times that amount. No, several hundred times more. The blonde continued to smirk, as he added that it was all thanks to idiots, who were merely playing and enjoying the game. He even hoped that a war would break out soon. At that moment the protagonist finished editing. With a satisfied grin, the boy muttered aloud that this should be enough. Now that the video had been posted online, he could hardly wait to see everyone's reaction. The glow from the monitor illuminated the darkened room. The chair before the computer was empty. Meanwhile, views and comments on the video detailing the incident involving Birch and the duchy in Arcadia continued to skyrocket, and Jag saw everything unfold in real time. His face twisted in horror as he realized that his end had come. John suddenly appeared behind the young master. Seeing his state, he demanded to know what was going on and how their private conversation had been leaked. The old man rubbed his chin, deep in thought. There should not have been any users present. In response, the blonde snapped that if no one had been there, then the video would never have appeared. John smashed the monitor with his fist, cursing furiously. Clenching his hands, the villain swore that whoever was responsible would be found and killed using every resource at his disposal. The CEO placed a hand on the young man's shoulder and said that he understood his feelings. However, hunting down the culprit was not the most important issue right now. The priority was to block the video at all costs, because if it continued to spread, it would severely disrupt GM Group's operations. At that moment, the phone on the table vibrated. The chairman's name appeared on the screen. Jagyu realized that his father was calling and rushed forward, while John instantly understood that they were already too late. Panic spread across the young man's face as he realized that he was truly finished. At 9 o'clock that evening, breaking news reported that an incident had occurred in the popular game Arcadia Online. A video showing a user abusing the game's economic system and attempting to seize resources had become a hot topic across the city. To everyone's shock, it was revealed that the true culprit behind the incident was GM Group. The report further stated that Arcadia Korea, a subsidiary of Ajin Electronic, had discovered that GM Group had invested a massive amount of capital to purchase in-game gold. The most shocking detail was the sum involved, estimated at around $750,000. The host continued, explaining that GM Group was now awaiting statements from the Fair Trade Commission and the prosecutor's office. Mayan watched the broadcast and chuckled softly, noting the uproar it had caused. This was the first time something that existed purely in virtual reality had created such a powerful impact in the real world. To her, it was hardly surprising. Mongan frowned and asked whether it was truly acceptable to let the public know about this incident. The president placed her palms on the table and replied that this was an excellent opportunity to make an example of GM Group for other corporations that were closely watching them. The director countered with confidence, saying that GM Group would not simply sit back and accept this. Mayan smirked and suggested that they should see it through to the end, no matter what it took. The man was taken aback. The president turned to Mai Han and asked who he thought would suffer more if the incident was fully exposed. She did not believe GM Group was foolish enough to underestimate the consequences. The director closed his eyes, and when the girl added that it was time to teach them that trying to play dirty in the world they had created would lead to serious consequences, he could not help but think that she had real nerve. Mayan narrowed her eyes, indifferent to what might happen to some third-rate corporation. To her, the most important figure was the mysterious user who had uploaded the video. The president straightened and began listing the past incidents: the slime invasion, the iron ore slaves, and the Birch and Duchy affair. That single user's actions had caused massive disruptions, not only within the game but beyond it. Laughing, the girl asked her colleague whether he noticed a pattern forming. At that very moment, the unknown and mysterious user was slumped over his desk at the university, slowly drifting off to sleep. Jae Young suddenly perked up and excitedly asked his friend if he had heard about the GM Group investment scandal. He talked about how they had encountered a powerful NPC named Birchin and tried to pull off something completely insane. Yawning, Jae Young asked why a major corporation would bother meddling in games. His friend shot back indignantly, saying he clearly did not understand. The young man explained that the game's economy was large enough to attract real-world corporations, that NPCs once dismissed as mere systems now displayed complex thoughts and decisions, and that the fact this incident had made real-world headlines was thrilling. With eyes shining, the student concluded that Arcadia was more than just a game. It was a complete world that truly existed. The protagonist chuckled and agreed, thinking to himself that everything was progressing exactly as planned. It was not just Jang who was captivated by Arcadia. The protagonist noticed that the other students were reacting exactly as he had anticipated. He picked up his phone, and the first thing he saw was Jago's tense expression splashed across the news. Smiling faintly, he thought that he had taught that scoundrel a proper lesson. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the classroom. The young man raised his eyebrows. He had never heard that voice before. The stranger placed his palms on the teacher's desk and introduced himself with a smile as Piligan, a member of Arcadia's R&D team. He explained that he would be in charge of today's special lecture and added that he was a senior at this institution. He hoped everyone had been listening carefully to Professor Tun, as despite the lectures being somewhat dull, they contained many useful insights. Jay stared at the newcomer in surprise, while someone in the room shouted at the brat to stop talking nonsense and start the lecture. Jay was genuinely shocked that this person was actually an Arcadia employee. At the same time, within the game world, Tan yawned lazily and wondered aloud when his master would return. He was unbearably bored. Suddenly an ominous sensation jolted him awake. Satan sat upright, his expression darkening as he struggled to understand the vile force he felt approaching. An unusual presence was drawing near. In the distance, a massive squad of knights advanced toward the ruined duchy, and the sheer size of their force was overwhelming. Tan gritted his teeth and concluded that he needed to get out of the area immediately. And what was that woman with chicken wings doing at a time like this? Before he could dwell on it further, a paladin stepped forward to face the squad of undead. The demon could hardly believe that such people had appeared while the master was absent. Egodil raised his hand. Brilliant light spells burst forth from his fingers, washing over the undead. They were instantly engulfed by the holy radiance. their forms burning away. One of them barely managed to let out a faint sound before collapsing. In the end, only empty armor remained scattered across the ground. The holy knight dropped to one knee and whispered a prayer, wishing his fallen friend eternal rest. Noticing the cross engraved on the armor, the paladin muttered that it was a terrible sight, yet everything aligned perfectly with the saint's prophecy. Grinding his teeth, Agodil expressed regret that he had not learned of this sooner. Without even turning to look at his men, he declared that their investigation had come to an end. The undead they had just eliminated were of above-average rank. If creatures at the entrance were already this powerful, pressing further would only lead to casualties. Fear spread among the soldiers at those words. Turning back to them, the paladin ordered that the Holy Father be informed immediately. Agodil specifically instructed them to report that a lich capable of leaving a mark on history had appeared. Meanwhile, in the real world, a special lecture was beginning in the university's second auditorium. Pilgin stood at the podium with a smile and explained the reason for his appearance. He was conducting a test related to achieving the world's first degree in virtual reality engineering, a field meant to follow the dreams of young people and turn them into reality. He confidently stated that everyone present should already know about the direct connection between virtual reality and the human brain, emphasizing that this connection was the core technology behind virtual reality itself. He went on to explain that just as people had different faces, their brains also differed. Each individual used unique signal patterns to communicate with machines. In other words, there were deviations. Pagan's gaze sharpened as he concluded that true talent for virtual reality did exist. The protagonist's eyebrows rose slightly in interest. With a smile, Pagan added that the speed at which the brain and machine exchanged electrical signals depended on this talent. This metric was called synchronization speed. As students whispered among themselves, the lecturer continued, explaining that they should have encountered this concept before. Today he would measure their synchronization speed. It would be a valuable experience, he said, before asking who wanted to try first. A hand shot up. Two stood and volunteered. Murmurs rippled through the room as he added that it sounded interesting. Jae Young lowered his head in disappointment, prompting the protagonist to ask what was wrong. Glancing sideways at the upstart, he suddenly remembered that this was the guy who had injured his hand before. He recalled hearing that this person had been in the same high school class as his friend, and was likely the leader of the group that included the girl he liked. Letting out a quiet breath, the player decided it was better not to dwell on it. When the young man introduced himself, the protagonist's eyes widened. With a smirk, Tessa said that he was looking forward to being in the same class as the gopher's friend. He then apologized for the delay, explaining that his seat had been farther away than he thought. Pilgin waved it off and asked him to come forward. A nervous smile appeared on Jae Young's face, as he tried to figure out what this guy was planning. The lecturer presented a capsule used to measure synchronization speed, explaining that there was another machine normally used for this purpose. However, since the test was unofficial, this would suffice. The accuracy might be slightly lower, but it would still provide reliable speed measurements. Tessa smiled stiffly when Pilgin assured everyone that it was completely safe, privately thinking that such information should have been shared before he stepped inside. Pilgin took out a tablet and suggested they begin. The machine hummed to life as the capsule lit up. Tessa's expression remained calm. He was confident that the results would be impressive. There was no way he would score low. This was the perfect opportunity to show everyone the difference between himself and the others, especially that Gopher Jae Young and the hoodie-wearing guy who always lingered around him. He disliked them both, particularly the protagonist, whose indifferent gaze annoyed him. Smiling to himself, he resolved to use this chance to completely trample them. Soon, the device displayed a result of 21.12%. Pilgin stared at the screen in amazement, and admitted that it was an impressive score. On average, most people reached only the mid-20s, and this was already quite high. Tessa climbed out of the capsule with a satisfied smile. When he heard that he had nearly broken the record, which stood at 26%, he said modestly that he was flattered. Encouraged, the lecturer turned to the class and asked if anyone wanted to go next. Taking advantage of the moment, the upstart pointed directly at Jae Young and nominated him, completely missing the smirk on Jae's face. Jae Young glanced apologetically at his friend as he stood, thinking that this situation was somehow his fault. In response, he was reassured that everything was fine. Meeting his rival's gaze, he added calmly that it did look interesting. Once Jae Young was inside the capsule, Pilgin announced the start of the measurement. The protagonist smirked as the indicators began soaring past the previously recorded values. Sparks flickered across the machine. Jae Young stared in disbelief and muttered that this was incredible. An assistant cried out in panic, saying the synchronization speed appeared abnormal, and that the machine was experiencing errors, urging them to shut it down immediately. Pilgin stopped her. Though he was shocked himself, he stated firmly that this was not an error, Finally, the machine powered down. The screen displayed a staggering result of nearly 93%. With wide eyes, the lecturer announced that the measurement was complete. Tessa stared at the number in horror and cursed aloud. As the students struggled to process what they had just witnessed, the staff member immediately asked Jae Young whether he had ever played Arcadia. When he answered no, Pilgin pressed on, asking about other computer games, convinced that he possessed an extraordinary talent. Jae Young continued to feign ignorance. At last, the protagonist removed his glasses and smiled, remarking that the experience had been truly interesting. After the lecture ended, Jae Young unwrapped his kimbap. On his phone screen, Jae was delivering an official apology. The young man noticed how many people were asking for forgiveness these days. As he took a bite, he realized that this was exactly why he felt so satisfied. Looking down at his phone, the adventurer noted that as the news spread across media outlets, the number of views was skyrocketing. It was not limited to Korea either. Reactions were pouring in from all over the world. Thanks to this, he no longer had to worry about money. Even so, he observed that the income was slightly less than expected, and concluded that the video platform employees were severely underpaid. Still, it was more than enough to ease his concerns about rent and his capsule debt. The boy clutched his food and muttered aloud that if he exchanged the item he had obtained by giving up influence for money right now, this might be the last time he ever ate kimbap as a university student. When his name was suddenly called, Jae Young turned around. Seeing his friend panting heavily, he asked what was wrong, only for the other to shout in excitement that he was incredible. To think that his synchronization speed had reached 92%. Even Taisu had only managed 21. Clenching his fists, Jae Young added that his own score was merely 15%, and that even the professors were talking about his friend. The protagonist tried to steer the conversation elsewhere, suggesting that they try a new type of kimbap that tasted quite good. Winston replied that he had already eaten at the student cafeteria. Hearing that everyone had such a positive impression of him, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Scratching the back of his head, the red-haired man admitted that his friend was truly amazing in every way. The adventurer frowned slightly when his companion confessed that he was extremely curious about what would happen if he played Arcadia. Jay's eyes widened when Jae Young casually admitted that he was already playing it. Perhaps it was because everything had gone exactly according to plan that day. Or maybe it was because the new kimbap the protagonist had eaten without much thought was unexpectedly delicious. Maybe the weather was simply nice. For some unknown reason, the boy decided to tell someone for the first time that he had been playing Arcadia since its open beta. By revealing his in-game nickname, he exposed his identity to his friend. An awkward silence followed. Jae Young stood there in a daze, not immediately believing what he had just heard. Looking down, he repeated the name Dex, trying to process it. His eyes widened in shock. Of course he knew that name. Every Korean gamer did. The #1 player across countless games of different genres. But that legendary ranker could not possibly be his classmate. With a confused smile, the red-haired young man said aloud that his friend must simply be a fan of the legend. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and corrected him, calmly stating that it really was his nickname, though he no longer had any proof since he had deleted all of his accounts. Then Jae Young remembered the synchronization speed result, and fell into even deeper shock. He suddenly dropped to his knees in front of him, realizing that there was indeed proof after all. Fear flashed through his eyes as he worried that something extraordinary had happened to his friend. For a moment he could not even find the words to speak. Then he looked up and asked for an autograph, confessing that he was a huge fan. The player's face stiffened in disbelief, and he spent a long time trying to calm his classmate down. Meanwhile, inside the game, in the Valley of the Cold Heart, a massive snake and an army of monsters surrounded a group of adventurers. A panicked sorceress shouted that there were far more monsters than expected. But the tank told everyone not to panic. If they died here, they would suffer an additional death penalty. Voices rang out in frustration, complaining that the necromancer who was supposed to deal with the monsters was late. Suddenly, the power of dark magic surged. A dark swarm was summoned, and hundreds of magical creatures descended upon the giant snake. The adventurers watched in awe as the massive beast vanished into black flames. The swordsman calculated the overwhelming damage output, remarking that the savior had wiped out all those monsters with a single attack. The sorceress objected, saying they could not all be that strong. After all, standing before them was the #1 dark mage in the entire game. The black dragon smiled and thanked the adventurers for their help. The swordsman bowed and apologized for not recognizing such a high-ranked player immediately. The girl waved it off, saying it was fine and that they did not need to know everything about her. After all, they could do the same once they leveled up. The group smiled when the dark sorceress admitted that they had indeed helped her. She then asked them to assist in dealing with the remaining monsters. One of the swordsmen raised his hand, asking her not to misunderstand him. He was simply curious whether she had expended all of her strength in that attack, since if so, she would need time to recover, which meant she should take a break. After thinking it over, the girl surprised him by saying that her stats would recover by the time they finished clearing the rest. so there would be no problem. The swordsman exclaimed in disbelief that it was far too fast. In confusion, he reflected that such overwhelming area of effect damage paired with such a short recovery time was only possible for high-level dark mages who had passed hellish trials. No wonder people said leveling was faster when teaming up with a dark mage. Dark flames erupted once more as the dragon took flight and announced that it was time to begin. When everything was over, the party thanked her, admitting that the hunt had been enjoyable, and promised to grow stronger to help her next time. She replied calmly that it had merely been a hunt. The adventurers waved goodbye with smiles, and she returned the gesture before being left alone. The gamer yawned, realizing how bored she was. Opening the system interface, she searched for something interesting and discovered a quest to investigate the incident involving Duke Birchin. She recalled how much trouble that NPC had caused, and remembered that he had contacted her before. She still could not believe that he was now dead. Resting her hands on the table behind her, the dragon thought that while the situation was intriguing, even the smartest minds in Ephronia had been unable to identify the culprit. She had no intention of handling it alone, so it was easier to leave everything as it was. Staring at the system window, she began to wonder who could possibly be behind all of this. Suddenly she straightened, struck by the thought that the developers of Arcadia themselves might not be involved at all. Instead, the fault could lie with a single user. She sighed tiredly, dismissing the idea. Even a ranker like herself could not pull off something on that scale. At that moment, a new window appeared before her eyes. Her mouth fell open when she saw a task related to hunting witches. She could not understand why it had been assigned to her. At the same time, in the former Duchy of Birchin, the familiars pounced on the protagonist, all talking at once as they desperately tried to tell him everything that had happened during his absence. Jae-young raised his hand in confusion. Tan immediately demanded to be heard, shouting that after the master had left, soldiers of the damned Holy Empire had burst in. Ellie cut him off at once, declaring loudly that although they had disposed of the master's young lambs, it was a righteous act carried out in the name of faith. The young man quickly told them to slow down and speak one at a time. The demon indignantly pressed a palm to his chest and accused the master of recklessly using the power of the Lichar gamer. He had caused chaos in the human world, and mortals would not simply let such a thing slide. The angel placed her hands against her chest and admitted that she partially agreed with that damned mouse. The Lichar gamer had been recognized as an enemy even in heaven. He was the one who had rewritten the history of Arcadia, and she strongly advised against ever using the cursed flame of the demon realm again. Satan immediately exploded, shouting that she was an unbalanced psychopath. Ellie calmly thanked him for the compliment, saying she would get goosebumps if a mouse like him ever shared her way of thinking. Tan's face twisted with rage as he decided he had been too lenient. He proposed settling it properly, and the angel smiled sweetly, agreeing to try, reminding him that so far Mr. Satan had 0 wins and 1 loss. The player watched their argument in a daze, realizing that there had not been a single peaceful day since he arrived. Then he smiled. Judging by their reports, everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. Leaving the undead behind using a portion of his influence had clearly not been in vain. In honor of the great villain who would go down in history as the Lichar gamer, it was time to inform the world of his awakening. With a grin, the protagonist added that he was eagerly awaiting the reactions of those so-called righteous heroes. The next day, in the Holy Empire, Agodiel knelt before the throne of the Holy Father. With a grim expression, the knight reported that after a thorough investigation of the former Duchy of Birchin, the culprit had been confirmed. It was Lich Argymer, without a doubt. Sylvia covered her face in horror, while Enemain pressed his fingers to his temple, as the saint cried out that this was the very creature of darkness she had seen. He agreed with her. The Holy Father's expression darkened with anger. Their empire had long remained detached from the continent's political struggles, following the teachings of their god. They believed in love, patience, and allowing the ignorant to find enlightenment on their own, repenting before being guided. Yet once again forces of evil had plunged the world into chaos. Agodiel bowed deeply when he received the divine command, declaring that he was merely an instrument of the law. Clenching his fist, the Holy Father proclaimed, invoking his authority as the Empire's high priest, that all evil on this land must be condemned and acknowledged. When ordered to inform every empire, the knight replied that it would be done. As he rose, Agodiel frowned, fully aware that the war between good and evil was beginning once more. Thus the witch hunt quest appeared, leaving the dark dragon staring at it in disbelief. Horror filled her face. She could not understand what was happening, yet this outcome was exactly what the protagonist had wanted. During the last great Holy Demon War, Arcadia had been divided into 2 factions, holy and evil. The hostility between them had become part of the game's role-playing appeal. Conflicts erupted daily, and random killings were not uncommon. Still, there had always been rules, such as bans on killing within cities, preventing total war. Now there was a reason to fight, and the rules vanished. Worse still, the balance of power was completely shattered. That same morning, as the dark dragon traveled through the mountains toward a city, she muttered that 50 million villains nearly equaled the population of South Korea. Were they truly planning to wipe out everyone in the evil faction? Biting her finger, she cursed them as insane and decided she would have to stay within the city for a while. Soon she reached the gates of the nearest settlement. The moment her foot crossed the sacred barrier, a notification appeared, declaring the area a killing zone. The sorceress stared at the message in horror, panic flooding her face as she realized the city's protection had been lifted. It was no longer safe. At that very moment, a paladin cut down a dark warrior, receiving a notification announcing the first execution. Bathed in holy light, the man read the message about his special rewards, then lifted his gaze and spotted another target, the terrified dragon. Almost instantly, every representative of the holy faction in the city began moving toward her. The sorceress clenched her teeth and tried to stop them, hoping to resolve the situation through words. Before she could speak, a guard shouted that a dark mage had entered the city. Hearing the order to kill her on sight, she realized that with NPCs involved, negotiation was impossible. Closing her eyes, she unleashed a dark swarm that knocked down all approaching soldiers. Notifications flooded in, announcing that she had killed city guards. More guards joined the hunt, and warnings appeared that killing players would earn her a red mark and severe penalties upon death. As the dark flames faded, the dragon stood there breathing heavily, convincing herself that she had no other choice. She turned sharply when she heard screams declaring that the dark mage had revealed her true nature, accompanied by calls to eradicate the evil faction. They had even recognized her as the #1 dark mage. Freezing for a brief moment, she realized it was time to flee. She broke into a run, holy forces chasing relentlessly behind her. Meanwhile, near the former duchy of Birchen, Jay stared at the witch hunt quest window in astonishment. Tan screamed in despair that this had happened again, and that this was exactly why he had warned him not to go too far. The young man snorted and calmly replied that he had not done any of this out of desire. Everything was for the sake of the quest reward. The demon stared at the player in confusion and concluded that he too was a psychopath. Satan grabbed his head, thinking that they had just kicked over a beehive. He should have opposed the use of the Argamer Lich's power from the beginning. If those damn chickens truly went mad, dealing with the aftermath would be exhausting. Tan's eyes suddenly widened as an idea struck him. He turned to Ellie and demanded that she return to her original form and that everyone calm down. The angel looked at him in confusion and asked why she should do such a thing. Satan rushed at her, shouting that a war was about to break out. He did not want their master to get dragged into trouble because he was using their powers. Moreover, it was the angel's duty to prevent bloodshed. Ellie merely smiled and said that it was actually fine. This could be used as an opportunity to destroy all evil creatures, and she was even looking forward to it. Tan stared at her in disbelief and finally concluded that she really was a damned psychopath. At that moment, the adventurer stared at the martial law notice and admitted aloud that things were only getting worse and would not end so easily. Behind him, the demon shouted that they were finished. Satan's face twisted in panic as he screamed that the master had to take responsibility for this mess, since it was his fault. Everyone on their side would die sooner or later because he had used the Lichargamer's power to create such chaos. If he did nothing now, Satan swore he would never lend him his power again. The boy frowned and accused the demon of being petty. Jae-young looked away guiltily, silently admitting that Tan was right. The reaction was far worse than he had expected, which meant he would have to intervene. Turning to Ellie, he asked whether she could try to reconcile them after all. She asked what kind of reconciliation he meant, warning that interfering would be problematic. After all, this decision had been made solely by humans. The protagonist glanced at the quest window and muttered that there might still be an option. His fingers brushed over the line showing the number of convicted villains. As the death count continued to rise, he said that not all of them were criminals, and that killing people simply because they were dark mages was wrong. Since ancient times, there had been a saying, "Hate the sin, not the sinner." Spilling innocent blood was unacceptable. Ellie raised an eyebrow when the adventurer added that he was even willing to give her influence points if she would do him this favor. The angel pressed her palms to her chest and replied that since she was his guardian angel, she could not ignore his request. She promised to try to reconcile them. With a confused smile, the boy thanked her sincerely, while Tan thought that this girl was nothing more than a calculating fraud. After receiving the influence points, Ellie lowered her gaze and said that she would return shortly, heading to the palace of the Holy Empire. The messenger of God appeared before the people, leaving them in shock. They could hardly believe that such a blessing had descended upon Eden, the sanctuary of the Holy Empire. Sylvia, in particular, was overjoyed to witness a real angel. Ellie looked down at the mortals and announced that she had come bearing a message from God, urging them to listen carefully. Jae-young opened his interface again as notifications about changes flooded in, and Tan rushed to check as well. The demon's mouth fell open in shock as he cursed loudly. The young man also looked confused. Moments later, the angel returned and happily announced that her followers had promised to fulfill her request. However, the two of them did not share her joy. Ellie insisted that angels never lied. Yet the quest conditions had indeed changed. Tan flared up again, furious that all his rival had accomplished was reducing the number of condemned by a mere 100 people. The player cursed under his breath, saying that he had wasted his sense of decency for nothing. But the angel clasped her hands together and declared proudly that they could now save 100 lives. Such mercy should have made them happy. Satan lunged at her, shouting that this winged menace was finished today. Ellie, utterly baffled, asked what she had done wrong. She had reconciled everyone, and now she understood why demons argued all the time. The protagonist lowered his head as Satan screamed that there had been no reconciliation at all, only deception. He wondered what kind of fool had decided to create angels in this game. With a weary expression, the player thought that the fact angels were even allowed to reincarnate was pure nonsense. Still, at least his 1,500 decency points had not been entirely wasted. Something had changed. Then the adventurer smiled as an idea surfaced. The familiars stopped fighting when the master said that he had one request for Tan. Raising his finger, the boy asked whether the demon wanted to help the evil faction. Satan eyed Jae Young suspiciously when he added that he knew a way. At that moment, the dark dragon was cornered at the edge of a cliff. Her pursuers rejoiced, convinced that they had finally caught her. One of the paladins swung his sword onto his shoulder and said that she had hoped in vain to escape. How naive the members of the evil faction were. Another sorceress echoed his words, demanding that the rat surrender. The dark dragon breathed heavily. She realized that she had made a mistake by spending so much mana while fleeing. She could only use her skills once or twice more, and the more players she killed, the harsher the death penalty would become. Yet if she did nothing now, they would surely kill her. Clenching her teeth, she accepted that she had no choice. The knights advanced, discussing among themselves what kind of rewards they would receive for executing the black mage who ranked first among all others. One of them remarked that it did not matter what loot she dropped. The important thing was that they would divide everything among themselves. The paladin tightened his grip on the blade. The dragon watched in horror as they rushed at her, driven not by justice, but by the promise of special rewards. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the end, yet nothing happened. Slowly she opened them. Tang stood directly in front of her, casually erasing the saint's attack with a single finger. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Her savior was so small. The paladin pressed a hand to his forehead, unable to comprehend who this being was or how he had effortlessly repelled their assault. He could not even bring himself to believe that a real demon stood before him. One of the pursuers cried out that he had never seen abilities like this before, and guessed that it must be the sorceress's pet. Others immediately objected, arguing that no pet could possibly be that powerful. The dragon stared at the demon in confusion and asked who he was. Through her essence, she saw it clearly. The towering image of the Demon King looming behind the seemingly bored little demon. Satan met her gaze boldly. The sorceress froze when he addressed her by name. Her mouth fell open as the system informed her that she had just encountered the most ancient darkness. She stared at Tan in disbelief, unable to reconcile what she was seeing. The demon pointed at the knights and ordered them to stand still while he dealt with these scum. The saints did not appreciate this treatment. Satan turned toward them, his palm igniting with dark flames, and declared that he wanted to end this quickly. Otherwise, it would be a waste of decency points. One of the fighters charged forward, shouting that they only needed to kill this little thing and the warlock would be theirs. She had clearly exhausted too much mana, and would not last long. He called for the use of their strongest skills. Sacred flames surged toward the demon. Tan looked at them coldly, and stated that he was definitely not a pet. A dark shield formed instantly, reflecting the saint's attack back at them. The pursuers gaped in shock. Their assault had simply vanished. They could not understand what kind of monster stood before them. A brilliant sphere of darkness flared to life. Satan's eyes glowed scarlet. A devastating wave of dark power engulfed the players, erasing their virtual bodies. Their screams rang out as they realized their divine power was useless. They cursed in terror, admitting they had never seen anything like this. With a grin, Tan ordered that the rotten creatures be finished off. For a brief moment, the paladins stared at their hands, now riddled with dark cracks. Then their bodies crumbled into dust. The demon casually picked his nose and muttered that it was not even interesting, adding that humans truly never understood words. Only his master was different. The dragon suddenly dropped to her knees before the great ancient darkness, thanking the Demon King for saving a pathetic black magician like herself. Satan blinked in surprise, not understanding why she was practically singing his praises. She explained that among black magicians, there was no one who did not know the Lord of Demons. Blushing slightly, she admitted she was a huge fan of the Lord of Chaos, and that it was an honor to meet him. Tan rubbed his cheek in embarrassment, surprised at how rare it was to encounter someone so reasonable. When he asked whether she truly was the strongest among warlock adventurers, the gamer hurriedly denied it, saying she was far from deserving such a title. The demon studied her thoughtfully and remarked that she did not look particularly strong. She was thin, lacking muscles, and clearly spent her days running from holy nights. Without him, she probably could not do anything. The girl apologized and offered to show her stats if needed. She raised an eyebrow in surprise when Tan suddenly told her to listen carefully. With his hands in his pockets, the demon said there was a job for her. Confused, the gamer asked what kind of job. Satan grinned and declared that the Black Dragon of Darkness would become #1 in the ranking among dark magicians. Her eyebrows shot up in shock when she realized what that meant. She would become a symbol of evil. Lich Argamer was a legendary warlock who had sold his soul and gained immortality through a direct contract with the devil. He had once stained an entire continent with blood. Saint Mary eventually defeated him, declaring that the vile creature of darkness had committed unforgivable sins and must die by divine light. Yet even as he burned in holy flames, Lich Argamer bowed before an ordinary sword and swore that one day they would pay for everything. Deep within the demon realm, Lich Argamer had been imprisoned. Hundreds of years seemed to have passed. Bound in chains, the Lich muttered that because his sins had shaken the world, he was doomed to rot there until the end of time. It was unfair. He had never completed his grand plans. To be trapped forever, helpless and forgotten, was a cruel punishment. If only he were given another chance. The skeleton suddenly shuddered as a presence addressed him. Satan himself appeared within the Lich's dungeon. The villain trembled in excitement, declaring that it was an honor beyond words. He never expected to meet the Demon King here. Tan cut him off immediately, telling him to spare the nonsense. Frowning at the prisoner, Satan said there was a job for him. The skeleton was overjoyed. Irritation flashed across the demon's face as the Lich began shouting eagerly, asking whether they were finally going to destroy the Holy Empire. He swore he would do anything, ready to send those creatures straight to the edge of hell. For that outburst, Lich Argamer received a blast of dark flame to the face. Thon stared at him coldly, and asked if he was insane. The demon lowered his hand and said that the skeleton clearly did not understand how many points of decency it had cost to allow someone like him to return to Arcadia. He would not permit him to ruin everything again. Clenching his teeth, the Demon King added coldly that he would never allow such a scoundrel to rule freely once more. The Lich stared at Satan in confusion and asked what he was supposed to do instead. To himself, he thought that the Demon King had become strangely cautious lately. Perhaps something was troubling him. Tan pointed at Argamer and told him to imagine that everything they were planning was merely a performance. He would temporarily take possession of a single person's body, play his assigned role, and then return here to the demon realm. Satan frowned and warned him that if he even thought about taking revenge on the Celestials again, he would kill him without hesitation, and not personally, but through a demon far stronger than he was. The Lich was horrified and hastily promised obedience, though deep down he could not believe that anyone stronger than Satan truly existed. At that moment, the same dangerous man yawned impatiently, muttering that Tan was late. The Demon King extended his hand and activated a magic seal beneath the black dragon's feet. The girl looked down in shock. The magic was extraordinary, yet she had no idea what was happening. Satan looked at her seriously and warned that he had placed a large bet on her, telling her not to disappoint him. A dark image appeared above the warlock's body as the Lich manifested in the form of condensed black energy. The gamer's eyes widened as notifications flooded in. She had absorbed the personality of the greatest villain, obtained the hidden class of Death Maestro, and triggered a change in the quest conditions. The Demon King smiled uneasily. The new requirements, eliminating the High Priest and seizing the Kingdom of Marin, were entirely expected. He wondered how deeply his master intended to involve himself in this. Dark flames engulfed the warlock's figure, and she immediately noticed changes in the design of her equipment. Moments later, notifications announced a massive increase in her level. When she opened her status window, she froze in disbelief. Even her original attributes as the top-ranked warlock on the Korean server were nothing compared to this. She realized that she could now claim first place across all Korean servers. The dragon spun around when the demon addressed her. Satan crossed his arms and told her to answer quickly, or he would decide everything himself. She apologized at once. Examining her carefully, the Demon King noted that her appearance remained unchanged, making her suitable as a symbol. The gamer stared at him in shock. Tan rubbed his chin and decided they could proceed for now. He pulled out a scroll and handed it to her. As she read the contents in astonishment, Satan instructed her to study it carefully and prepare herself. Her eyes widened as she finished reading. The Demon King raised his fingers and declared the start of the performance. Meanwhile, the protagonist exited his capsule and sat down at his computer. Jae Young rubbed his chin while reading the latest posts, concluding that everything was unfolding exactly as expected. Now, however, it was unclear who the true evil faction even was, as the Saints had begun allowing themselves anything. He narrowed his eyes, thinking about the additional witch hunt quest. At this point, it did not matter whether the target was a player or an NPC. Killing members of the evil faction was forgiven, and the greater the contribution, the greater the reward. This was the perfect opportunity for revenge, trophies, and even support. If things continued like this, the tension would only escalate. Complaints from the evil faction were piling up, as its players had suddenly become prey simply because they had chosen the wrong side. The player smiled when he realized that this was precisely the moment when a hero was needed. Watching the Black Dragon's speech on video, the protagonist noted that his familiar had recorded it perfectly. His decency points had not been wasted after all. Scrolling the mouse wheel, he decided that it was time to begin. Everyone needed to see this. Soon a video was released, presenting a statement on behalf of everyone belonging to the evil faction. The sorceress addressed those who had been unjustly killed and branded with words like vile and filthy. Many of their allies had already died, and the slaughter continued. Pressing her palm to her chest, she said that not long ago she herself had nearly died. Clenching her fist, she declared that she would no longer tolerate this injustice. It disrupted the balance of the world. She called upon all sorcerers, dark knights, thieves, vagabonds, bandits, dark merchants, and assassins across Arcadia. They had to unite, to put an end to the bloodshed. Looking straight into the camera, she urged them not to hold back, to resist, and to prove that they too could fight. She then spoke her name, releasing the power of her patron. She announced that they would be led by the Lich who commanded the Legion of Death. Anyone willing to resist the tyranny of the Holy Empire was to gather in the Kingdom of Marin. Sometime later, at the Baroness's estate, Lady Myth stood atop the fortress wall, staring in disbelief and cursing aloud. A massive cluster of monsters was advancing toward the gates. Frowning, she tried to make sense of the distant shapes. An enormous horde had gathered beneath her walls. Jiang waved up at her, seated casually atop the head of a skeleton. He greeted the Baroness, saying that it had been a long time. He was merely passing by and decided to say hello. Her mouth fell open in shock, as the knights recoiled in fear at the sight of the undead army. Smiling stiffly, Maki asked whether he understood what he was doing. Raising a cup of tea, the young man replied calmly that he was simply traveling. The Baroness froze, squinting as she demanded to know why an army of undead was traveling with him, or whether he had always wandered around with such companions. The young man smiled and said that she should already know that a war had begun between the adventurers. Thanks to his army, he was merely trying to protect his own property from them. Gesturing as if picturing the mine, he added that he had no intention of losing such a precious source of income because of reckless fighting. The Baroness nodded, recalling the letter Count Bronson had sent her not long ago. In principle, she understood what was happening now, yet she was still deeply impressed by the sight before her. Looking at Berchen's corpse, she said that it turned out he really had managed to defeat the Duke. Clenching her fist, the Baroness spoke with genuine admiration, saying that he had amazed her. Laughing, the young man replied that this was the first time anyone had praised him like that. Frowning slightly, Meiji said that what he had done was truly incredible. The Duke he dealt with had been nothing more than a worm who sucked the lifeblood out of the people of the Kingdom of Marin. She recalled the man vividly and said that even if all the wealth he hoarded just to stuff his own belly were gathered together, it would have been enough to support the entire nation for several years. On top of that, he was a greedy bastard, who had even plotted rebellion in the end. Lowering her head, the Baroness asked who else she should praise, if not him, since he was the one who had punished that scoundrel. Raising her head again, she admitted that she did not know his true purpose, nor did she need to. Judging by his actions, he appeared to be a true hero in her eyes, and in the eyes of the entire nation. The young man's smile faded, and he grew serious. Lowering his gaze, he calmly remarked that he had noticed the profit deposits had been arriving a little late recently. Meki bristled, saying she had simply been exhausted these past few days. Still, she promised that it would not happen again and asked him to spare her for this one mistake. Looking out the window, Jae Young casually asked whether she truly spoke of heroes so easily. Elsewhere, at the Korean branch of Arcadia, the director's chair sat empty. Mayan was currently inside her capsule. Opening her eyes, she remarked that the witch hunt quest had united players across all continents. No one at headquarters had imagined something like this could happen. Studying the system panel, she complained that they had neither the authority nor a proper reason to forcibly stop it. Perhaps on the contrary, this was a wonderful event that fully demonstrated Arcadia's playability. While remaining in the capsule, she considered that given their future plans, they could not simply leave things as they were. Losses had to be reduced. Soon after, her consciousness was flooded with brilliant light. Mayan approached Alice. The blue-eyed girl turned her gaze to the director and asked how she could help. Raising her head, Mayan explained that an additional quest was currently unfolding on one of the continents, and had disrupted the balance of power. She had come to make adjustments. Looking at Alice, she requested that all users belonging to the evil faction be exempted from the death penalty. Alice's lips moved as she calmly stated that the request had been accepted. The removal of the death penalty caused an uproar. Players stared at their system clocks, trying to remember exactly when it had changed. Those from the evil faction, who until recently had avoided battles out of fear of harsher punishment, now began to fully participate. They attacked without restraint, and even if they died, they simply returned and fought again. A knight ground his teeth when a familiar enemy mocked him, saying they had met again. Licking the blade of his dagger, the assassin declared that he would send him to the lower layers of hell. No matter how many times he was killed, he would simply revive and come back. However, the players of the Saint faction were not willing to endure endless defeats. They gathered mana, invoked saints, and formed special reinforcement squads to support their allies at critical moments, shifting the balance like pieces on a chessboard. Numerical superiority bred coordination. A trio of warriors desperately held the front line, achieving a fragile equilibrium. The knot tightened to its limit, giving rise to endless conflict. Battles across the lands of the Kingdom of Maran never ceased. Even the banners were soaked in blood. A true bloody festival had begun, and even the smoke seemed tainted with it. System notifications flooded in, announcing that the mixture of holy and evil within Arcadia was growing ever more intense. Massive changes rippled through the conflict. Thanks to his contribution, the protagonist received the title of Creator of Darkness. Sitting on a rooftop, the young man admitted that he had not expected the fighting to become so fierce. For the company, canceling the death penalty had been a major decision, but for now it did not interfere with his plans. Murmuring to himself, he recalled being called a hero. Jae Young treated this world as if it were just a game, and perhaps it would never feel like anything else to him. This entire kingdom seemed like a game board. Yet when he thought of Mikhail, he wondered whether he truly deserved such praise without straying from his original goal. Narrowing his eyes, he concluded that this must be Arcadia's true charm. It was an exceptionally well-made game. At that moment Satan appeared, shouting in frustration that he had exhausted all of his accumulated points. The protagonist thought for a moment, and asked why he was making such a fuss, since he had agreed to everything. The demon waved his hand irritably and said that he could not even imagine how many decency points he had spent to completely erase that bastard Argammer from existence. And even after all that, he had not yet spent even half of what it cost. Jae Young sighed and said that Satan was talking as if he himself had done nothing. He should not forget that he had spent all his points as well. Satan frowned at that. Raising an eyebrow, the young man added that thanks to his actions, the players of the evil faction were now at least a little calmer and finally able to fight back. Sweat formed on the demon's brow. Ellie fluttered over and told Jae Young not to pay attention to him. That dead mouse was always dissatisfied with something. Devils were like that by nature. When they were cornered, they said one thing, and when they messed up, they said something completely different. Smiling, the young man asked the angel whether she was ready to lend him her strength. Ellie clenched her fist and replied that she was ready. If only he defeated that lich bastard, she would pay the cost herself, so he would not need to spend anything. Golden mana enveloped the young man's body. Looking at the cardinal icon, the protagonist commented that he looked quite decent. Ellie gave him a thumbs up, and said that his strength was more than enough to deal with that scoundrel. Satan flew up, muttering that while the skeleton was indeed a bastard, he was not weak. It was unlikely that some pathetic guy could defeat him. His mouth fell open in horror when he recognized the power of Cardiel. Cardiel was the owner of the holy sword that had once defeated Argammer and pierced his chest. A scar appeared on Jae Young's cheek as divine essence entered his body, allowing him to temporarily wield its power. Satan screamed, asking how it was even possible to revive one of the 5 holy swords, and shouted that this was turning into a farce. Ellie closed her eyes and admitted that she had invested a great deal, but now there was no doubt about victory. Opening her eyes, she said that she had already declared she was willing to sacrifice everything to finish off those damned demons. Satan looked at her darkly, filled with irritation. Jae Young glanced at his point counter, and calmly remarked that the larger the event, the more points it generated. In his hands appeared a two-handed sword. He intended to squeeze everything he could out of this situation, and if the opportunity did not exist, he would simply create it. At the same time, the Dark Witch, having absorbed the Lich, released her mana. The protagonist also wrapped himself in mana and grinned, saying that he was neither a saint nor a villain, but a true troll. Raising his sword, he declared that it was time to punish that bastard, Lich Argammer. The scene shifted to the palace of the Kingdom of Maran. A noble in the throne room urgently informed the king that evil forces were approaching and would soon reach the palace, forcing him to make an immediate decision. Tears welled in the young king's eyes as he said that if his father were still alive, everything would be different. The old man shouted that the king had to flee the capital at once, escape to the Shiant Empire, hide there temporarily, and then return with strength to reclaim the throne. Frowning, the king asked whether he was truly being advised to run away like a coward and abandon his people. His father would never forgive him for that. Raising his hand, the blonde noble said that a large number of adventurers were already forming a garrison in front of the palace. If they united with them, they might be able to repel the enemy. Smiling faintly, the king replied that adventurers were no ordinary people, as they could return to life even after death. Suddenly the palace trembled violently. A guard burst into the hall, shouting that disaster had struck. The king jumped up from his throne and demanded to know what had happened. The soldier replied that a massive army had already gathered outside. An army of the undead was marching toward the castle, and standing motionless at its center was the black dragon of darkness. The king clenched his teeth as the system notified all players of the beginning of the first act of Argamer's awakening. The girl glanced at the number of participants and realized the situation was far worse than she had expected. Looking at the system panel, she thought that a single mistake could result in the deaths of as many as 50 million people before she even reached the king, dooming everything. This chaos was the result of idiots who had grown arrogant after the death penalty was abolished. She narrowed her eyes, recalling even one fool who had died more than 1,000 times just to kill a single priest. Mana surged through the air as the Lich's projection formed. The witch muttered that now even death penalties no longer seemed frightening. She was ready to give everything to wield this power. Adventurers stared tensely at the army before them. Knights frowned, gripping their weapons. The witch grinned and asked the Lich whether he was ready. Light flashed in Argamer's eye socket as he replied that he had been ready for a long time. Dark mana engulfed the skeletons. The sky and moon shifted in color under the Lich's spell, and souls began to swirl across the battlefield. Raising her hand, the girl recited the spell in full. Argamer, standing behind her, said with awe that she continued to amaze him. He could not believe she had managed to unleash his power to such an extent. Now only beings comparable to apostles themselves could stop them, which meant no ordinary force could oppose them. A titan charged into the crowd. Smiling, the witch said that it was time to begin. At her command, the skeletons surged forward. Warriors broke into a cold sweat, muttering that this battle was impossible to win. The girl's cheeks flushed with excitement, intoxicated by the euphoria of impending victory. Blood filled the air. The scene returned to the palace. The gates burst open, and the witch entered the throne room. She frowned slightly and said that even if he was just an NPC, she never expected the king to flee so easily. It was a pity for the soldiers who had guarded the gates in vain. Smirking, she declared that they never needed such a king in the first place. Standing before the throne, she announced that from this moment on, she was the queen. Her hand touched the throne, and moments later, the system announced that the kingdom of Marin had recognized her as its new ruler. The kingdom was completely conquered. System messages appeared one after another. The evil faction had won. Death penalties were fully restored, and the owner of the Golden Throne now possessed the right to rule Marin. The necromancer sat on the throne and smiled, clenching her fist as she said that she had done it. She had become the first player to conquer an entire state in the game. Still smiling, she wondered how much money she would earn as queen. Her thoughts became muddled as she debated what to do first. Gather her subjects and collect taxes, or go straight to the treasury. She suddenly frowned when someone asked whether she enjoyed sitting on the throne. A guest stood quietly at the entrance to the hall. The skeletons that had been standing guard were already defeated, their remains scattered across the floor. Jumping up from the throne, the witch demanded to know who the intruder was. The young man answered with a wide grin. Mana gathered in the girl's palm as she asked whether the troops outside were his doing. Streams of mana surged toward him. The protagonist released mana from his body and activated Adelinant Steps. His radiant sword flashed as it deflected her attacks. The witch clenched her teeth, trying to understand what kind of monster stood before her. She had never seen him in the rankings, yet his skills were overwhelming. Standing calmly with his sword raised, the young man remarked that he hoped she had enjoyed her time playing. Closing his eyes briefly, Jiang continued, saying that she should be grateful she had obtained such immense power capable of shattering balance and conquering an entire nation. As far as he knew, she had even gained a hidden class. The girl staggered back and screamed in rage, demanding to know who he was. The protagonist's smile widened as he vanished from sight. Reappearing directly in front of her, he said that he was a lone shark who had come to collect payment for the power she had received. Golden mana wrapped around his sword. Argamer instinctively raised his hand in fear. As the holy aura filled the air, the system announced that an immense divine force had imprisoned the player. A deadly brand appeared on her body, and the soul of Lich Argamer was struck directly. Grinding her teeth, the witch demanded to know what this was. Jiang's pupils dilated as he replied that it was time to remove Cinderella's magic and turn her back into a pumpkin. She barely managed to block his next strike. Moving his lips, the young man noted calmly that she could not properly use her skills anymore, which was to be expected. It was fortunate she had not chosen to become a necromancer back then. Fury twisting her expression, the girl shouted at him to stop smiling and remember that she ranked first and had been chosen by the Lord of Chaos himself, Satan. A magic circle formed in the air, forcing the protagonist to step back. Jiang casually asked the demon on his shoulder whether this witch was telling the truth. Satan scoffed and told him to listen less to idiots, saying he had nothing to do with it. The Lich's jaw dropped in shock. He recognized the end of eternity, the sword that had once pierced him. If this holy blade had appeared again in Arcadia, it meant the heavens themselves were involved. He remembered Satan's warning to be careful, or he would truly die. The girl frowned when Argamer urged her to flee immediately, and not even attempt to fight this monster, or they would both perish. Looking at the blazing sword, she protested that Argammer himself had said no one could defeat them unless they were an apostle, and the battle had barely begun. Jaeyoung vanished once more, reappearing near the ceiling. The witch screamed furiously and cast Deathfield summoning. Undead erupted throughout the hall as knights, skeletons, and lesser undead blocked his path. Grinning, the young man said that he wanted to end this quickly, but she kept getting in the way. He tightened his grip on the sword. Leaping straight toward a skeleton knight, the system announced that his attack power against evil creatures had increased by 80%, ignoring all armor and resistance. The blade fell. Golden light engulfed the knight, its eye sockets flaring before it collapsed. In the next instant, Jaeyoung was already in front of the witch, forcing her to block his strike. Staring at the radiant sword, she thought in disbelief that this was impossible. He had destroyed a high-class undead with nothing but its light. Her face contorted as she demanded to know how he obtained such a weapon. The boy laughed and said it must be a sacred sword, though he was not entirely sure. He had only borrowed it. Shocked, the girl asked who would entrust something like that to him. Still smiling, the protagonist replied that as a demon, he was like a mischievous child who loved baring his teeth and tricking others once again. Unconsciously, the girl pictured an angel. The battle burst onto the palace roof, terrifying everyone below. A warrior staring up frowned and asked whether they were even playing the same game. Someone beside him laughed and said that the black dragon of darkness was fighting up there. The witch clenched her teeth in rage as the crowd tried to understand who their top-ranked champion was battling. Stretching out her hand, she summoned a higher demon. The protagonist grabbed his sword with both hands. The summoned demon froze, then the Death Knight was erased, sent to eternal rest, unable to be summoned ever again. The necromancer covered her face in horror, realizing the sword prevented summoning. Screaming, she gathered mana and shouted that he should stop looking at her like that. She had countless monsters, and he could not stop them all forever. Skeleton warriors materialized in the air. Smiling, the young man said that her skill was permanent, and she could summon endlessly, but it would change nothing. One by one, the summoned skeletons collapsed. Her mouth fell open in disbelief as she realized her summoning magic was being sealed. Jaeyoung appeared above her, his eyes flashing as he offered to end everything. She could only raise her hands defensively. Trembling, Argammer begged her to run immediately. The protagonist swung his sword, striking her down. She screamed as the holy sword's divine power began to absorb her body, while the lich's soul wailed as it was struck again. Crashing onto the rooftop, the witch clutched her wounded stomach and demanded to know why he was doing this. She said that he knew the witch hunt quest was already complete, and that killing her would bring him no benefit. Looking at the panel, she saw that the kingdom had already been captured. Jaeyoung smirked and replied that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. Only after the evil faction completed the quest and captured the kingdoms could he act. Everything had been necessary for the final piece of the puzzle to fall into place. The witch gritted her teeth as the young man told her not to be upset, calmly pointing his sword at her. Jaeyoung said indifferently that he did not care whether the faction was holy or evil. In the end, both sides would only be satisfied with her death. A faint flush spread across the girl's cheeks. Argammer stared in shock. Looking at the shadow cast by the youth, he shouted for him to stop, claiming that he was the one who had once taken his power. A line of holy light formed in the air. Jaeyoung swung his sword and cleaved straight through the lich's soul sphere. The effects of death and doomsday overlapped at once. The soul contract between Argammer and the demon world was forcibly severed. Fully exposed, the lich screamed that it was unfair. His soul sphere split in two, and his essence shattered completely. Lowering his sword, the protagonist said calmly that he had already warned her not to be too upset. She had clearly lost before the battle even began. The only reason for her defeat was that the power she had obtained had clouded her judgment. Cracks spread across the witch's body. She lowered her gaze unconsciously, feeling wronged. Looking out over the distant mountain range, she smiled faintly, admitting that she felt strangely cheerful. Her body slowly dissolved into light. Jaeyoung sheathed his sword. Satisfied that the battle was finally over, summoning the system panels, he decided to review everything. With a faint smile, he wondered what conclusions Arcadia would draw from such an ambiguous outcome. Moments later, the system announced that both sides had fulfilled the mission conditions. In the darkness, Alice received notifications one after another, analyzing priorities. A fragment of a puzzle formed above her hands. On the scales, the fulfillment rate stood at 94% versus 50%. The camp of the saints prevailed. Soon, the puzzle completed itself, and the optimal scenario was determined. System panels appeared again in the darkness, reporting the application of auxiliary adjustments. Both factions had met the victory requirements. The battle between the camp of the saints and the evil faction ended in a draw. People within the palace froze in shock. Once more, system panels appeared, announcing the calculation of rewards for each faction. Rewards would be distributed according to the contributions of users from the saints' camp. A warrior stared at the panel and muttered that he was surprised. The church was granting rewards not only for rankings but seemingly without reason. Others imagined the kingdom's crest as news spread that the Black Dragon had captured the kingdom. Unconditional peace was activated within the borders of the kingdom of Marin. From this moment on, the kingdom would be under the supervision of a demonic creature and its army. When people looked toward the square, the system announced that for 1 year, no country would be able to declare war on Marin. The kingdom itself would grow stronger with the support of the evil faction's forces. A youth with a scar running along his eye remarked that now even their forces had a proper base. After the Great War, the demonic creature had vanished without a trace. Now, it had appeared once more. The king seated on the throne read the notifications in silence. The old man frowned and said that everything was beginning anew. The era of chaos had arrived. Fire and lightning intertwined, and no one dared to speak anymore of the balance between good and evil written into Arcadia's settings. Someone pointed at the panel and asked whether it was truly a draw. Mean smiled as he read the results. While Manhwa scowled in anger, Jenica closed her eyes, wondering what kind of idiot could obtain the class of a chaotic wanderer. On the second continent of Arcadia, the situation shifted. The forces of evil grew stronger, restoring balance between good and evil. Two opposing streams of energy stood equal. Seated on the throne, the protagonist received 210,000 decency points. Jiang smiled inwardly, thinking that he had earned such an amount simply by interfering with someone else's plans. The plans of the one who created this game. What else could they expect from him? This time, everything had gone exactly as intended. He had even managed to make the users aware of his existence. If only slightly, the rooftop battle had served that purpose, though not as effectively as he hoped. Raising his hand, he reflected that gaining such a vast number of points and causing such widespread chaos had been amusing. Clenching his fist, he admitted that he was genuinely curious about what awaited him next. A light flared as the system granted him the hidden class. Chaotic Wanderer. A projection of a golden judge appeared above him as special abilities were bestowed. Soon, an icon formed beneath it, stating that he could now alter cause and effect by endowing inanimate objects with points. Closing his eyes, the young man muttered that it did not even specify how many points were required. It hardly sounded like a wholesome ability. Raising his eyelids, he decided not to dwell on it. It would be faster to test it immediately. A rusty iron sword appeared in his hand. Satan materialized nearby and remarked that he had not seen that sword in a long time. Did he really want to reminisce and bully novice adventurers again? Jae Young told him sharply not to irritate him with stupid assumptions. Ellie, overhearing them, asked whether he was serious. The protagonist raised the sword and activated the transfer of decency points. Holy light burst forth, engulfing the blade. Satan covered his face, complaining about the brightness. Ellie observed thoughtfully, noting that the sword contained tremendous power. Numerous system panels appeared, reporting changes to the weapon's properties. The required amount of decency points was 9,000. Jae Young frowned inwardly, noting that a unique item from Satan or Ellie cost exactly the same amount. A grin spread across his face as he tightened his grip on the sword. He said that he was simply overwhelmed with curiosity. As the decency points flowed in, the sword vibrated violently. The rusty blade advanced to a higher rank. Countless past battles and the faces of those who had fallen were etched into it. In Jaeang's hand now rested the bloodsucker sword. The executioner's blade had transformed into a weapon saturated with the blood of countless victims, sacrificed by a murderer long forgotten. The youth sighed to the side, remarking that it was a little disappointing that the sword's appearance had not changed much. Perhaps he had simply expected too much from an ordinary rusty blade. Satan flew closer, shouting in confusion and demanding to know what had just happened. While Ellie smiled faintly and said it looked like he had spent quite a lot, he was surprising her more and more. Jae Young narrowed his eyes and replied that he was glad to hear that, but they should remember one thing: there was no such thing as a free lunch. If they wanted to exchange decency points, it had to be through a fair deal. Both familiars awkwardly looked away, smiling nervously. Raising the sword before his eyes, Jae said that this skill was definitely worth further investment. Studying the weapon statistics on the panel, he admitted that he still could not believe he had achieved such performance with this item. It now looked closer to a level 70 weapon. Grinning, he wondered aloud what would happen if they tried to sell it. Standing behind him, Satan told the angel to look at the boy's irritated expression. Jae Young tapped his inventory slot and summoned the Demon Cave Destroyer. Extending his hand, he attempted to transfer decency points, but the system immediately reported that it was impossible. The item had no past and no attributes that could be assigned to it. Jae Young froze with the destroyer in his hands. Raising a hand to his face, he fell into thought. He had tried to improve 2 items. One was something he had used for a long time. Yet it turned out that simply using an item was not enough. He extended a finger and concluded that the key criterion was likely how much direct impact the item had had on the world of Arcadia. The demon glanced at the sword and asked what kind of red aura surrounded it. The blood was so dense it resembled that of a high-ranking vampire. The sword suddenly flew back, being recalled. Satan grew furious, shouting that he had only been looking at it. Turning around, the young man replied that his treasury would eventually be filled with even more valuable items anyway. Besides, he planned to sell this one. Satan's mouth fell open in shock as he asked what he meant by selling the sword. Rubbing his palms together, he said that if Jae Young needed gold, he could provide it. He had plenty, and could exchange it for decency points at the best possible rate. Ellie raised her hand and added that there was more than enough gold in heaven as well. Jae Young parted his lips, and calmly replied that he did not need money yet. From now on, he would earn more and more each month. For example, he could sign a contract with Baroness Maki, or start uploading videos online. Satan flew up to him, shouting and asking why he wanted to sell the sword. Why not start using it himself again? Was that not interesting? Jae Young chuckled, and said that of course it was interesting. After all, this was the first and only item of its kind in the entire world. It also possessed power capable of erasing the world with minimal conditions. Summoning the sword again, he asked what would happen if such a weapon were put up for sale. After thinking for a moment, Satan replied that chaos would break out, while Ellie smiled and wondered whether peace might follow instead. Jae Young extended his thumb and said that he honestly did not know. They would put it up for sale and find out. Soon, the bloodsucker sword appeared at the auction. The scene shifted to the real world. The protagonist yawned, muttering that the first class of the day had been much harder than he expected. Next year, he should really transfer to the evening program. He opened his eyes when someone called his name. Jae Young stood beside him, asking what he was doing. Pointing at his phone screen, Jae Young shouted, telling him not to pretend. Even if he claimed ignorance, the seller's name was visible everywhere, and somehow it was suspiciously similar to his nickname. This sword was unbelievable. Where had he even found such an item? The protagonist glanced at the sword's icon and smiled faintly as his friend continued shouting, saying he could not believe that a one-of-a-kind sword had appeared at an auction. He had never even heard of such a thing. Had he obtained some kind of hidden class? Looking away, the young man replied that everyone had their own methods. Jae Young clenched his teeth in frustration and shouted for him to tell him the truth, promising to keep it a secret. Across the world, people stared at the sword's stats in disbelief. One man startled his wife, calling her over. An office worker grabbed his phone and demanded money from the bank. When the clerk began listing loan options, the man interrupted, saying he did not care about the details. He just needed the money. When the bid reached 3,000 gold, a blue-haired youth slammed the table and declared that he was ready to pay any amount because money was not an issue. When it reached 5,000, the system announced that there had been an abnormal surge in bids for a single item, and a freeze was activated. People froze before their screens, frowning. Everyone knew that a single gold coin was worth around 10,000 in real currency, and the price had already surpassed 5,000. An employee approached his boss and asked whether such a rank truly existed in the game. The boss replied that it should not. There were only 8 items of that level, and until now, the auction house had only allowed items above rare rank to be sold. Closing his eyes, the blond man muttered in disbelief, before staring at the sword again. Grabbing his head, he watched as all trades related to the bloodsucker sword were suspended, followed by a system error. The item was completely removed, sealed away with restrictions. This decision sparked massive dissatisfaction among users, forcing customer support to deal with endless complaints. From the perspective of Arcadia's executives, however, there was no other choice. They had to prevent the appearance of items capable of completely destroying the game's balance. Manhwa crossed his arms over his chest, seething with anger. Since that incident, no matter where players gathered, discussions about that item never ceased. Each day, more users began paying attention to the seller and carefully examining his nickname. The red-haired girl frowned when she saw it. The boy beside her asked who Dex was, and she replied that he was one of the most legendary players in existence, someone before whom even true professionals were worthless. He played with them like children. Looking toward the forest ahead, the boy admitted that he had no idea, since he only played Arcadia. The girl smiled broadly and said that until recently, no one even knew what that player was doing. Now his name was spreading throughout Arcadia. The legendary player who left behind only the weapons of those he defeated had returned. The boy stared at the system panel in amazement at the sword's attributes. Angelica was doing the same. Casillas, after learning of that player's return, had already killed several others. The protagonist stood on the rooftop, grinning as he wondered what would happen next. At the Korean branch, Manhwa froze in front of the screen. Frowning deeply, he said that the sword's shape looked extremely familiar. It was the same sword the marauder in the video had been holding. Back then, there had been no way to identify him, especially with only standard administrator privileges. The same applied to the creator of that item. Grinding his teeth, Manhwa said this could not be allowed to happen again. An item that had already received bids exceeding 5,000 gold could drown someone in money. Clenching his fist, he declared that the seller would be forced into the open if he wanted the item back. With a cold grin, he added that the man was already trapped. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and curled his lip, wondering how one was supposed to tell that the bidding had been suspended. Narrowing his eyes, he reasoned that it was likely because the item's attributes were simply too outrageous. Of course, he had expected interference sooner or later, but not something this blunt. Satan appeared beside him and asked what was wrong. Jae-young replied that the sword he had recently created had been taken away. Satan frowned and exploded in rage, shouting about what idiot dared to do such a thing. They had spent an enormous number of points, only for someone to take it outright. Rubbing his chin, the protagonist thought for a moment before smiling and saying they could just refund the decency points. After all, they could simply make the same item again and try selling it once more. Satan broke into a sweat and looked haggard, asking if he really thought points grew on trees. Jae-young chuckled, realizing that the company clearly hated him. At the same time, uncertainty surrounded him. No one knew his real identity. He had put an item created with points up for sale while only revealing his nickname. In other words, the company knew nothing beyond that name. Smiling with satisfaction, he said that if his actions had benefited them, they would have allowed the sale without hesitation. Instead, those scoundrels had gone to extremes and simply confiscated it. Worse still, they had not even tried to contact him or impose sanctions. It was as if he did not exist at all. Placing a hand on his chest, Jae-young said that they should not have taken such drastic action against him. Quietly, he added that perhaps this was also the influence of his hidden class, Chaotic Wanderer. Otherwise, what right would he have to calmly stir up chaos like this? The light flickered again. Even the game's management could not stop him. With a sigh, he wondered what kind of lunatic had designed such a class. Each time he felt a stronger urge to meet its creator. His cloak fluttered in the wind as he said that thanks to these abilities he was completely safe. Warming up his wrists, Jae-young muttered that now it was time to blow apart their obstacles. The scene shifted to the Korean branch of Arcadia. Manhwa frowned deeply, exhaustion written all over his face. Those who saw him tried to guess what was wrong. His lips moved repeatedly as he muttered the name Jae-young. Entering the room, he announced that they had still not identified the culprit, but it was clear that the item had been created by a user. Sweat rolled down his face as he admitted that everything from the witch hunt to the item incidents had never been part of their plans. Narrowing his eyes, he added that it was not just that they had failed to plan it. They could never have imagined such developments just by observing from the sidelines. Something had to be done. Min, seated at the table, smiled as she looked at Manhwa and asked whether he could at least predict what would happen tomorrow. He frowned again, while the director said calmly that they were managers, not fortune tellers. It was natural that they could not predict every future event or anticipate all user actions. Parting her lips, she said it was shameful that they continued to endure all this. Mayan smiled and said it was time to make a countermove, then asked whether he remembered the plan they had prepared the other day. Manhwa's frown deepened, his eyes widening in shock. The woman in front of him ordered the plan to begin. Soon the forum announced a celebratory event to mark the establishment of Arcadia's servers, the Battle of the Bamboo Pike. Jae-young's mouth fell open when he saw the first PvP announcement. The computer screen glowed. On the Arpendia forum, countless users were discussing the Black Dragon of Darkness and the Red Demonic Dragon, who ranked second and had just completed a raid against a level 120 boss. Jae-young frowned, realizing that he had miscalculated. User growth was far faster than expected. Players above level 100 were finally appearing, and clashes with foreign servers over dominance had already begun. In the future, leveling would only accelerate. Entering the game, the protagonist admitted that over time his losses would only increase. Now there could be no talk of profit from the level system. His consciousness blurred as he realized that what he had feared all along was finally happening. Jae-young stretched and said that even if someone tried to attack him, it would be enough to spend a few points and use the same spiritualism. He chuckled and added that it was time to leave them to their own devices. Looking at the event screen, he saw people in the chat laughing openly. Many messages mocked the event, calling its creator an idiot, while others claimed the person should be beaten with a stick. In the end, the rules turned out to be extremely simple. You only had to read the name and basic description to understand that this was a large-scale PvP championship, where combat was allowed only with bamboo sticks. The last survivor would win, with a beam of light descending directly upon them. Jae-young laughed quietly, noting that items, abilities, and skills were allowed, but damage could only be dealt with the stick, and that damage did not depend on physical strength or any other stats. In other words, regardless of class, everyone had a chance to win. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at the screen. The fact that this event had appeared right now clearly meant they were doing everything they could to lure him out. Although he had not planned to participate at first, the prize was simply too valuable to ignore. According to the announcement, all players would be placed in a single space where everyone was equal, fighting until only one remained. The winner would gain the right to take one item from the inventory of each defeated opponent. Jae-young grinned, resting his chin on his hand, and said that refusing something like this would be stupid. He remained seated at the computer as the game began to load. A week later, the scene shifted to a massive festival filled with fireworks exploding in the sky. A young man nearby raised a finger and said that he heard even Dex would be participating. That was all people had been talking about for the entire week, claiming he was almost invincible in a battle royale. Smiling, The speaker added that the users could not stand it anymore, and had conspired together, saying that 99 people against one should be enough. Even so, they believed he would crush them all. Walking past, the protagonist realized that everyone was talking about him. He frowned inwardly, thinking that players never really changed. It had been 2 years since he finished everything, yet they were still chasing his shadow. Gazing at the fireworks, Jae Young admitted that he had not expected anything special, but the map exceeded all expectations. Many players were enjoying the food, amazed that they could eat their fill without worrying about calories. He sighed and wondered if this was the true innovation virtual reality had brought to their lives. At this rate, even travel companies might go bankrupt. A scream suddenly echoed behind him. Ellie appeared in the air and said that this was neither the human world nor the ghost world, but a completely unfamiliar dimension. Satan stood in front of her, shouting that even if Jae Young did not care, they still had a contract. He had to take responsibility. Did he really think running off to another dimension was acceptable? Jae Young thought to himself that, in the end, they had followed him anyway. Waving his hand, Satan complained that at least now they knew how much they still had to learn just to find him. Why had he not said anything earlier, or at least learned to communicate properly? Crossing his arms, the demon demanded to know what had brought him here. Ellie thought for a moment, and said that something was strange. How could they not have known that such a magnificent dimension existed somewhere? Jae Young's eyes widened when someone suddenly asked whether he was a user with a hidden class. The girl smiled and laughed, placing one hand on her hip, and said that he must definitely have a hidden class. Jae Young turned to her and asked how she knew. Her eyes sparkled as she explained that it was hard not to guess after seeing someone pass through space so easily, almost tearing it apart. Ellie and Satan both stared in shock. Jae Young frowned inwardly, realizing that she must be able to see his familiars. The girl clarified that she was talking about the ones behind him. After thinking for a moment, she added that they were not very visible, but they emitted a strong energy. They were clearly not ghosts, perhaps familiars. To her, they looked like lights. Smiling, she concluded that he belonged to the type who could summon assistance. Jae Young slightly inclined his head, thinking that it should have been impossible for any user to discover his abilities before the competition even began. He needed to leave before she noticed anything else. A sudden scream rang out. Looking at a green-haired girl, he cried out in recognition. As people began to take interest in Jae Young, he quickly pulled up his hood. The girl stepped forward and apologized, saying that because of her he had drawn unnecessary attention. She told him not to misunderstand. He had simply caught her interest with his appearance. Standing close, she introduced herself as Stella. Smiling, she said that even with her eyes of truth, it was extremely difficult to see those creatures clearly. He was much stronger than he appeared at first glance. Still, if he was afraid of being exposed, she would not question him further. Jae Young smiled awkwardly and thanked her, saying that it was very kind of her. Soon one of Stella's fans approached her, asking for permission to take a photo. She looked away and silently urged Jae Young to run. Watching him disappear into the crowd, she thought that she would enjoy seeing him fight. Satan, sitting on the boy's head, asked who that woman was. Ellie frowned and replied that she had managed to slip through their defenses, which was extremely unpleasant. The protagonist frowned inwardly, thinking that this Stella seemed far too persistent. They would definitely run into her during the competition. Watching the fireworks burst across the sky, he felt a vague sense that this time things would not go so smoothly. Soon the final fireworks exploded, signaling the official start of the event. A moment later, a small girl holding a bat appeared in the air. Floating above everyone, she said that since they had waited until this moment, it meant they were ready to participate. Swinging her bat, she announced the start of the long-awaited bamboo battle. A bamboo baton materialized in midair. When players checked the system panel, they saw that any target struck by the bamboo would be instantly killed. Jae Young grinned broadly, remarking that his body was itching for the first time in a long while. The plaza suddenly emptied as the bat in the girl's hand grew larger. She declared that it was time to get rid of all this junk and swung it down. An instant later, the weapon struck the ground. The earth beneath the participants cracked and began to shift. Stella flew upward. Casillas lowered her head, while Angelica, standing in the crowd, grew tense. The protagonist remained calm, gazing at the sky. The entire park collapsed, and in its place rose a strange mansion. The players were instantly transported into an ancient city. A bamboo stick appeared in front of Jae Young. Grabbing it, he commented that it was a very unusual object. The host raised her bat again and announced that the number of participants had exceeded 3 million. Even she admitted she had never seen so many opponents before. This, she said, would be one of the most hellish survivals ever held. Above them, the remaining number of players continued to flash. Smiling widely, she waved her hand and shouted that they were to kill each other until only 1,000 lucky survivors remained. The moment her words ended, players clutched their bamboo sticks, screamed, and immediately began attacking one another. Bamboo was quickly stained with blood. Crossing her arms, the girl laughed and said that this was very fun. The competition had barely begun, Yet a brutal battle was already unfolding. A red-haired man swung his weapon and shouted for everyone to stop fighting like this, warning that they would all die at this rate. A man with a mohawk crouched low and cursed. Blood splattered across the streets. One player laughed loudly, boasting that he had just killed the player ranked 19th. It was unbelievable that someone like him, a level 23 nobody, had managed to do it. Before he could celebrate further, a bamboo stick pierced him from behind. The girl hovering above scoffed, calling them all pathetic. She said they had exhausted themselves from the very start, proving they were nothing more than weaklings who had no desire to climb higher in the rankings. Rubbing her chin, she smiled again. Crowds formed near Casillas, while others rushed towards Stella trying to kill her. The protagonist stood off to the side, watching the chaos with boredom. Shifting his gaze, he thought that everyone here was insane. The bamboo stick was indeed capable of killing any user in a single strike. Since everyone now wielded such power, it was only natural that no one would accept being suppressed by others. Suddenly, someone vanished from his spot. Jang snapped his head to the side and leapt away, narrowly dodging an attack. The attacker grinned and mocked him, saying he must have been terrified to dodge like that. Judging by his gear, the man was still a beginner. Jang Young sighed wearily and told him to look up. The man froze, his foolish grin still on his face. As a bamboo stick descended toward him, he shouted that the protagonist must have lost his fear. A moment later, the strike landed, and the man disappeared. Jiang tightened his grip on his weapon and remarked that he really could not do without stealth. After all, spiritualism could be used on this map. Satan objected, saying that he would have to pay decency points for that. Otherwise, it did not concern him. Jane considered it for a moment, then asked to summon the entity he had selected earlier. The demon immediately formed a magic circle. Jane's cloak fluttered as he recalled that before the competition began, he had discovered something new while experimenting with spiritualism. The skill could summon more than just people. A being formed from pure energy appeared, like a ghostly mist. Mana enveloped the protagonist's equipment. Activating spiritualism, he looked at his hand and said that this ghost did not truly exist in reality. It was more like a black cloud. For this event it was perfect, since it could easily evade attacks. When an enemy struck him, his body split into two. The attacker frowned in confusion, unable to understand how his target was still alive. Turning around, the protagonist asked why he still did not see the result. His form expanded slightly as he added that it was not very noticeable that the man had pierced him. The bamboo weapon surged forward, aimed directly at the enemy's head. A moment later, a cry of pain echoed through the forest. Jiang stood with a bamboo stick in his hand and calmly stated that the rules here were exactly the same as in the royal battles. Killing a player was merely a small addition. The most important thing was survival. As his body began to dissolve, he added that from now on, everyone would have to make a real effort to avoid being seen. Satan smiled and said it was a great idea. He understood it clearly. He would hide well and attack strong players from afar. Raising his head, he declared that it was finally time to have some fun, especially since he had even activated spiritualism. The demon frowned in confusion, still smiling. The protagonist explained that if there were no witnesses, it was the same as remaining unnoticed. Satan froze, a nervous smile lingering on his face. Mana burst from his body as he muttered that it was time to start shedding blood. The full moon illuminated the forest, and a golden light suddenly appeared in its depths. A magic circle spread across the ground as Stella stepped forward, saying that her enemies had chosen to attack her themselves, only to reveal how weak their will truly was. Standing at the center of a pentagram, she mocked the attackers as worthless. With a smile, she said she should search for someone who could actually satisfy her, and her eyes gleamed as she asked where her beloved mouse was. The bamboo stick had become a weapon of faith. Some people even knelt and prayed before it. Holding the bamboo stick high, a man declared that everyone was equal before this weapon. Now that they were under its protection, it was time to show the world what the wrath of the people truly looked like. An old man frowned deeply and said they must punish those shameless rankers who used violence to achieve greater power. United by this belief, they called themselves the Bamboo Stick Revolutionary Organization. They wore white coats and bandages tied around their foreheads. The protagonist let out a sigh, admitting that he never expected such freaks to exist. The crowd rushed straight at him. Jae Young narrowed his eyes, and in the next instant, his body shattered into pieces. A bald man froze in shock. Even after receiving a system notification that he could not attack this object, Jae Young continued to smile. Gritting his teeth, the young man complained that it was unfair. The protagonist calmly replied that it was only a passive effect. He tightened his grip on the bamboo stick and charged into the crowd, shouting that this was unfair. The old man clenched his teeth when he realized that the young man had struck 4 times in a row without using any skills. The synchronization with the capsule had reached a terrifying level. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist appeared before his opponent with a grin. The man gripped the bamboo tighter, but the young man struck him squarely in the body. The old man cried out in pain, admitting that he should not have lost like this. When his body dissolved, the Bamboo Stick Revolutionary Organization was completely destroyed. The protagonist sighed again, remarking that all of them had attacked using nothing but that puny stick. Looking up at the sky, he muttered that now was not the time to stand out. Otherwise, he would simply be torn to shreds. Jay suddenly froze as system panels appeared before his eyes. The system announced that he had obtained the title of Revolutionary for achieving 1,000 kills with a bamboo stick in the fight for equality. Checking the player counter, he realized that fewer than 3,000 people remained. He squinted and noted that in the first few hours, over 100,000 players had died, and the numbers had dropped at a terrifying speed. Now with so few players left, the count barely moved. Massaging the bridge of his nose, Jae Young thought that if he wanted this to end quickly, he would have to take action. But the map was enormous, and hunting everyone down one by one would be exhausting. Suddenly, a girl screamed, telling him to get out of the way. The protagonist turned around, his eyes widening in shock. Angelica was flying straight toward him. She shut her eyes, realizing she was about to crash. Jay's body fell apart, and the girl passed straight through him. An invisible pressure spread across the area. Looking at Angelica on the ground, the protagonist asked if she was okay. As she stood up, she said she thought she would knock him down if she came any closer, then asked if he was really a ghost. Without answering, Jae Young began to examine her. She looked like a newbie, yet she was still alive. Stella smiled and said that they had finally met. The boy turned around and frowned. Covering her mouth, Stella said that when they first met, she had sensed something unusual about him. Apparently she had been right. He had survived until now because of something special. The young man stared at the witch with visible boredom. Angelica, still sitting on the ground, asked for help. The protagonist turned to look at her while Stella watched with a grin, waiting for his response. Lowering his head, the boy asked Angelica why he should help her. Her eyes widened when Jae Young pointed out that, if he understood correctly, Stella was chasing her. That raised a simple question. Why should he interfere in someone else's business? The witch closed her eyes and laughed. The protagonist frowned, reminding himself that he should not get involved, especially when the enemy ranked second. Although players could only be killed by attacks from bamboo sticks, magic still functioned normally, and it was incredibly annoying. A magic circle appeared beneath the witch, as she remarked that Jae was more perfect than she had expected. Waving his hand, the boy said it was time for him to leave, and that she could finish what she had started. Angelica watched him nervously. Suddenly the system issued Jae a mission. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Stella, who stood in front of Angelica. He froze while reading the system panel. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes and the bamboo stick shot toward her. The boy cursed and spun around. He had to block Stella's attack. Frowning, she asked what he was doing. Gritting his teeth, Jae Young admitted that he did not know himself. He snapped that she could see he was trying to protect this stupid girl. Angelica lifted her eyelids and froze in amazement. The young man stood in a low stance, cursing the game under his breath. The witch smiled, and Angelica smiled brightly as well, completely unaware of the mission the system had given him. It required Jae to find assistants to create chaos, and above each assistant's head would appear a special mark. From a bird's eye view, another mysterious side of Arcadia unfolded. The girl stared at the crowded fantasy square, and asked herself whether this was really a game. The excitement on her face slowly faded. She already felt that she did not belong here. This world was far too special. Memories of her ordinary life in the real world surfaced, and she felt that a place like this could never suit someone like her. Hiding her face behind her long bangs, she stood still. At that moment, someone appeared who agreed to teach her everything. A tall woman dressed in black turned toward her and calmly said that she could help her, asking whether she wanted to become her student. It quickly became clear that this woman was an NPC unlike any other. The player stared at her in surprise as they arrived at a magic workshop. The woman explained that the most important thing in magic was expanding one's mind. She pointed to the night sky and said that true understanding could only come if one began to view the world differently, devoting oneself to broader ideas and deeper concepts. She asked the girl to look at the sky, at how the stars shone, and how moonlight flowed gently through the darkness. Smiling softly, she asked whether it was not beautiful. Unlike others, this archmage was fascinated by nothing more than the eternally shining stars and the majestic moon. She had created a special form of magic herself, and taught it to only 2 students. Both girls placed their hands on their books. One was Stella, the Star Witch, and the other was the newcomer, Angelica, the Moonlight Sorceress. The mistress smiled at them and told them to take the books. She explained that she would soon embark on a long journey, and that this was her final gift to them. A symbol of their teaching appeared in the students' eyes. The day these 2 magic books merged would mark the birth of a great wizard, one whose abilities would transcend human knowledge and surpass all limitations. The girls imagined the merged book, and realized that it represented a rare chance to become a legendary wizard. Angelica examined her book closely. Even someone as unremarkable as her had been given such an opportunity. A combined symbol appeared in her eyes, and at that moment, Stella cast her an ominous glance. The teacher never realized that this opportunity could instead become a curse. Angelica was startled when a strange symbol suddenly lit up above her. The system opened a window before her, stating that she had received a task and needed to find accomplices to help her create the world of their dreams. John looked at the witch and cursed loudly. She frowned and asked whether he was serious at a time like this. He replied that he had no intention of interfering. With a nervous smile, the hero suggested simply letting the sorceress go. Stella's pupils narrowed as she asked what would happen if she refused. The necromancer stared at her in surprise, then smiled. He had no choice. Purple flames wrapped around his arms and legs as he declared that he would get rid of her. Stella channeled energy into her staff, which crackled with light. She asked whether he truly thought it would be that easy. Without waiting for an answer, she unleashed chain lightning across the battlefield, forcing him upright. The attack was too fast, and even a defensive stance could not save him. Electricity pierced his body, and the system reported that his endurance was rapidly dropping, completely paralyzed. He was unable to move. She followed up with a fireball and a magical capture formed from countless chains. A star spear flared with purple light, and a wind slash threatened to tear the player apart. Angelica screamed for him not to try to stop the attack. She understood that only circular magic could be used at that moment, and knew Stella intended to remove him as an obstacle. Jiang formed a protective dome, and the magic slammed into it. Angelica urged him to run once the attack ended, staring at the battlefield in shock as smoke and sparks filled the air. Jiang was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, standing on the brink of death. All his stats had dropped, but invulnerability had activated, temporarily halting death. He knew he had to beware of the bamboo spear. Smiling faintly, he remarked that equality was the true core of this competition. A player could not be killed by anything other than a bamboo stick. A female silhouette emerged from the smoke. Jay's eyes were half closed as he breathed heavily, then collapsed to his knees. Stella approached, forming a magic circle around herself. She said she must have worried for nothing, believing him to be special when he could not even evade a light attack. Smiling, she swung her spear and remarked that she hoped he would not resent dying by her hand, since he had interfered first. Jae Young chuckled weakly and replied that it was nothing more than an ordinary event and nothing to be upset about. Stella laughed and called him an interesting man. Saying goodbye, she struck. Confusion filled her face as she stared at the system window. She could not attack this object. Suddenly her body trembled. Slowly lowering her gaze, she saw the weakened necromancer thrust a bamboo spear into her. Smiling with difficulty, he told her not to be offended. As agreed, it was just an event. Stella screamed as electricity engulfed her. Before she could finish, her body evaporated. The protection had activated just in time. Otherwise, she would have finished him off. Angelica stood frozen, hands hanging limply at her sides. Jae Young had just defeated the player ranked second. Until the very end, she had believed he had no chance. The necromancer stared ahead with a dazed expression, his head spinning. Angelica rushed to him and asked if he was all right. He tried to laugh it off. She bowed deeply and thanked him for saving her. Embarrassed, he asked why she had submitted to the witch in the first place. Angelica smiled awkwardly and said it was a long story. She looked toward a house in the night and explained that before their mentor left, she gave each of them an item. If someone obtained both, they could become an incredibly powerful wizard. Stella had gone mad over this idea and began chasing her, intending to kill her and take the item. Angelica looked at her savior in confusion. He asked what she planned to do now. Jae Young replied calmly that Stella was not an easy opponent, and reminded her that she ranked second. How long would Angelica keep running? Could she fight back? Angelica lowered her head, unable to answer. Jae sighed and asked her level. She replied that she was level 43. He frowned, noting that it was neither low nor particularly high, which made the situation worse. Angelica smiled nervously when he asked whether she was still wearing the school uniform given at level 20, and whether her accessory was the one from a level 15 quest. She admitted she had no money for better equipment, and had been constantly fleeing from Stella. Suddenly Jae Young stiffened as an idea occurred to him. He leaned toward the frightened girl, and ordered her to hand over all the items she had. After some time, her clothes lay on the ground, and she shyly admitted she had done as he asked. Angelica tried to cover her naked body, asking whether he thought this was a little strange. Ignoring her embarrassment, the protagonist waved his hand and told her to step back, explaining that he needed to check something. Surprise flickered in the girl's eyes as she realized that he had not looked at her even once. She stood there worrying, and a quiet thought crossed her mind that perhaps he truly could be trusted. Jiang examined Angelica's belongings and concluded that, judging by her story, she must have been using them for a very long time. Reaching toward the pile, he told her to hand over the decency glasses. Startled, she raised her hands and asked what kind of glasses he was talking about. At that very moment, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. A few minutes later, the light faded. All of Angelica's items now glowed brightly, marked with notes indicating that they were unique. Seeing their increased characteristics, Jiang broke into a wide smile. He realized that the exact way an item was used determined how decency points were transferred and amplified. As Angelica put her clothes back on, she asked whether he was really saying that these items were now all hers. He replied that, fortunately, that was exactly the case. It was good that she had wandered with them for so long. Otherwise, there was no guarantee the enhancement would have worked. They were still not very durable, but for a start, they were more than acceptable. Lowering her head, Angelica quietly thanked him. Then she wondered aloud why he would help someone like her, adding that she was truly grateful for the gift. Jae-young raised his eyebrows in surprise when she suddenly asked who he actually was. Grasping his hood, he smiled broadly. A second later he leaned closer and told her that he was her partner. Introducing himself as the Bard of Anarchy, he extended his hand and said that they had a lot to look forward to. A friend request appeared, and Angelica saw that it had come from Dex himself. She froze, mouth agape. After a while, she walked beside him and admitted that at first she had been very wary. He had been too kind, and even changed her items, which felt suspicious. But now all her doubts were gone. A blush crept onto her face as she said she still could not believe that someone like Dex would want to be friends with her. The main character looked at her seriously and asked her to promise him one thing. No one was to know about it. She immediately exclaimed that she would never tell anyone. Suddenly, Satan emerged from beneath Jang's cloak and asked whether he was sure about this. Until recently, he had wanted no one to know who he was. Jae-young replied firmly that he was sure and that there was no need to worry. He had already thought everything through. He remembered the day he had put his sword up for auction. After that incident, everyone already knew he played Arcadia. There was no longer any need to hide his nickname, especially from those he trusted. Now the only thing that mattered was how he would present himself to others. As he pondered this, images of light and darkness formed in his mind. Angelica suddenly raised her head and told him to look. Very soon there would be fewer than 1,000 players left. On the massive system screen in the sky, the number read 1002. Seeing this, the main character frowned deeply. Only 2 more players needed to fall before millions were reduced to a mere 1,000. He did not know who was responsible, but it was clearly someone despicable. As if summoned by his thoughts, 2 pairs of glowing eyes appeared in the darkness. A mocking voice echoed, saying that their guests had finally arrived, and that they would be the ones to decorate the grand finale. Angelica immediately hid behind her partner. Jae-young calmly asked what they had just said. A massive man crossed his arms and commented that their outfits were strange, wondering how no one had finished them off yet. His companion laughed and said it did not matter. It was obvious they were newbies, which would make killing them much easier. Hearing this, Jae-young smiled broadly and said that the mobs had arrived right on time. He then asked his partner whether she could handle it. Horror filled Angelica's eyes as she asked what she was supposed to handle, whether she should just hide and avoid disturbing anyone. Jae pointed forward and said it was time to test the abilities of her new items. She would deal with the 2 opponents herself. Cold sweat beaded on her face as she screamed, asking if she really had to do this. The 2 enemies snarled and rushed forward, shouting that they had endured enough. Angelica quickly equipped the Staff of Poverty. A notification appeared, stating that all items of the Poverty set had been equipped, and the staff's power had been activated. The bright lamp atop the staff filled with light. She stretched out her hand and shouted as she activated the shield ability. A magical barrier formed in front of her, blocking the enemy's attack. The attackers frowned in frustration and shouted, asking how she could reflect several double attacks with a first circle magic skill. They sneered that it did not matter. Her shield would eventually break, and then they would get her. Cracks spread across the barrier. Closing her eyes, Angelica realized that the shield was failing and that this could not continue. That meant she had to do exactly as Dex had taught her. With that resolve, she placed 5 shields in front of herself at once. The huge man was blasted backward, and his partner screamed in shock, demanding to know what that was. Watching with his arms crossed, the protagonist reflected that her items were strange and difficult to comprehend. She would not be able to defeat top-ranked monsters with them alone, but that was not the point. What truly mattered was the effect created when they were used together. A malicious smile spread across his face as he read the set effect. First circle magic mana consumption was reduced by 99%, second circle mana consumption by 50%, and third circle mana consumption increased by 1000%. That meant one simple thing: she could use first circle magic endlessly. At that moment, countless magic balls formed around Angelica. Tears welled up in the enemy's eyes as he shouted in disbelief, asking whether this was really a magic missile. At that same second, an insanely powerful explosion echoed through the battlefield. Immediately afterward, the system announced that the number of remaining survivors had dropped to exactly 1,000. Angelica gripped her staff tightly. Those 2 enemies probably did not realize it, but today was no ordinary day. This was the day the great First Circle Mage appeared, a true PvP maniac, a madwoman who fought without restraint, and that woman was Angelica herself. With eyes shining in joy, she turned to her partner and shouted that she had succeeded. System screens lit up at once, announcing that the candidate for the assistant position had achieved trust. The player named Angelica officially became his assistant. As a reward, she could now earn decency points, and the total accumulated so far was 243. After reading everything, the protagonist smiled in confusion and thought that it sounded as if he had become a king. Still, he hoped she would grow into an unimaginable monster. With that thought, he looked at Angelica's back. The exact same image was being broadcast on a small monitor elsewhere. The director grabbed his subordinate by the head and shouted that they had finally caught him, the mysterious player known as Dex. But then a red notification flashed across the screen, stating that they lacked the authority to request information about the selected user. Cold sweat formed on Manhwa's face, as he muttered that he had no idea what Dex was planning this time, but he would not let it go so easily. Meanwhile, a large number of players had gathered in one place as the second stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival was about to begin. The festival host rested a hand on her chin and announced that something unexpected had happened. She had assumed many high-ranking anchors would remain, but the outcome was the complete opposite. Most of the survivors were mid or even low-ranking players. Even more surprising was the fact that a level 43 player had survived, meaning that among the final 1,000 was someone who had not even crossed level 50. It was astonishing. She then asked whether this result was due to luck or true ability. Angelica raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing this. The host smiled broadly and said they would find out during the second stage. After a brief pause, she waved her hand and explained that before the next stage began, she needed to announce two very important changes. The bamboo sticks distributed to players began to glow brightly. Opening a system screen, the host told everyone not to panic and assured them that everything remained fair. They had simply decided to adjust some skills because they seemed too childish. First, the bamboo spear could now deal damage not only through physical attacks, but also through magical attacks. In other words, abilities that ignored physical attacks or provided absolute defense could no longer block the bamboo weapons. The protagonist listened quietly from the side. Satan crossed his arms and asked what his master planned to do now, since this was supposedly his domain. Jae Young smiled faintly as a dark aura began to spread around him. His eyes glowed as he replied that he had been extremely careful about avoiding unnecessary fights. What happened next remained to be seen. The festival host widened her eyes and repeated the announcement she had made earlier. Some players frowned and complained, asking whether there truly were skills that ignored physical attacks and absolute defense. That sounded unfair. Who could even use such abilities? The host lifted her baton and added that there was another change. Due to serious imbalance caused by certain items, and because the festival was meant to be a war for equality, such equipment went against their principles. Therefore, in the second and third stages, players would not be allowed to use any equipment effects or gadgets, only ordinary weapons. Shock flashed across Angelica's face as she cried out, asking what she was supposed to do with her entire set. The protagonist exhaled heavily, wondering why she even asked. If those items had not existed, she would not have cared at all. The host then explained that poisonous gas would begin spreading inward from the edges of the map. It moved as fast as a running person, so everyone would have to keep moving. Her eyes shone brightly as she declared that the second stage of the festival had officially begun. The moon drifted across the clear night sky. In empty space, Alice levitated and announced that the emergency patch had been completed. Some restrictions of the Bamboo Stick Festival had been altered, but they did not fully meet the Alice system standards, and penalties might follow. Reading this, the director laughed loudly and said that it had finally worked. Tahan turned to him and asked whether he was sure, since the chairman had advised them to avoid penalties whenever possible. The director replied that everything was fine and that he would take responsibility if anything happened. Manhwa frowned angrily and added that the player named Dex was the one who had created the bloodsucker responsible for all the trouble. Revealing the full circumstances would be the greatest benefit for management. Above all, this festival was a trump card used by the Korean branch to address player dissatisfaction and complaints. As he spoke, he presented a poster advertising a celebratory event commemorating the establishment of the Arcadia servers. Looking at the protagonist and his partner, he remarked that such a troublesome kid should be eliminated during the second stage. Jae Young turned to Angelica and told her that from now on they should split up. If possible, they could meet again in the third stage. Tears welled up in her eyes as she shouted, asking how he could say that. Did he really want to abandon her now? Was it only because she could no longer use her equipment? Hearing this, he looked at her coldly and asked whether she had lost her mind. He had made those items for her himself. If he had wanted to take advantage of her, he would have gotten rid of her long ago. Ever since she got involved with that witch, he had gained nothing good from it. His words struck Angelica straight in the chest, and she quietly admitted that it was true. After a brief pause, the protagonist chuckled and said he was just joking. However, he was no longer certain that he could protect her. As he said this, he placed his hand gently on Angelica's head. After removing his hand, the man said that he had a plan, but it was far too dangerous. As he turned to leave, he waved to his partner and told her that she could still use her weapon. The most important thing was to avoid getting involved with idiots. Angelica replied in confusion that she would try, but reminded him to be careful as well. Smiling, she waved at him and said that they would definitely meet again in the third stage. Jaeyoung walked away with his hand raised. Angelica kept waving after him, wondering whether his passive skill did more than simply protect him from unnecessary attacks. After thinking about it, she chuckled and decided it did not matter. Even Dex would not cheat like that. At that moment, the protagonist smiled widely and activated spiritualism, transforming into the Dark King Azahara. A creature from the demon world, overflowing with insane magical energy, entered his body, allowing him to temporarily wield its power. Jaeyoung gained resistance to master-level poisons, complete invulnerability to second-tier poisons, the ability to use master-level poison, and even third-tier blood poison. He was now clad in the robe of the Dark King. Ellie suddenly appeared above him, arms crossed, saying she could not believe what she was seeing. He had contacted the demon world again, and it greatly displeased her. Jaeyoung replied calmly that the skills he needed were simply more effective on the demon side. He then asked Satan whether everything would proceed smoothly according to his plan. The Demon King smiled uncertainly and said that it should. He then asked whether Jaeyoung could really handle it, since this was still a competition, and whether he would be punished for cheating again. Jaeyoung's smile turned ominous as he replied that sometimes he felt he was too naive for a devil. Satan frowned, his voice trembling as he asked whether that was true. The protagonist began to run, answering confidently that it was. He added that the rules themselves were embedded into the map. More precisely, the map was designed to create favorable conditions, which was why he intended to act differently from everyone else. Moonlight illuminated the entire battlefield. Still smiling, Jaeyoung explained that because of the poisonous gas, all players would eventually be forced toward the center of the map. Once they collided, a brutal battle would erupt. As he imagined powerful players clashing, his smile slowly faded. He noted that countless players had already died in the first stage. In the second stage, with no effective way to counter bamboo sticks, it could be passed calmly, but only if one remained cautious. The only solution was to wait until everyone except him suffocated in the poisonous gas. Moving closer to the toxic cloud, less than a minute later, the protagonist sat on the ground as the deadly poison crept over his body. His passive poison resistance activated instantly, followed by poison invulnerability. With the blood poison skill, the absorbed toxins were transferred into his bloodstream. Without fear or hesitation, Jang declared that the second stage had been cleared. Time passed, and the poisonous gas continued to advance. Clashes began occurring far more frequently, filling the air with chaotic magical energy. The festival host crossed her arms and laughed, saying that this was far more entertaining to watch. Unlike the first stage, only the strongest would survive here, and everyone possessed vastly different skill levels. After a pause, she added thoughtfully that in every group there was always someone who exceeded all standards. A player named Casillas moved steadily across the battlefield, facing opponents ready to attack. She suddenly charged forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid, powerful strikes. At that instant, someone took aim at her. Casillas felt it and turned just in time, barely dodging as a flaming arrow struck the ground. Horror filled the archer's eyes as he asked whether she had really dodged his shot from such a distance. Casillas's eyes burned with rage as she replied that she had found him. In the next instant, she vanished. Reappearing on a rooftop, she locked onto the silhouette she had sensed. In a blink, she was airborne above her enemy. The archer shouted in disbelief, asking who she was, and how she had crossed 800 meters in an instant. He asked whether she had a hidden class. Magical particles filled the air. With a single strike, Casillas smashed into her opponent, smoke rising from her bamboo spear. She raised a hand to her head, muttering that she was speechless. Everyone was fighting fiercely, yet someone was still hiding. With anger blazing in her eyes, she demanded to know where Dex was hiding. Soon, the poisonous gas began to dissipate. The second stage of the Bamboo Stick Festival had ended, and only 2 players remained alive. Casillas clenched her teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, the protagonist remained perfectly calm, concealed within the fading fog. The moon drifted silently across the night sky as the final round of bamboo stick battles approached. Casillas defeated every opponent who stood in her way. Her eyes shone brightly. One defeated player crawled toward her, using his last strength to complain that her attacks were some incomprehensible combination of hidden skills, and that there was no fairness in bamboo stick combat. Casillas quietly adjusted the glove on her hand and frowned. She told herself that 3 minutes should have been enough. Yet it was still not enough. Nothing about this was different from the game she had played before. To defeat him, she would have to become even stronger. Her thoughts drifted to Icaro, an RPG released 20 years ago with beautiful graphics and a warm atmosphere. It had once been so popular it was called a national game. Over time, however, players received a termination notice. Despite strict management and skilled players, the engine had grown outdated, and the game faded quietly into history. Casillas' eyes filled with shock, as she whispered that it could not be true. She had been one of the players who loved that game until the very end. Her character Casillas stood in the main square. For her, Kurosu was not merely a game. It was 20 years of her life, filled with achievements, battles, and memories. No one had ever been able to take first place from her. Her nickname had always sat at the top of the rankings. That was how it had always been, until he appeared. The name Dex reflected in her eyes, and she wondered who he was. She had never seen that nickname before. And then, for the first time in her PvP career, Casillas was defeated. The moment she realized what had happened, her brows furrowed in fury, and she shouted that it had been too fast. It really was too fast. He had attacked her just 3 seconds after the rage strike effect ended. Worse still, he had exploited server lag to do it. A drop of cold sweat slid down her face as she understood the truth. That man knew Ikaros far better than she did. Dex stood calmly in place. A moment later, a message appeared above him, stating that it had been a good fight for a user of such a terrible game. Shock filled her eyes as she read those words. Then the protagonist glanced at his weapon and said that since he had taken first place, it was time to end this game. Immediately afterward, a notification appeared announcing that Dex had left the game. In the next second, Casillas slammed her fist down on the table. That freak had trampled not only her pride, but the pride of her beloved game as well. She looked down at her hand and recalled that she possessed a hidden fighter class, one capable of wielding any weapon that came to hand. On the open system screen, her hidden skill was listed as Quick Select, allowing her to switch weapons instantly without opening the inventory. Keeping her head lowered, Casillas muttered that thanks to this skill, she could fight in a style perfectly suited to her. It felt impossible that this was all just coincidence. She had been given another chance. A powerful magical aura surged around her. Clenching her fist tightly, she swore to herself that she would surpass that bastard. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to sit calmly within the poisonous gas. The same scene was displayed on a small work monitor. The director stared at it blankly and asked the manager how the poisonous fog had been configured. The manager replied in confusion that according to their settings, it was a lethal poison effective at level 200 and above. Manhwa responded coldly that the highest level player on the Korean server was around level 160. Yet this man had survived 30 minutes in a level 200 poisonous fog. This was not the effect of a unique item, since item usage was restricted. It was a special characteristic of the player himself. Ton pointed at the screen and asked whether it could be a skill effect. The director clenched his teeth and glared at his subordinate, asking if he truly believed that made sense. Cold sweat broke out on the man's face as he stammered that such an unfair skill could not exist. Basic poison resistance should not be lower than rank 3, and even with a resistance skill, it should be at least rank 5. That was far beyond what a player with basic skills could possess. Manhwa lowered his head and said that if this continued, the man would endure the poison fog they had prepared and eventually win. That outcome was unacceptable. A few minutes later, he confronted Alice. The AI informed him that the poison fog had been adjusted to the highest level, and that a setting ignoring resistance skills had been added. However, because the change targeted a specific player, it was illegal. As a result, the penalty would increase. Alice further reported that 2 illegal changes had already been implemented under the administrator's authority. If additional illegal settings were applied, future requests could be rejected, and the administrator's authority revoked. There were already warnings on record regarding salary reduction, loss of annual leave, and a board meeting. After hearing this, the director ground his teeth and shouted that he could endure such penalties. He told himself that the Arcadia staff had worked too hard to launch this game, and he would not allow that bastard to take everything. He would bear full responsibility for it. The energy in the air shifted abruptly. A system screen appeared, announcing that the effectiveness of the poisonous fog had been greatly increased, and that resistance skills could no longer be used. Reading this, the protagonist frowned deeply. He wondered why there had been another sudden change. Then it hit him. They were no longer hiding it, they were openly targeting him. Satan looked around in fear and said that no matter how poisonous Asahara was, it was impossible to block poison of that level. He asked what they were going to do. His master calmly replied that he had never expected it to work to the very end, which meant it was time to finish things properly. Surprise filled the Demon King's eyes as he asked what properly meant. A system screen appeared before Jae Young, and he answered that after all this time his old opponent had finally appeared. The system announced that only 2 survivors remained, him and Casillas. He raised his hand to his face and muttered whether things had really improved here. Casillas, grinding her teeth in anger, said she had been waiting for this moment. She had already read that the 3rd stage and the final bamboo stick battle were about to begin. The protagonist stepped out of the poisonous fog. Satan asked if he was truly going to fight, noting that this was unlike him. He then suggested changing the summoning to something more suitable for PvP, since he had already found several good options. Jae Young glanced at his familiar and refused. He had something else prepared. Turning his attention elsewhere, he asked Ellie to lend him her power. The Archangel raised her eyebrows in surprise. A blush spread across her face as she placed a hand on her chest, and declared that heavenly beings were always ready to lend their strength. Seeing her reaction, the boy chuckled inwardly and apologized to himself for neglecting her throughout the bamboo stick battles. It had been his fault for relying too much on insufficient abilities. The lamp quickly filled with warm light. Calypso, the river god and master of all weapons, appeared holding a massive sword and then entered the player's body. The night sky became starless. Jae Young was informed that he could now temporarily use Calypso's power, along with an additional skill, King of All Weapons. This ability created an intangible weapon formed from pure magical power, capable of changing shape freely at the user's will. A brilliant glow formed in the protagonist's hand. Within seconds he shifted through 5 different weapon forms and nodded, saying that he understood how it worked now. Satan stared with widened eyes, asking what kind of absurd magical control this was. Ellie, hovering behind them, said it was unbelievable. Even Calypso himself could not change weapons so quickly. After a brief pause, Jae Young kept his hand raised and said that he had practiced enough. It was time to begin. Powerful heavenly magic leaked from his eyes. Activating winner's instinct in fighter's eyes, he locked onto a worthy opponent. Casillas abruptly turned her head and, at the last possible moment, managed to block his attack. Rage instantly filled her eyes as she screamed that he had finally appeared. The Bard of Anarchy smiled widely and asked whether she had been running around too much. He mocked that it was obvious she came from a collective farm game that had shut down due to a lack of players, then told her to show her hidden class. Weapons began appearing in Casillas' hands. She attacked at extreme speed, switching weapons continuously. Out of the corner of his eye, Jae Young watched a blade fly toward him, and remarked that her weapon switching speed was incredible. Seeing it up close, it almost looked like magic. With that, he abruptly blocked the strike using his ability. A sword appeared in his hand, and he calmly said that he could do something similar. Surprise flashed across Casillas' face, as she wondered whether this was his hidden class, one that allowed him to freely change weapon forms. For several minutes they clashed violently, trading blows with constantly shifting weapons. A sudden surge of magical energy shook the air. Casillas closed her eyes and realized that he was attacking her in the same way she attacked him. Was he doing this deliberately? Jae Young smiled and told her that it would be embarrassing if she lost again, so she should give it her all. Hatred and anger burned in her eyes as they resumed their ferocious exchange. Gritting her teeth, she told herself not to laugh. This was not the same as before, and it was not fair, neither then nor now. Memories flashed through her mind of sitting at her computer, playing her beloved game. She watched his weapon change shape again and understood the difference. Her quick select skill allowed her to instantly swap equipment, but his weapon was not being swapped, it was transforming. She could not keep up. Realizing this, she frowned fiercely. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Casillas steeled herself and vowed that she had to win. Jae Young stood before her and asked if she had already given up. She glared at him, thinking of her pride, then demanded to know what kind of skill he was using. He smiled and replied that he was the master of all weapons, and that it was quite useful. Displeasure filled her eyes as she hissed that he was lucky to have such a powerful skill. He laughed and replied that luck was a skill as well. Hearing this, she lowered her head and said that both back then and now he always confused her. Suddenly she drove her bamboo stick into the ground and extended her hand, magical energy gathering around it. She declared that she would also fight seriously. She admitted that it was impossible to defeat him using a weapon she was unfamiliar with. No matter how powerful a weapon was, if one could not fight properly with it, it was meaningless. Jae Young frowned slightly, wondering whether anything would change if she discarded the bamboo stick entirely. The moon shone brightly in the clear sky. Suddenly a sword appeared in Casillas' hands. She declared that before striking him with the bamboo stick, she would completely destroy him with the sword. As she began to draw it from its sheath, Jae Young raised his weapon and wondered aloud what kind of antique it was. It looked dangerous. He mused about what weapon he should use to fight it. Before he could finish speaking, a blow struck his throat. Casillas launched a high-speed, devastating attack. The protagonist crashed to the ground as the system reported critical damage. His bones were broken, blood spilled freely, and his movements were restricted until he healed. Satan cried out in panic, asking if he was all right. Casillas stood silently to the side. Then she vanished. Reappearing instantly, she smashed into his shield with all her strength. Smiling, she told him to keep using the shield. If he did, the next attack would also be blocked. Or had he already decided not to resist? The Bard of Anarchy smiled bitterly. It was true. All he could do now was block. It was not his fault. His opponent had become even faster once she drew her sword. With that realization, he leapt backward. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared out of nowhere, and a notification informed him that Calypso, a celestial being, was requesting a dialogue with the player. Seeing this, the guy frowned in displeasure and shouted, asking if this really had to happen at such a tense moment. Shock appeared in Ellie's eyes. She immediately flew to her master and asked whether he had noticed the ancient sword in the girl's hands. He replied that he had thought the weapon looked strange and then asked whether she truly knew anything about it. Turning her gaze to him, The archangel explained that a message had come from the master of all weapons. That sword originally belonged to him. He had prepared it for his successor, the one who would continue his path. Along with the sword that granted advancement, there was also a necklace meant to transfer skills as its user grew stronger. Listening to this, Jang imagined a powerful sword and an equally powerful necklace. Ellie raised her hand to her chin, picturing an extremely displeased Calypso, and added that he could no longer sense the necklace at all. That was why he was furious. Something had clearly gone wrong, and now Calypso was demanding a dialogue. Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from his opponent, the protagonist finally understood everything. It seemed to him that Cassius's abilities were similar to those of celestial beings, and not merely similar, they were exactly those abilities. At that moment, Cassius herself felt a shift in the atmosphere, and frowned. Jae-yang exhaled heavily, realizing that he needed to intervene now. Turning to her, he asked whether it was true that she had obtained the sword by completing a quest. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Cassius's face. She snapped back, asking why he was asking such a thing, and whether he was just trying to stall for time. He replied calmly that he simply needed to know whether she had received the sword as a quest reward. Holding the weapon before her, she confirmed that it was true. She had obtained the sword after completing a quest given by a strange vagabond. Sweat appeared on the boy's face as the master of all weapons grew agitated and demanded to know what had happened to the necklace that came with the sword. He asked whether there had been another necklace besides the blade. Cassius's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked how he knew about it. He said it did not matter, and repeated the question. She glanced at the sword and admitted that it was true. Along with the sword, she had also received a necklace. However, unlike the sword, it had been an unidentified item. The shop owner in the village had told her that he lacked the skill to appraise such an object, and suggested buying an appraisal scroll to determine its function. Hearing this, the Bard of Anarchy's eyes widened in shock, and he asked in disbelief whether she had actually done that, thinking to himself that it was impossible. Cassius raised her eyebrows and said there was no point spending that much money on an appraisal scroll. The necklace looked unsightly anyway, so she had simply sold it along with other junk items, earning about 15 bronze coins. Its price matched its appearance. The moment Calypso heard this, his eyes flared with light. A violent surge of magical energy struck the protagonist, and system screens appeared, announcing that the master of all weapons was both shocked and enraged. His successor had sold her legacy. In a booming declaration, he announced that he was disowning her. Jae-young's eyes widened in surprise as another message appeared. The master of all weapons requested to fully enter his body temporarily, promising to shoulder all the consequences after possession. Reading this, Jae-young turned to Ellie and asked whether such a thing was even possible. This was his first time facing such a situation, and if Calypso fought in his place, he would be grateful. Ellie replied that according to the rules, it was impossible. However, if he was prepared to bear the cost himself, then it could be attempted. The burden would be enormous. Closing her eyes, she pressed a hand to her temple and said it would be extremely difficult, but if he was truly determined, there was no stopping it. More importantly, since this concerned the bond between a teacher and his legacy, it could justify direct intervention in the world. Suddenly, wings spread behind her. She declared that in the name of Archangel Michael, she permitted the intervention of the master of all weapons, Calypso. At that instant, a colossal sword of light struck the protagonist. Cassius screamed in shock, wondering what kind of terrifying power this was and whether that bastard still had abilities left. Blinding light exploded in all directions as the master of all weapons fully possessed the player's body. Since complete control had been taken, independent action was suspended, and the player entered observer mode. The protagonist's hair turned white. He smiled broadly and asked whether she had truly sold that necklace. It was regrettable, he said, that the heir had failed to understand the deep affection of the teacher who had prepared everything with such care, only to have it treated as a trifle and handed over to a greedy merchant. Cassius clenched her teeth under the crushing pressure of that terrifying energy, and asked in confusion what he was talking about. Calypso spread his arms, revealing his true power. Her mouth fell open as she wondered whether this was the embodiment of all weapons, whether this was his real strength. If so, it was utterly unfair and destroyed all balance. Before she could finish that thought, he extended his hand toward her. Countless weapons descended upon her at once. She was struck with burnout, followed by fatal damage, teetering on the brink of death. Blood spilled from her mouth. Cassius barely remained standing and screamed, demanding to know what kind of skill this was. Suddenly, a bright light pierced the darkness. The ancient sword, its true name long forgotten, trembled violently in her hands. Staring at it in shock, she wondered what was happening and what it was reacting to. Calypso ground his teeth in fury and called her pitiful. Muttering coldly, he stepped toward her and said that she possessed the skill Quick Select. Cassius jerked her head up and screamed, asking how he knew the name of her hidden skill. Rage and hatred burned in his eyes as he explained that Quick Select was not merely a skill for swapping weapons quickly. It was the embodiment of an obsession to master every weapon in existence, a power born from blood, sweat, and an unyielding will. Clenching his fist, He added that the skill achieved at the end of such training was the master of all weapons. Hearing this, Cassius raised an eyebrow and asked what he meant by master of all weapons. Without loosening his fist, Calypso continued, saying that this was the ultimate power she would have gained had she followed his path to the end. He pointed at her as he spoke. The girl lowered her head and quietly asked who he was. The master of all weapons frowned, still burning with anger. Leaning on her sword, Cassius asked again who he was. Since he knew her skill and the sword reacted to him so strongly, the fury faded from his eyes. He replied quietly that the sword was crying. It was grieving because she had lost its other half. Shock filled Cassius's eyes as she tried to understand what a mate meant. The master of all weapons stood before her and said that if he had been given more time, he would not have acted so rashly. He would have searched for someone truly worthy and chosen them as his successor. Unfortunately, he had not been granted that luxury. Removing the hood from his head, he added that she should be grateful. He had encountered a noble man willing to lend him his body, allowing him to appear once more. The nameless ancient sword trembled, filled with sorrow. Smiling warmly, Calypso remarked that despite her slowness and lack of common sense, fate had still led the sword into her hands. In a way, this had become their only remaining option. Cassius clutched the hilt tightly, wondering whether he was speaking to her or to the sword, and questioning what was truly happening. Lowering his head slightly, the master of all weapons asked his old companion to look after this foolish girl. A flame ignited deep within the blade. System notifications appeared, stating that the old nameless sword was expressing its displeasure. It had decided to sort out the situation, recognized Cassius as its owner, discovered its true name, and unlocked its hidden abilities. Its classification shifted from magical to unique, and Cassius received a hidden quest to search for the lost necklace. An overwhelming aura enveloped the blade. Cassius heard her sword cry out and felt its soul and unwavering resolve. After a few moments, the aura faded. With her brows knit in disbelief, she murmured that she finally understood the true meaning of her hidden class. Watching this, Calypso chuckled, saying it reminded him of the old days. His form began to ripple and distort, as he added that all of this was the result of having a terrible student. He had been forced to go to such extremes. A red system screen appeared, announcing that the maximum level of interference had been reached and full control was being disabled. The protagonist returned to his body from observer mode. He glanced at his hand and calmly thought that everything had gone as expected. This level of interference was unacceptable, but thanks to it, he had witnessed something truly valuable. Cassius trembled as she used the last of her strength to say that she now understood. He was a true master. After speaking, she collapsed to the ground. Jae-young looked at her and noted that she was suffering from a dying state debuff. Her body was likely numb to the point where she could not stand, yet she had endured far longer than most. The more he observed her, the more dangerous she seemed. He decided to wait. Otherwise, there might not be another chance to speak with her. The poisonous fog continued to advance. After some time, Cassius opened her eyes. Sitting beside her, he asked whether she had truly sold the necklace. At a glance, it was obvious that it had been part of a hidden quest. Did she really not play modern RPGs at all? Selling a necklace that belonged to a sword set was practically a cliché mistake, something only players from outdated games would do. Cassius gazed up at the sky and replied that in the game she had played, there were no such quests. Jae-young clenched his teeth slightly and thought to himself that she was old school. He then said that regardless, the necklace was clearly an important item. Once everything was over, she should return to the shop owner and try to retrieve it. The moon slowly sank across the sky. Cassius replied that even if he had not said so, she intended to do exactly that. Then she looked at him and asked what his class truly was. The one who had fought her earlier had not felt like him at all. It was as though someone else had possessed his body. Jae-young looked away and replied that she could think of him as having a hidden class, much like her own fighter class. To himself, he admitted that her instincts were remarkable. Suddenly, he pointed to the bamboo stick in his hand and said that there was still one matter left to settle. He asked what she thought about it. Cassius chuckled weakly and raised her eyebrows, asking what he was talking about. She would need at least 3 more minutes to recover from her dying state. The poisonous fog that signaled the end of the battle had already reached them. She could not even move her hand. The fog crept closer. Looking up at the sky, she said firmly that the decision had already been made. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled faintly and apologized that everything had ended this way. It would have been nice to fight properly. Cassius smiled back and told him to wait, because the next time they met, she would be the winner. Jae-young grasped the bamboo stick and replied that this was to be expected. He felt that she would not give up so easily. With those words, he raised his hand. In the next instant, he launched a swift attack. Cassius began to fade away, and Jae-young said quietly that they must definitely meet again. The system screen announced that he had won the duel and remained the last survivor. The final winner of the bamboo stick fights had been decided. A crown appeared above his head. Across the broadcast, massive red letters declared the results. All major battles had been shown in real time, and many candidates had been discussed. The revolutionary bamboo stick group had called for universal equality. Casillas had displayed an outstanding performance, reaching the third stage, only to be defeated by a suddenly appearing player named Dex, whose victory seemed extraordinary. Dex's nickname hovered above the figure whose cloak fluttered in the air. The audience reaction varied, but most players rejoiced at his victory. The name Dex alone lent credibility to every unbelievable moment. Somewhere else, the Black Dragon of Darkness, whose true age was 24, watched the broadcast and murmured that according to rumors, her opponent had been Dex. Only now was she beginning to understand. Stretching lazily, she added that it was fortunate she had not participated in the bamboo stick fights, because she nearly encountered someone she never wanted to meet again. At that moment, the festival host appeared above the protagonist and congratulated the final winner, announcing that it was time to present the long-awaited reward. Swinging her bat, she spoke a few magic words, and instantly, a mysterious box materialized. It was formed by an unknown force and contained the items of all the players Jie Yang had defeated. Jie Yang took the box in his hands. The host suddenly pointed at him and said that he must choose only one item, so he had better choose wisely. A list of items unfolded before the Bard of Anarchy. The festival host examined them carefully and thought to herself that most of them were unique pieces of equipment that were extremely difficult to obtain. Just looking at them made her feel envious. The protagonist, however, stared at the list with no emotion. To him, it was all junk. The difficulty of acquiring these items was not even worth mentioning, and none of them seemed particularly impressive. Just as he finished that thought, surprise flashed across his eyes. He immediately looked up at the host and asked whether it truly did not matter which item he chose, since all of them belonged to defeated players. Folding her arms across her chest, she confirmed that it was true and asked whether he had already made his decision. Curious, she flew closer to see what he had chosen. The moment she saw it, her expression changed completely. Lowering her head, she began to speak in confusion. But before she could finish, the protagonist interrupted her. He reminded her that this was an item belonging to a defeated player. Smiling broadly, he asked whether that was correct. Because she had promised, tears welled up in the host's eyes. Watching this from afar, the Black Dragon of Darkness frowned in confusion. The host, who had been so arrogant throughout the event, now looked visibly troubled. What could he possibly have chosen? Magical energy rippled through the air. Seconds later, a bamboo stick appeared before Jelm. This bamboo stick instantly killed any target it struck, and was completely unaffected by blocks or magical shields. Grabbing the weapon, the protagonist exclaimed in joy that he had succeeded. When Han saw this, his mouth fell open in shock. At the same time, sunlight flooded the Korean branch of Arcadia. In a large conference room, everyone involved in the game gathered for an emergency meeting. The director thanked them for attending, despite their busy schedules, and immediately began explaining the situation. The bamboo stick fights, which they had worked so hard to prepare, had ended a few hours earlier. However, an issue had arisen during the reward distribution process. Jia raised her hand and admitted that her department had been unable to conduct proper monitoring due to overtime, then asked how serious the problem was. Tahan lowered his head and replied that, in short, the winner had selected an item no one had anticipated. He said it would be clearer if they displayed it on the screen. A system window appeared, describing the bamboo stick. Everyone in the room jumped to their feet in disbelief. They shouted that it was impossible, asking how such an item could even be obtainable. At that moment they finally understood why the CEO himself had attended the briefing. The scenario team leader stood up and said that the biggest problem lay in the bamboo stick's special ability. Its instant death effect did not specify any target restrictions. Hearing this, Jia raised her hand again and asked whether that meant it could kill not only bosses from high difficulty raids, but also targets that were currently considered invulnerable. The man replied firmly that it could. The director clenched his teeth and said that if the protagonist used this weapon against invulnerable entities such as the Guardian of Arcadia or the Dragon Lord Guldrian, the target would likely die instantly. While this had not yet been confirmed with absolute certainty, given Arcadia's code system, it was entirely possible. Someone else immediately asked what would happen if he attacked an important NPC instead. That alone could collapse the main storyline and render everything meaningless. Manhwa admitted that this was his mistake. Despite monitoring the situation, he had failed to prevent it. As the tension thickened, dust-like particles shimmered in the air. Mena crossed her arms and stated that direct intervention might be necessary to prevent the worst-case scenario. She opened Alice on her tablet and asked how she could help. Lowering her head, the head of Arcadia said she had a request related to the bamboo stick event. Before she could finish, Alice had already analyzed all reward items and displayed a red system message stating that intervention was impossible. Shock spread across Min's face as she demanded an explanation. The director stood silently as Alice explained that the user who received the item had already been subjected to 2 unreasonable patches. It had been promised that no further patches would be applied to him. Alice then presented evidence. A video played on the tablet, showing Manhwa stating clearly that the previous adjustment would be the final patch related to the event. After watching the video, the head of Arcadia smiled bitterly and said that she had already warned the executive director to avoid interference beyond his authority. It seemed he would now have to explain himself. Horror and fear washed over the man as he shouted that it was all because of that bastard named Dex. If it were not for him. Before he could finish, the atmosphere in the office shifted violently. Elsewhere, a faint magical trail lingered around the bamboo stick. The protagonist examined his new weapon and wondered aloud what he should even do with it. Satan raised his hand nervously and asked what that thing was, saying the energy it emitted gave him goosebumps. Jiang asked why he had not seen such a weapon throughout all the fights. The Demon King immediately hid behind Ellie and shouted that using such an item in that special battlefield dimension was completely different from using it here. Ellie nodded and added that he was right. The moment the protagonist returned to this dimension, the bamboo stick's true power manifested. With a single swing, it had enough force to overturn an entire continent. It was, without a doubt, an absurd and terrifying level of power. A deadly aura radiated from the bamboo stick. Hearing Ellie's words, Jay raised the weapon and asked whether it was really that powerful, adding that it seemed he had made the right choice in selecting it as his reward. At that moment, a system screen suddenly appeared before him, stating that the administrator was requesting a direct call. A prompt followed, asking whether he wished to accept. Jay tilted his head slightly and wondered what the administrator could possibly want to say in a private call. With a sarcastic smile, he muttered that it sounded interesting and accepted the request. Instantly, all his skills were sealed, and he was transferred to a special isolated space. Not far away stood the administrator herself. Helenia smiled warmly and introduced herself, saying she hoped for his understanding. She explained that she had requested this meeting because of the item he had obtained as a result of the bamboo stick fights. Jay raised his eyebrows and suggested they get straight to the point. At the same time, he noted to himself that the administrator appeared to be of the elven race, making her yet another unreachable figure. With her hands folded calmly, Helenia explained that, as he already knew, this discussion concerned the bamboo stick fights. The item he had received was special and had never been intended as an event reward. If used freely in Arcadia, it could significantly alter the course of the world and cause serious damage to the game's balance. Because of that, the administration had decided that adjustments to the item were necessary. The Bard of Anarchy asked whether this meant she intended to confiscate the item he had rightfully earned. Keeping his gaze fixed on her, he listened as Helenia clarified that this was not the case. He had obtained the bamboo spear fairly, and the mistake lay with the administration. Therefore, they wished to seek his consent before submitting a request to modify it. Raising one finger, Helenia asked whether he would like to hear the proposed adjustment plans. In total, management had prepared 3 options. The first was to limit the number of times the bamboo stick could be used. The second was to restrict its effective range. The third was to reclaim the bamboo stick entirely and replace it with compensation items of equivalent value. Jay exhaled slowly and said that there was no option among them that he liked. That alone proved they had thought the matter through carefully. He then asked what he would receive in return if he agreed to the adjustments. Hearing this, Helenia closed her eyes briefly, thinking that given his playstyle, she had expected him to react far more aggressively. Instead, he was surprisingly calm. She replied that the compensation would be determined by the user reward program controlled by artificial intelligence. In other words, an algorithm similar to the one used by the festival host during the bamboo stick fights. A system screen appeared before her as she added that since this issue stemmed from the company's mistake, appropriate compensation would be guaranteed. She then asked whether he would like to review it. Shock flickered in Jay's eyes as he read the contents. He asked whether they were truly willing to offer compensation on that level. Helenia looked at him gently and replied that the administration was not permitted to disclose the details of individual user compensation, but they were formally and responsibly guaranteeing it. She then added that there was something else. Jay raised his eyebrows in surprise. Helenia stepped closer and said that if he cooperated in this matter, the management promised never to harm him again. No more unreasonable patches would be applied to him. She winked playfully and asked how he felt about such a trump card. Jay smiled and replied that this sounded like a personal decision. He then asked whether he understood correctly that she had the authority to make such a promise. Helenia narrowed her eyes slightly and answered confidently that she did, adding that she was making this promise personally as the CEO of Arcadia's Korean branch. At that instant, a drop of cold sweat slid down Jay's face. An image formed in his mind and he wondered whether she was Mayan, the young CEO of the Korean branch who had achieved remarkable success at an early age. Helenia smiled warmly and thanked him, saying that they would surely meet again. Jay looked at her with knitted brows. Suddenly Helenia winked once more and suggested that they both work hard in the future. Warm sunlight flooded the space, and the scene shifted. Crowds gathered at a technology fair dedicated to the future of the virtual reality industry. The host welcomed the audience and said she was certain most of them were interested in the showcased product. She pointed toward a capsule that closely resembled the Arcadia connection device at first glance. However, this was a virtual reality integration system called Lucid Dreams. She explained that when a user entered lucid dreams and imagined a scene, a unique program would read that image, render it visually, and apply the corresponding programming logic. Gia smiled brightly and said it was a revolutionary device capable of creating an entire world from imagination alone. She invited the guests to test it themselves. Among the participants were Jae Young and one of his classmates. After some time, the presenter spread her arms and thanked everyone for trying the product. Jae stepped out of the capsule and muttered to himself that he did not understand why he had tried it at all. It was far more intense than he had expected, overly exhausting, and the resulting image was not nearly as impressive as he had imagined. In the end, it was nothing more than a limitation of human imagination. Yawning contentedly, he said that he wanted to sleep. He had probably played Arcadia all night. If it were not for the task, he would never have gone to this fair in the first place. Suddenly, he turned around when he heard Gia scream loudly, demanding to know what was happening with the person currently using lucid dreams. She shouted that the length of the video created by that user had exceeded 10 minutes, even though the development team had spent months achieving results like that. Less than a minute later, she demanded to know the student's name. A drop of cold sweat slid down the guy's face. Pointing at himself, he replied that his name was Shi. The protagonist chuckled inwardly, thinking that this guy had clearly discovered a talent. As he was leaving, he looked at him and said that it was incredible, because he had received an offer from Arcadia's HR department. She replied that he would still refuse. It was too early for someone who was not yet 20. Suddenly, Xi's eyes lit up and he asked whether his friend had received a bamboo stick as a reward. He said he thought he would die of disappointment, because he had not heard the details during the broadcast and wanted to know as soon as possible how it all ended. As he spoke, he remembered jumping on his chair and shouting that he could not hear anything. Unexpectedly, Jae Young smiled widely and replied that he would not tell. After a while, Jae logged into the game. System screens appeared before him, informing him that a bilateral agreement regarding item adjustment had been reached. The bamboo stick had been converted into a one-time use item, and he had received 1 million integrity points as compensation. The Bard of Anarchy was now granted complete immunity to patches applied to him. In addition, he received 10,000 gold and a secret message. A small letter appeared in his hand. Unfolding it, he saw Helenia's phone number written inside, along with a note telling him to contact her if he encountered any difficulties. Suddenly, a triangle with an exclamation mark flashed on the screen, beneath which yellow letters read, "Urgent Assembly." A man with a similar exclamation mark icon appeared and said that everyone already knew why this team had gathered, and that they had been waiting for this moment impatiently. Smiling broadly, the man announced that Dex had appeared, and that everyone should gather in Arcadia. A large number of players assembled in a safe zone. Birds flew across the sky. Jae lay back on a table, saying that the warm sunlight felt wonderful. Arcadia was incredibly beautiful. In reality, it was raining outside, yet here he could bask in the sun. The girl sitting opposite him agreed, saying that now he did not even need to travel. She then asked whether he had watched the final broadcast of the bamboo stick fights. Jae immediately lifted his head and exclaimed that of course he had. He added that he still could not believe Dex himself had participated. Thanks to Dex, the event had become truly interesting. The girl commented that choosing a bamboo stick as a reward had been quite original. Jae stroked his chin and said that he had thought about it too, but he could not win. If he had succeeded, he probably would have chosen the bamboo stick as well. While they were chatting, footsteps echoed across the square. The players turned around at once, asking each other whether that person was Dex. The protagonist slowly walked forward, all eyes fixed on him. Noticing this, Jae Young exhaled deeply and muttered that this was all because of the streaming system. Pulling his hood tighter, he cursed inwardly. He had tried to stay unnoticed, but the broadcast had ruined everything. No matter what he did now, all eyes would be on him. At that moment, magical energy surged through the air. In a powerful flash, the protagonist vanished. Only the blue sky remained above the forest. He reappeared atop a tree, and a system message informed him that the celestial being, the spirit of the wandering knight Capellus, was no longer available, nor was Fast Steps. 1,400 decency points had been consumed. Satan crossed his arms and asked why his master could not calm down. Jae replied irritably that he was looking for a place without prying eyes. The Demon King folded his legs and asked whether he truly did not understand. Was it really necessary to use a celestial being just to escape? Should he not enjoy his fame? Ellie hovered nearby and said that she felt uneasy. She asked what he was so afraid of. Jae replied firmly that he had every reason to be afraid. Surprise filled the familiar's eyes, rubbing his face. Jae explained that he had been hiding from insane stalkers for years, people who chased him relentlessly. The familiar stared at him in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the city, someone slammed a chair to the ground. A large knight crossed his arms and said he had received news that Dex was here, so he would check everything personally. The girl beside him sat down and said that the person they had just seen was not Dex, and that he should simply continue what he was doing. Standing up, she smiled brightly, and said they would calmly verify everyone's identity. If people cooperated, there would be no bloodshed. The player who had just been questioned rubbed his head and muttered about what these lunatics were doing. Had they really appeared out of nowhere just to look for Dex? His partner sat beside him and said she had heard of them. They were a group of deranged fans who stalked Dex, all from the same infamous guild. Each of them wore a red armband, united under a banner bearing the image of a pair of panties. Hearing this, Satan closed his eyes and said he thought he finally understood what was going on. It must be incredibly difficult for his master. Ellie immediately flew closer and asked what he meant. The Demon King replied that such fans found someone outstanding and then stalked them obsessively to attract attention, driving their target to exhaustion. As the familiars argued, Jay exhaled deeply and said that this was exactly what irritated him. From his experience, those freaks would continue to follow him even if he killed them. He genuinely did not know what to do. Hearing this, the demon and the angel fell silent. Surprise flickered in Jay's eyes when Satan admitted that he too had once been in a similar situation. He remembered the time when he had become a powerful devil. After that, chaos followed. Satan recalled how once he had risen, conflict began, and a group of bastards tried to take his share. Pulling himself out of those memories, he frowned and said that the only way he had solved the problem back then was by killing them all. What he had not expected was that in the future, the same kind of problem could be resolved far more easily. That was why he had spent an enormous amount of time creating a single item. Purple flames ignited in the darkness. From within them appeared a mask of mythical quality, the Deceiver's Mask. It possessed the power to deceive and disguise, showing others only what the wearer wished them to see. Jae Young picked it up and asked whether such a simple-looking item could truly be of mythical rank. Satan clenched his fists and shouted that it was far more valuable than it appeared. He did not even remember how many high-level demons he had slaughtered to create it. Then he grinned and said that while he could not explain everything, he could guarantee its power. No force or skill could penetrate it and reveal the wearer's true identity. Unless the wearer allowed it, no one could expose them. If the master wished, he could borrow it. Dark demonic energy radiated from the mask. Jae Young looked at his familiar and asked how much he wanted for it, adding that he did not intend to argue just because it was mythical. Satan immediately snapped back, asking what would happen if he relied on a cheap, unreliable item and was discovered. If he were caught by those freaks again, the trouble would never end. He insisted that only the highest quality items were acceptable. The price was 100,000 decency, and for that amount, he would lend it to him for as long as he lived. Jae Young examined the mask again. He admitted to himself that it was worth the price. After all, he had earned 1 million decency from the bamboo stick fights. Demonic particles drifted from the mask, and the Bard of Anarchy realized that this was the perfect solution to escape his stalkers. Notifications appeared, informing him that the mythical Deceiver's Mask had been equipped. The power of deception and disguise enveloped his body, completely hiding his identity. When he looked again, a mask covered his face. Elsewhere in the city, his stalkers gathered near a fountain, reporting that Dex was not in the permanent courtyard or the weapon shop. They demanded to know what to do next. The massive knight raised his fist and shouted that Dex could not have gone far. They had received a message 30 minutes ago confirming he was here, and they had even paid 10 gold for the information and a screenshot. They needed to search everything thoroughly. One of the girls glanced around and said that Dex could not escape them anymore. At that same moment, Jae Young was walking through the city. His appearance now resembled Satan's. He muttered that it seemed no one could recognize him, meaning the mask had worked perfectly. Satan replied proudly that for such a price, any item should perform flawlessly. Without hesitation, Jay opened the system screen and began checking the market. Thanks to the disguise, he could finally observe item trades and gold rates without drawing attention. News updates reported that a unique item called Tears had shattered records, selling for over 1 billion, and that item trading had exploded across the market. As he walked, Jay calculated that a single unique item was worth around 10,000 decency. That meant the mask's value reached 10 billion. It was expensive, but not unjustifiably so. Suddenly, his stalkers turned sharply and stared in his direction. Jay passed them calmly. His true appearance remained hidden. The massive knight squinted and said that this was a completely different person. Hearing that, the Bard of Anarchy smiled in satisfaction. As he walked away, one of the stalkers remarked that she had also mistaken him for Dex. Glancing back from the corner of his eye, Jay asked whether it was safe to say that the mask worked exactly as intended. Satan shouted triumphantly that he had said so. Birds flew across the clear sky when the Demon King suddenly pointed and said that the face reminded him of someone. It looked like a vampire named Rod, whom he had once killed. Those red eyes and pale complexion brought back memories. Jae Young frowned, muttering that this self-awareness was becoming excessive, but when he heard girls whispering that he looked handsome, he instinctively looked away. Noticing his discomfort, Satan raised an eyebrow and said that if he disliked the appearance, it could be changed. Hiding in a dark alley, Jay opened the system interface for identity selection. Satan explained that he could even disguise himself as people he had already killed. Hearing that, the Bard of Anarchy smiled broadly and asked whether he could really have fun with it. Pressing the mask to his face, he said that with such an interesting item, he might as well enjoy himself while completing the mission. A large system screen appeared, reminding him that he needed to find allies to help create a dream world. Elsewhere, Casillas showed a drawing of a necklace to a merchant, and asked whether he had seen it. In another place entirely, a girl stood before mountains of gold, arms spread wide, shouting orders at her subordinates and researchers to work harder. Under a clear blue sky, Angelica rested a hand on her belt and complained angrily that there had been no news from her friends since the bamboo stick fights ended. Sitting on the grass, Jae Young replied calmly that he had simply been very busy. She snapped that ignoring messages was going too far, even for him. Jae smiled and explained that the real reason he contacted her was because the second-ranked star, Stella, was hunting her and intended to kill her. Angelica's eyes widened in shock. Jae added that she would not survive using her current equipment, and that Stella's magic control was far beyond her abilities. The sorceress frowned and asked what she should do. Jae raised a finger and told her to hand over the grimoire she needed, and focus on developing her skills. At that moment, someone approached from behind and said that everything had already been prepared. Casillas crossed her arms over her chest, clearly displeased that her comrade was treating people like tools. Leaning closer to Angelica, the warrior asked whether she really had to train her. The ranker confirmed it calmly, saying that Angelica had good talent but far too little experience. Narrowing her eyes, Casillas expressed her hope that her friend would not forget the promise to arrange another meeting with the teacher. The troll hugged Angelica and told her not to worry. It was difficult now, but later it would surely be possible. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked Casillas to find the lost necklace, correct past mistakes, and gain the courage needed for a future meeting with Calypso. Casillas replied firmly that she intended to do exactly that. The scabbard at her waist swayed lightly. Jae Young grabbed her shoulder and casually remarked that she was not the only one dealing with constant noise. Casillas asked what he meant, and whether he also had a sword like hers. Closing his eyes, he shook his head and replied that he could only rely on himself, though he trusted his comrades. After a brief pause, the warrior nodded, accepting that answer. The young man added that he would make Angelica strong enough to survive anywhere. Pointing at herself, Angelica asked in disbelief whether he meant her. Icons shimmered above their heads, and the protagonist left the sorceress in the care of the knight. Casillas crossed her arms again, having no idea how much Angelica would change over time. The troll, meanwhile, thought to herself that the girl would likely become a terrifying PvP fanatic, who smashed opponents apart without mercy. Jae Young approached the gates of a fortress. Glancing at the system window, he suddenly realized he was still connected to someone from the pen mine, and wondered why the system was offering him an assistant he had no connection to. His thoughts were interrupted when a guard shouted and pointed at him. Noting that the guest did not look like a local and asking whether this was his first visit, Jae confirmed it with a wide smile, already tired of explaining himself. The guard gestured behind him and instructed him to hand over the required documents to the guide. A receptionist greeted him with palms pressed together and explained that he needed to sign several important papers. Taking them in hand, Jae listened as she explained that the Baroness's lands were crucial for iron and mining operations, and that signing these documents would allow him to travel freely in the future. Opening his mouth in confusion, Jae asked why the contract contained so many conditions. The woman frowned, and the troll commented that she had heard these lands were considered among the most unfavorable. She asked what had happened during his absence. Jae placed the documents on the table and smiled awkwardly, saying that he would prefer to speak directly with the Baroness. He asked where she was now. Sunlight flooded the mansion. Sitting before a massive pile of gold, Mika reported that the entire kingdom had fallen into chaos after his departure, but she was relieved to see that he was safe. Jae stared at her in amazement, and asked whether she had been doing something unusual at the entrance to the territory. Raising her finger, she explained that adventurers had stopped coming, and she was doing everything she could to attract even inexperienced ones to work. Jae frowned, realizing he had helped create a monster when she admitted how difficult it had become to find people willing to bring her money. Standing before her, he asked whether it was true that the kingdom had already fallen into the hands of an adventurer known as the Black Flame Dragon. The Baroness replied that he had won the throne fairly, and even spared the royal family. Jae recoiled internally, calling her insane. She calmly added that she paid her workers generously, and that was what mattered. A butler rolled in a cart filled with gold. The Baroness offered Jae his share of the profits. Staring at the system window in disbelief, he wondered how it was possible to earn 700 gold in just 3 months. Smiling, Miki said she wanted advice on recruiting high-level craftsmen and establishing trade routes, then asked why he had come in the first place. Jay's eyes widened as she promised to help him with anything he needed. Pointing toward the mountains, he said there was someone he needed to meet. In the mine, a goblin lashed a worker with a whip and shouted that no one would eat if the work was not finished. He snarled that he would not go easy on low-level newbies. A pickaxe struck stone. A boy leaned on his tool, wondering what kind of game this was. Jay noticed that the boy worked faster than the others and asked who he was. A nearby creature explained that he was their official slave number 1. As the boy swung his pickaxe, the monster sneered that he was the first adventurer who had not considered mining an honor and had tried to escape, only to be captured again. Jay wondered how someone like him had reached such a level, and asked if he could speak with him. When the goblin reluctantly allowed a break, the miner asked nervously whether he truly had that right. A burning lantern hung overhead. The worker looked down and said he had already completed his weekly quota. Jay smiled and greeted him politely, inviting him to sit and talk. The boy's eyes widened as he realized another player was standing before him. He asked who Jay was. Pointing at himself, Jay replied that he was the one who would give him freedom. The boy explained that he had been captured and forced to work again. Jay asked why he had signed such a contract. Folding his hands, the boy admitted that he had not even read it. Tears filled his eyes. Jay asked his age, and the answer came quietly, 15. Covering his face, Jay realized this was his fault, and finally understood why the system had pushed him to find an assistant. Ellie suddenly smiled and asked about a strange smell. Leaning close, she whispered that the boy reeked of fire. Jay asked what that meant. Ellie explained that such a scent came from those connected to fire spirits, and people like that often possessed innate talent for blacksmithing. Jay frowned and asked whether the boy would do anything to be freed immediately. The child's eyes widened, then closed as he nodded. Jay asked if he would agree without hearing the terms. The boy dropped to his knees, declaring that nothing could be worse than his current life. He swore loyalty to his savior and said he never wanted to mine iron again. The shackles shattered. The system terminated the contract with Penn and registered the boy as an assistant. The protagonist stared at the system window in confusion and asked what a closed beta tester meant. The boy looked at him in shock. Jay Young raised his head and asked who he really was, recalling that Arcadia had been developed under extreme secrecy right up until its official release. The child threw up his hands in panic, not knowing how to answer. He finally explained that a friend had given him access. Jay crossed his arms and asked if that was all, wondering aloud whether this friend was some hidden director at Silic, or perhaps the grandson of the chairman of Agent Electronics. The boy lowered his head and said that he did have a very smart friend, but it was a secret, so he could not talk about it. Jay closed his eyes and accepted the answer. Judging by the way the boy was trembling, it was clearly true. A lantern flickered against the rocks. Jay suggested ending the pointless conversation. Smiling, he proposed that they run a test instead. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. In the next moment, a blade sliced through a monster's chest. Lowering his weapon, the boy shouted in disbelief that he had killed a kobold with his own hands. He glanced aside and asked if that was not amazing. The troll commented that he had been on the brink of death, but he had still pulled through. Jay frowned, reflecting on how poor the boy's combat and crafting skills really were. A worn piece of equipment dropped beside the assistant. Jay realized once again that crafting in this game was notoriously difficult, and no one could truly excel at it without effort. Stroking his chin, he wondered why a closed beta tester had remained at such a low level. Was this some kind of punishment? The boy looked away when Ellie asked whether Jay truly believed that, then asked what he meant. Placing a hand over her chest, Ellie explained that a blacksmith needed more than talent. Creativity was required to infuse spirit into their creations. Floating calmly, she added that, in her opinion, even that was not the most important trait. The hammer struck the anvil. Ellie explained that true blacksmiths possessed unyielding perseverance. They never gave up, and it was that willpower that allowed them to create weapons of immense strength. The sword shimmered faintly. To her, this was how a blacksmith should work. The fire seeker stared at his own hands. Ellie said that he had faced hardship and refused to give up. Frowning slightly, she concluded that his potential far exceeded that of ordinary people. Jay looked at her and asked how she knew so much about blacksmiths, and why she had such faith in this boy. Ellie hesitated. Lowering her gaze, she said that the truth could not be shared lightly. Such knowledge could shake the entire continent. She added that Calypso had once acted against decency, forcing the heavens to bear responsibility. Jay raised an eyebrow and suggested that if he had enough decency, she could share what she was forbidden to say. Ellie's eyes widened. After a brief pause, she admitted that it might be possible. Jay smiled without hesitation and agreed to pay decency for information that could affect the entire game. Ellie stared at him in disbelief and asked if he was serious, because the cost would be enormous. Under the star-filled sky, Jay told her not to worry. The system processed the payment, and memories began to play. Among countless ancient books, one stood out, predating the First Holy War of Demons. It told of an era known as the Mythical Era. Its pages were filled with illustrations of gods who once existed, each wielding different authorities and powers. People worshipped the stars, and countless cults revered different deities. Yet within the light of the pages lay a terrible truth. Someone had erased that entire era, destroying all memory of it from the continent. Jay frowned and asked if a single sect had wiped out all the others, declaring the existence of only one god. He guessed that it must have been the Holy Empire. An old man's brows furrowed gravely. Jay realized that the Holy Empire, which preached justice, was descended from those who had once drowned the continent in blood. If this truth were revealed, the world would fall into chaos. Ellie lowered her head and said that after this event, the heavens had grown stronger, but erasing all traces of other cults had been a grave mistake. Jay's eyes widened. She explained that the forgotten gods had lost all worshippers and faded into nameless existences. The system displayed the assistant Seth's rank. Volcanus stood with arms crossed, his form wreathed in flames. The father of all blacksmiths, creator of muslin, a symbol of heaven that burned demons without mercy, was watching over the fire seeker. The boy lowered his pickaxe. Jay looked away, realizing that he should have taken this child under his wing sooner. The boy continued fighting kobolds. Ellie flew closer and suggested taking him to the dwarves. Jay explained that the users of Arcadia had not yet discovered other races, and he did not know where they lived. Ellie frowned sadly, admitting that she did not know either. Satan suddenly appeared behind them with a satisfied grin. Ellie clenched her fist and demanded to know how he knew. The demon laughed and said that the dwarves lived underground and his subordinates occasionally encountered them. Jay asked where their hideout was. Satan replied that they lived beneath the desert, reachable by flying south on a wyvern for 5 days. Jay scratched his chin, realizing how far that was. It was likely one of the 5 forbidden zones, places where environmental debuffs could easily kill players. Satan raised a finger and promised to prepare the strongest wyverns to reach it quickly. Ellie also volunteered to help. Jay grinned confidently. Standing in the forest, he declared that they would go immediately. Sunlight blazed over the vast desert of great rumors. Holding the reins, a traveler warned that even desert clans avoided that land, as it was filled with deadly monsters. Standing beside his camel, the man said that in 60 years, he had never seen anyone enter and return alive. Jay knew he had no choice. He would see for himself. They walked forward through the dunes. The merchant muttered that they clearly did not understand the danger. Jay turned when the boy said he wanted to ask something. Holding a sword, the child asked whether he could really take all these incredible items. Detailed descriptions appeared for each piece of equipment. As they crossed the desert, Jay told him not to worry. He explained that he had bought everything at auction to avoid drawing attention. The assistant thought it was far too expensive and promised to return it all. Jay closed his eyes and told him to keep the equipment as his benefit. He thought about how the boy had been trapped in the mine because of him. The fire seeker tightened his lips and said that in Arcadia, nothing could truly be free. Tears streamed down his face as he ran after his benefactor. Jay Young wondered where this sense of guilt had come from. The scorching sun blazed over the Great Rumor Desert, and the oppressive heat steadily drained their stamina. The system advised the user to rest in a cool place. Closing his eyes, Jay asked for water and suggested taking at least a short break. The boy turned toward him and asked whether he was already exhausted, reminding him that they had rested not long ago. The child quietly pointed out that they were traveling through the infamous 5th Forbidden Zone. Jay raised his eyebrows when the assistant asked how he was still holding up so well. An ability icon appeared, revealing that he had prepared in advance. The passive skill Ice Heart activated, greatly increasing heat resistance. Jay lifted his index finger and said that he was fine thanks to this ability. The Fire Seeker replied that he had invested in the same skill, but it still did not help him much. Looking up at the endless dunes, the beta tester asked whether it was time to give up. He explained that if dwarves truly lived somewhere in this desert, finding them in such a vast area would be nearly impossible. They continued walking across the dunes. Jay raised his hand and told him not to worry, suggesting that they move forward a little more. The boy asked who had even said that dwarves lived here in the first place. Satan lounged casually, hands behind his head, and muttered that it would be wonderful if this mortal would just stay quiet. His eyes suddenly widened as a sound reached his ears. The sand erupted as giant scorpions burst from beneath the surface. Level 160 monsters raised their stingers menacingly. Jay lowered his head and cast a spell. Freezing winds swept across the battlefield, instantly encasing the scorpions in ice. Jay walked past the frozen monsters and told his companion to deal with them. The pickaxe struck a scorpion's chitin, and its body shattered into fragments. Due to low contribution, the experience gained was reduced. The assistant pointed at the system window and said that he had received a new title, Raw Free Rider. Jay asked if he always got such ridiculous titles. Closing his eyes, the Fire Seeker grinned and admitted that he did. Jay crossed his arms and asked about his current level. The boy replied that he had reached level 72. A smile appeared on his face when Jay praised him, saying that it almost looked like a legal bug. Jay closed his eyes and said irritably that in that case he should just follow and stop talking. The boy lowered his head and agreed. They continued their journey through the desert. Jay stared ahead, hoping they would soon find some clue. He had spent a large amount of decency maintaining his spirit. Satan sat on his right shoulder and suddenly said that he had a good idea. Jay asked what he meant. The demon raised a finger and said that there was a dwarf known secretly in the demon world, the inventor of the hellish forge. Jay asked what had become of him. Satan scratched his chin and said that he could summon the headbreaker if he were given control of the body, in order to learn everything. Jay protested immediately. Satan raised an eyebrow and replied that he and Ellie both had responsibilities to their own worlds, and they could not abandon them. Ellie was sitting inside Jay's hood, listening quietly. Jay concluded that they were under pressure as well. Placing his hand on his belt, Jay wondered whether there was any real reason to refuse such an offer. Satan, pleased, prepared to take control. Fane appeared with a hammer resting on his shoulder. An immense surge of energy poured into Jay's body. The man smiled broadly and said that it had been a long time. The blacksmith clenched his fist and roared that this desert heat and sandstorm were nothing compared to hellfire. Floating nearby, Ellie urged them to skip unnecessary chatter and asked Fane to explain the dwarf's situation. The spirit looked around in confusion, searching for his homeland, then frowned and said something was wrong. The sand beneath them began to glow. Fane declared that his city was directly beneath their feet. Jay asked if that was really true. Fane knelt and explained that he could feel the energy of the sand forge, the last ark of the dwarven race, which he had protected until his death. Jay felt frustrated that he had spent so much decency just to hear this. He asked what they were supposed to do now. Fane turned back and said there was an extremely simple way to enter the city. Jay's eyes widened. He told the boy to step back. Sparks flashed in the air as Jay swung a massive hammer and warned him not to come closer. The child cried out in fear, asking what he was planning to do. Jay smiled calmly and decided that it truly was a simple solution. He struck the ground with overwhelming force. Cracks spread beneath the boy's feet, and they fell into the depths below. A flash of light illuminated the darkness. Jay opened his glowing eyes. The blacksmith frowned with nostalgia, saying that the sight reminded him of the past. Jay smiled as he recognized the place. This was the Sand Forge. An underground city spread out before them. The system offered a quest to report the discovery to the kingdom for a massive reward. Jay landed smoothly on his feet. A new quest appeared. The locals noticed the intruders and immediately decided to kill them. Jay looked ahead calmly and asked what all the commotion was about. Far away, clouds drifted above the Korean branch of Arcadia. Inside the office, staff members discussed that it was finally time for elves and dwarves to appear in the storyline. A scriptwriter raised his eyebrows and explained that the new content would revolve around an interracial war, where users would have to choose sides and fight, though this could destabilize the balance. Toon frowned and asked why the dwarves were portrayed as engulfed in flames, noting their long-standing contempt for other races. Someone pointed out that in a previous scenario, humans had allied with elves and defeated the dwarves. Bright light filled the room as another employee explained that players who chose the dwarves would need to build relationships with them, while many users would likely choose the elves because they were easier to play. The man stroked his chin and said that this made sense, but he personally had a different view. The staff looked at him in surprise when he asked whether the dwarves truly lacked their own driving force. Leaning against the table, the team leader explained that there are situations where relationships must be forged through force. He added that through contact with humans, other races would be able to obtain the benefits they needed. The hammer radiated immense power. If high-level items created by dwarves were introduced into the game, Arcadia's existing production balance would inevitably collapse. Tahun smiled and said that this was precisely the point, because a new force would emerge to elevate the game's economy, allowing users to obtain mythical items that had not yet appeared. At that moment, disgruntled residents of the underground city approached the main character with clear hostility. The boy wondered whether a new quest had appeared, and John, glancing back, confirmed that it had, though it would not be easy to complete. Giant statues loomed over the forge. In the past, the dwarves' deep disdain for other races had sparked a war that ended in their defeat, forcing them underground. The child asked if that was why they hated humans. The boy smiled and said that the answer was obvious. The locals, waving hammers in fury, were outraged that humans had entered their city and decided to summon the assault squad. A bell rang loudly as a dwarf demanded to know how these scoundrels dared invade their fortress. Warriors rushed forward, determined to make the intruders regret it. Standing calmly before them, the young man asked whether this was a reserve rapid response unit, and casually assumed they were still following the manual he had written long ago. The assistant nervously raised his hand and asked whether they should really argue with them. The player replied that there was no other option, and declared that he despised these upstarts. Fane narrowed his eyes with confidence. The ranker raised a massive hammer above his head. The dwarves froze in shock as they recognized the weapon of the headbreaker, who had died in the war against the elves. The troll grinned maliciously as his enemies asked how a human could wield such a weapon. With burning eyes, the protagonist declared himself the creator of the forge and asked whether they had truly lived well after his death. The inhabitants of the underground city widened their eyes. There was no doubt. The being before them could only be the Great One. Hammers clattered to the ground. Warriors placed their hands over their chests. The heroes stood on a bridge beneath a towering statue. Ellie clasped her hands together, remembering that this gesture represented the highest form of respect. Jae Young mirrored their action. The system reported that he had successfully established a relationship of trust with the dwarven race. With his mouth agape, the headbreaker proclaimed that the homeland was the greatest place of all, and said he was pleased to meet his descendants. The beta tester peeked out from behind his companion. The dwarves thanked the guest for allowing them to meet their hero, and reverently called him an apostle. A dwarf named Bale stepped forward, introduced himself, and asked whether they could speak with the creator of the forge again. The player explained that matters were not so simple. The boy raised his hands and asked whether Mr. Fane was truly residing in the dwarven paradise of Dorado. Satan frowned and asked how anyone could imagine that an old man who loved smashing heads with a hammer would end up there. Ellie closed her eyes and explained that the war had been a noble struggle, but Fane's brutal slaughter of his enemies revealed a twisted selfishness that disqualified him from being reborn as a celestial being. The ghost leaned closer to the ranker and asked him not to reveal his whereabouts. The child smiled brightly. The troll narrowed his eyes and replied that Mr. Fane was living quite happily in Dorado. The boy's eyes widened as he declared that he wanted to become a fierce warrior someday and join the army to smash elven skulls with a hammer. Smiling awkwardly, the protagonist remained silent, imagining how they might meet again in hell. Lanterns illuminated the city streets as they followed their guide. Jae Young recalled rumors that dwarves were born with hammers in their hands. Bale confirmed this, and added that their race possessed countless talents. He gestured ahead and explained that his father governed this place as a member of the Council of Elders, where the clan's future was decided. Byron crossed his arms and asked whether this human truly needed training. The assistant bowed deeply and said that while he had strength and perseverance, he lacked skill and required a powerful mentor. The elder scowled, saying it would be difficult and complaining about taking a lower race as an apprentice. Pointing at a colleague, he said that the man had only recently joined the forge and proposed a competition. Flames roared in the furnace at the city's center, where a deep pit yawned. The dwarf took a hammer and began working. A system window appeared, displaying a crude dagger. The fire seeker dropped to his knees, admitting defeat. The blacksmith called the weapon a nightmare and said that even for humans with low agility, this was unacceptable. The beta tester broke down in tears. Smiling reassuringly, the player told his companion not to worry and said he only wanted him to be given a chance to learn. Smoke rose from the city's rooftops as they stood facing one another. The boy asked whether he truly had to stay here. The ranker replied that he had no intention of staying forever. The child looked down sadly and said that he wanted to travel together a bit longer. Jay raised an eyebrow and asked him to hand over the hammer. The assistant asked why. Taking the worn tool, the protagonist asked whether he only used it to craft equipment. The fire seeker nodded, adding that he could not afford anything better. Scratches covered the hammer's surface. The system stated that unlocking its hidden potential would require 350,000 integrity. Jay frowned, knowing the cost was excessive, but proceeded anyway. A wave of energy surged outward. The system announced that the item's abilities had completely changed. The boy stared in disbelief. Light pierced the darkness. The protagonist realized that his friend still had a long path ahead, if he wished to glorify his name, and silently wished for him to temper himself like steel. Two burning eyes appeared before the child, as the ranker wished him success. Flames roared upward. The assistant clutched the transformed hammer and asked what it was. The system classified it as mythical. Countless system windows opened before Alice. Her eyes widened as the system warned of an item from the era of forgotten myths being activated. Blue alerts turned red. The third act began. An interracial war scenario was triggered, threatening a complete rebalance of all storylines. The system announced that independent AI thinking had begun and revoked the administrator's authority. The fire seeker stared at the flaming hammer. A system window described the mythical item. With shining eyes, the beta tester asked how such a thing was possible. The troll admitted that even he had not expected this outcome. Jay narrowed his eyes, suspecting that the item's integrity and special traits had combined into a powerful synergy. Satan wondered aloud whether Vulcanus was merely the shell of a fallen god. Ellie replied that many races still remembered and revered him, and that even maintaining existence required immense effort. Jay smiled awkwardly as his familiars realized how much integrity he still possessed. He approached his companion and explained that the hammer was tied to the title of the oldest fire and that a new quest had appeared, the trace of the erased god. Patting the boy's head, he reminded him that the continent believed in only one god and advised him to hone his blacksmithing skills carefully to avoid offending the Holy Empire. The child asked whether he could truly keep the hammer. When Jay agreed, the assistant burst into tears of joy and vowed to become the greatest blacksmith, promising to repay this kindness someday. A bright light flashed. The system reported that full trust had been established and the mission was complete. The assistant system unlocked as a reward. Jae-young smiled broadly, satisfied that he could now receive decency through his assistance. Angelica tightened her grip on her staff. Cassia swung her sword. The beta tester stood confidently with his hammer. The heroes stood side by side. One day they would become known throughout Arcadia as the most dangerous players of their era. The troll stood beneath the blazing desert sun. The protagonist grinned and decided that it was time to put the plan into action. A user with the nickname Black Dragon of Darkness was sitting at a computer, while a girl leaned on her hand and noticed that the number of streamers playing Arcadia had grown significantly. The game was being watched all over the world, and various preview videos now filled the screen. She wondered whether she should start streaming as well. A stranger suddenly smiled and asked whether this streamer had really gone crazy to decide to head into slime territory. A broadcast showing abandoned ruins appeared, with a blue moon shining over the city. Tina winked at the camera and said that they had planned a joint game for today. Bruce scratched his head and greeted the viewers. Tina explained that they would be going slime hunting together, but the audience immediately commented that it would be quite difficult, since these monsters reacted to danger very quickly. Placing her hand on her chest, she confidently declared that they would easily handle the task. Bruce added that he could manage the monsters even on his own. The commentators reminded everyone that just a few days earlier, the pair had taken another user with them, only for that person to be killed while they fled. The sorceress smiled awkwardly, clearly irritated by the messages. Memories of past battles with spiders surfaced, as hunting high-level monsters had always been the main content of the channel. Soon, the logo of GM Entertainment appeared. Despite the incident involving Duke Birchin, the corporation continued to invest, as it determined major content in advance. They had even created a system to prevent competition between streamers under their umbrella. Tina was later seen sitting in an office, where an employee explained that abandoning a low-level user could attract unwanted attention. If she failed to restore her image, it could jeopardize the renewal of her contract. Tina frowned sadly, but the employee lodged a plan they had devised to repair her reputation. Raising his index finger, the man explained that she needed to create a situation in which they would once again be surrounded by monsters, and then save a low-level player. Smiling widely, Tina assumed their strength would be more than enough, and asked whether there was a suitable player nearby. At that moment, a stranger was standing in the forest. The sorceress decided to invite him to join their group. The mage ran up to the user and greeted him, asking if something was wrong. Tina placed a finger against her cheek, and asked whether he wanted to join them for slime hunting. The man frowned and asked what that meant. She explained that they were streaming and that her content focused on working with low-level players. He asked if they could really handle it. Waving her hand, Tina told him not to worry, assuring him that they were strong enough. After a moment of thought, the user agreed. The sorceress thanked him happily, while the player grinned to himself, thinking that he had simply stumbled upon something interesting while passing by. In truth, the main character was hiding behind a disguise. Satan flew up to him and asked why they were wasting their time, while Ellie advised him to stay away from these people. The Archangel widened his eyes in surprise when Jae-young revealed that he already knew about the situation. Looking away, Jae said that he only wanted to check on the slimes and test the effectiveness of a certain item. A shining mask of the Deceiver appeared, an artifact that resets skills used to detect opponents. He considered its potential carefully. Standing before the system window, the mage asked her new ally for his ID, so she could add him to the group. The player hesitated briefly, then gave a fake nickname. Tina pressed the button, and a confirmation window appeared. The ranker smiled, realizing that he had successfully hidden his identity. The demonic eyes narrowed, as the mask not only changed his appearance, but also concealed his information in Arcadia and the register under a completely different name. Bruce lifted his shield, which bore a skull emblem, and explained that it was a drop from a field boss he had hunted. Tina called it amazing. Standing to the side, another man remarked that there were many users stronger than Bruce, including one who had single-handedly defeated the Black Flame Dragon that devastated the Kingdom of Marin. Tina said that she too hoped to fight a powerful opponent someday. The demon crossed his arms and asked why they did not simply kill these people. The troll replied that they were only making money from the broadcast. The sorceress clasped her hands together and suggested that they were probably annoying their ally with all the chatter. The protagonist quickly denied this. Pointing to the system window, the mage admitted that he was excited about the upcoming hunt, and asked whether Jae had ever killed slimes before. Jae confirmed that he had and promised not to hold them back. Tina raised her hand, telling him not to worry and to simply follow them. Smiling faintly, Tina realized that at this pace, their plan would succeed quickly, and the viewers would surely enjoy the content. Suddenly, a slime opened its mouth and screamed. The group peeked around a corner, and saw a dense crowd of monsters. Bruce asked whether there were too many of them, but Tina confidently said they could handle it. His eyes turned white with excitement before the battle, while the sorceress smiled, already imagining the surge in views if the fight was filmed well. Jae raised his eyebrows, joking to himself that the monsters must be happy to finally meet him. The moon shone brightly over the city as the mage suggested starting the hunt. The slimes quickly surrounded the group, and many viewers were convinced the streamers would flee again, just like last time. Tina summoned a magic circle and asked Bruce to cover the other side. He told her to step back slightly. Watching from the side, Jay realized that this was the first time he had seen others fight in Arcadia. The monsters were stronger than he expected, possessing a collective consciousness that made them difficult to defeat. The slimes charged straight toward him. Tina glanced back and decided that this was her chance. She released a wave of fire and shouted a warning about the danger. The monsters recoiled as the flames struck them, but the sorceress collapsed to the ground as the system reported that her mana was running low. Bruce stepped in front of her with his shield raised and told her not to worry, declaring that he could handle everything alone. A shockwave rippled through the monsters as he ordered her to stay behind him. The spectators noticed his impressive equipment. The mage smiled, realizing that everything was proceeding according to plan and that they would need to repeat this scenario several more times. Ellie rested her chin on her hand, sensing that something was definitely wrong. Satan suggested that the group was using a low-level player for their own benefit. The ranker stared ahead as the demon asked whether he truly wanted to let these people use him to make themselves look better. The troll smirked and told them to ignore the comment, leaving the devil confused. Looking back, the protagonist said that now he wanted to make a good video as well. Standing among the remains of the defeated slimes, Bruce announced that the area was clear and suggested taking a short break. Tina praised him for his excellent performance, then stared at the chat in amazement. The commentators pointed out that despite the large number of monsters defeated, the low-level player had not gained any experience at all. Tina turned to her ally and asked how many % remained before he reached the next level. Jae Young replied that she did not need to know. The sorceress raised her eyebrows and pointed out that it looked as though his experience had not increased at all during the hunt. The boy calmly suggested that this was probably because he had leveled up not long ago. When he asked whether they only hunted slimes, the mage smiled awkwardly and confirmed it. Jay then raised his hand and wondered aloud whether killing the same monsters over and over again ever became boring. Tina stared at him in surprise. The ranker suggested going somewhere more difficult. Standing beside them, the troll added that a pack of orcs would be far more suitable for a stream. The viewers immediately asked whether that was not top-tier content at the moment. Looking around, the man explained that a pack of orcs would be difficult to kill even for 100 users, and that such enemies should only be challenged at a high level. The main character grinned and asked whether they truly lacked that much confidence. Jang glanced back and said that he would go alone and that they could stay where they were. The group looked at him in confusion. Jay added casually that if anyone was interested in orc hunting, they could subscribe to his channel. Closing his eyes, he announced that he would be broadcasting the destroyer's daily life, and then bid farewell to his allies. His channel already had 800,000 subscribers. A video preview immediately appeared, and the commentators began wondering whether the owner of that massive channel had just been standing in front of them. They quickly noticed that he had already started streaming. Tina stared tensely at her system window and asked what was happening. Her own broadcast, which had just over 5,000 viewers, began to drop rapidly. Soon, a 0 appeared, indicating that not a single viewer remained. Her eyes widened in shock as she whispered that this could not be real. Under the blue sky hanging over the forest, Jay greeted his subscribers. Someone in the chat asked whether he truly planned to hunt orcs at such a level. Placing his hand on his belt, the ranker replied that level did not matter at all because his friends would handle the monsters. A crown appeared above his head. The troll loudly called for his comrades to gather. The slime queen opened her eyes wide, and the monsters immediately rushed toward their ally. The girl hugged him and closed her eyes happily. Looking at her, the protagonist remarked that the orcs had completely lost their sense of shame, so he would need some help dealing with them. Ruins stretched across the land. Bruce suddenly turned around as a powerful earthquake shook the ground, his eyes widening in fear. The slime queen towered above the city, and standing on her shoulder, Jae Young declared that it was time to join the orc pack. A confident smile appeared on his face. A video from the Destroyer's Daily Life channel filled the screen as viewers began pouring in. Grinning, Jay ordered the creature to move forward. Countless slimes poured out from around the queen, leaving the chat in utter confusion as they charged straight at the monsters. An orc bared its teeth and screamed for the slimes to get lost, declaring the land their territory, while a system notification announced that the orc guard had activated a passive skill, threatening roar. The slimes ignored it and continued their assault. Sitting atop the creature, Jay asked what their enemies were saying now. Someone replied that they were probably complaining about their territory being invaded, and asked whether it really mattered what they said. The hero raised his hand to his face and calmly noted that it did not. As the spectators watched in shock at the brutal massacre unfolding before them, an orc began to growl. Red energy burst from his body, and a system notification appeared, announcing a level 120 orc commander. The slime queen stared directly at him while viewers frantically typed that this was an extremely powerful boss that everyone avoided. She immediately reached out toward him. The orc swung his axe, using Wild Strike. Jay, still grinning, said that everything was fine. A message appeared, indicating that he had used 3,000 points of decency through his unique equipment. Brilliant energy began to swirl around his ward, followed by another notification stating that it had been strengthened, and that all stats would increase by 30% for 5 minutes. A purple aura surged forward, nearly engulfing the enemy entirely. The queen lowered her hands just as the system announced that the orc commander had been defeated. Smiling broadly, Jay admitted that he had not expected it to end so quickly and immediately asked whether the viewers liked the broadcast. While the chat struggled to process what they had witnessed, the orc territory became coated in a purple substance. A notification appeared stating that the remaining military strength in the area had dropped to 1%, and that the minimum conditions to preserve the camp were no longer met. The slime stood in the center of the camp as another message appeared, declaring that slimes now made up 99% of the population in the territory. The conditions for occupation had been met, and the slime race had completely captured and destroyed the orc camp. A massive purple funnel suddenly appeared in the sky above the queen. Viewers were stunned that a single streamer had erased an entire enemy colony. Drops of slime fell as the queen suddenly hugged her owner, saying that with so many friends, her old space had become too cramped. Smiling widely, she listened as he told her that they now had a new home. Immediately, reports flooded in stating that the queen had achieved a feat beyond the limits of her race. The slime race, which had endured countless persecutions and oppressions, had secured a decisive victory, marking a brilliant revival that no race could ignore. An army of slimes appeared as notifications announced that their race classification had changed. The monsters began to transform as the system reported a significant increase in their attributes. A helmet appeared on one of them, along with a window showing that its level was now 120. Raising the corner of his lips, the protagonist realized that they had jumped 40 levels in a single leap. Even experienced players would now struggle against one of them, and he felt that he could finally relax about their safety for a while. The queen reappeared, triggering a series of notifications, stating that the one who led the slime race to prosperity was continuing to grow through her great achievements, and was now evolving into a new entity worthy of her status. A new crown formed above her head, along with a status window showing that she had reached level 200. Viewers typed frantically that this monster was now completely invincible to them. Suddenly the queen opened her mouth wide, releasing blinding flashes of light that surged toward the other two users. The girl immediately covered her ears, as a message appeared stating that they had fallen under the dominion of the slime mistress, reducing their attributes by 30%. The man shouted in disbelief that the range was absurd, estimating that the boss's influence covered nearly 2 kilometers. The user began to cry out as more messages appeared, explaining that her level was too low to resist the dominance. As a result, she would experience instinctive fear, and her movement speed was reduced by 50%. A silhouette of the hero appeared in the notifications as the slime queen expressed her gratitude for his help. Jay stood before the vast army of slimes, receiving countless messages stating that players who saved and revived an entire race were recognized as benefactors. These creatures would now follow his commands without hesitation. The audience could not comprehend what kind of person could accomplish something like this. The demon flying nearby asked why he had cared so deeply about these monsters from the very beginning, wondering whether there had been a special reason. Jay answered without hesitation, confirming that there was. The young man closed his eyes and asked whether they were cute. Satan's eyes turned white at that answer, and the assistant immediately questioned whether that was truly his reason. Soon after, a forum related to the game appeared, filled with heated discussions about the sudden strengthening of slimes. It was said that after that day, a rumor spread about a slime invasion that had wiped out the orc camp. News footage showed an office scene, explaining that the Korean branch of Arcadia had held an emergency meeting over the incident. However, no sanctions could be imposed on the player, as there was no evidence of illegal use of the game system. Reports followed of slimes attacking other players. It was explained that several curious users had attempted to challenge the orc camp afterward, only to be helplessly crushed by an endless army of slimes. Even enemies with terrifying physical strength at level 120 were no longer enough to inspire fear. What truly terrified players was their sheer number. With more than 120,000 of them visible at once, the infinitely respawning horde was enough to break the will of anyone who challenged them. The Slime Queen appeared next, and it was said that the slimes, once born as the weakest monsters in Arcadia, had become a force capable of swallowing an entire continent if they so desired. A faint white glow filled the scene, and immediately after, the protagonist appeared along with the name of his channel. It was said that the user's burning gaze naturally shifted from the slimes to their owner. A window displaying subscriber numbers popped up, already exceeding 36 million. Messages flooded in, expressing shock and admiration for his skill. Looking at his phone, the young man realized that he had gained far more subscribers than expected. Still, compared to channels with over 100 million followers, it did not feel like such an extraordinary achievement. Those channels were operated by professionals who streamed for more than 24 hours at a time, so comparisons were meaningless. Several unread messages appeared, all proposing cooperation. He found them strange, yet he understood that most of them revolved around corporate meetings. It was hard to believe that so many companies were trying to profit from a single game. The world truly had changed. No matter how hard one tried in the past, it only caused parents more worry in the end. As his channel page appeared on the screen again, the protagonist realized that weighing the pros and cons, live broadcasting was not such a bad idea. He had originally started streaming to earn money from the game, hiding behind the deceiver's mask. Perhaps continuing for a while was reasonable, since no one would ever know his real identity. He pressed his phone and brought it to his ear, asking whether this was zipless and mentioning that he was calling after seeing their message. The person on the other end confirmed it, explaining that they worked with many channels and asking for the name of his channel. He replied that it was called The Destroyer's Daily Life. Still holding the phone, he said that he wanted to discuss the details of a contract. Soon after, the office of the company appeared before him. Wearing a mask and glasses, the young man thought the company was much smaller than expected, and briefly wondered whether he had come to the wrong place. The name on the door confirmed otherwise. Smiling, the director explained that the office was indeed small because it had been set up in a hurry, with employees living nearby. Hiding his eyes, the protagonist admitted that this was his first time signing a contract, so he had chosen to respond to the first offer he received. He asked whether the company had worked with other streamers, explaining that he wanted to trust them with video editing, and would like to see examples of their work. The director raised his hand as if to explain, but the guest interrupted, asking whether they truly did not have a single signed contract. Suka placed a hand on his chest, and loudly confirmed that they were a new company. However, he insisted that all their employees were extremely talented, each with many years of experience in marketing and public relations at the GM Group. He emphasized how carefully the team had been assembled and asked the streamer to trust him. The young man's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked for more details, starting with the GM Group. The director raised his eyebrows and confirmed his suspicions. The protagonist asked whether it was true that this team had once been responsible for marketing at GM, only to be disbanded after the incident involving Count Bergen. That incident, after all, had started with videos uploaded to the Destroyer's Daily Life channel. Lowering his head, the director confirmed it. He explained that everything changed after the video exposing the GM Group spread across the internet. They held no grudge against the protagonist. In fact, they felt joy when they saw that video. They had applied to a new department in Arcadia, hoping to continue working in promotion and marketing, but failed. In the end, they took responsibility and left the company. Clapping his hands together, the man shouted that they had been laid off. Still, he said that people only lived once, and so they decided to create their own company and embark on one last big journey. He declared that he was ready to take desperate steps, even if the guest doubted them. The protagonist brought a hand to his face, thinking that he would not normally trust someone who appealed so strongly to emotion. However, the director's eyes flew open when the young man said that they could try working together. His mouth fell open when the hero added that he had one condition. Raising his finger, the protagonist stated that under no circumstances was the company to provide anyone with his personal information, including anything visible in the videos. Leaning forward slightly, the director replied that this was natural. Staring ahead, the young man continued, saying that they must not tell a single soul, whether family or friends. No excuses would be accepted. Absolute confidentiality was required, and if it was broken, the contract would be terminated immediately. A drop of sweat appeared on the man's face, and he immediately replied that everything would be done exactly as the guest demanded, because this was what they were obligated to protect. Looking at him, the director suddenly realized that the person standing before him was the mysterious player who had shaken the GM Group. This was someone who could reveal his face at any moment, and his words were not a request for trust, but a clear threat. If his personal information were ever leaked, it was impossible to predict how that would come back to him. Opening his mouth, the director understood that he had to stake everything on this contract. The hero removed his glasses and calmly confirmed his intent. Taking off the mask as well, he agreed to sign the contract. An employee turned around and asked whether the director was all right, remarking that he looked as though he had just returned from a battlefield. The man replied that everything was fine and added that the files provided by their guest must be handled with extreme care. The director placed his hand on the computer mouse. A location from the game appeared on the screen. Raising his hand to his face, he asked whether it was some kind of tunnel. The employee replied that it looked like footage from dungeon exploration, but he could not identify the location, as he had never seen it before. The director's eyes widened as he muttered that this was insane. Watching a figure descend into the depths, he explained that this place was a dwarven city. The image on the monitor shifted, and a notification appeared announcing that a new video had been uploaded to the Destroyer's Daily Life channel. The opening scene of the video played, and comments immediately flooded in, with viewers exclaiming that the streamer had finally released new content. A system notification announced the discovery of uncharted territory, leaving the chat in disbelief. The entire location was revealed, followed by a message stating that the last dwarven city, the Forge of Sands, had been discovered for the first time. Viewers could scarcely believe their eyes. A resident of the city appeared on screen, smiling as he asked whether they had come to see their workshop. He added that if someone was a friend, perhaps one of his creations would prove useful, and invited them to look around. If anything caught their interest, they simply needed to speak up. The viewers were fascinated by the craftsmanship of this race. The dwarf scratched his head and mentioned that they had been short on workers lately. He asked whether there were any potential blacksmiths among their acquaintances, explaining that if someone came on his recommendation, they would not even mind that the person was human. A long passage within the territory appeared, accompanied by a flood of system messages announcing that the player had established a trusting relationship with the dwarves. As a result, the quest was completed. The Forge of Sands had been opened, and the player would now be able to maintain formal relations with this race in the future. The chat continued to overflow with astonishment. Watching the footage, the director's eyes turned white as he realized just how severe the ripple effect of this video would be. Even so, he was shocked by the scale of it. Their once unknown agency was suddenly receiving a massive number of requests, and he could only imagine the chaos unfolding at Arcadia's headquarters. Thinking of the protagonist, the director noted that despite his youth, his influence over the game was enormous. The screen of his phone suddenly lit up. Holding it to his ear, the director heard the familiar voice asking whether he had checked the uploaded video. He answered affirmatively, adding that he had called to say how much he enjoyed it. Even without making any special requests, they had executed everything flawlessly. Tilting his head slightly, the young man added that he had sent another video by email and asked them to review it, process it, and upload it as well. He also instructed them not to conceal any information about the items appearing in the video. Raising his free hand, the director asked again about the items. The voice on the other end replied that he would understand once he watched the second video. Putting the phone down, the director was puzzled. After all, the revelation of a dwarven city seemed far more significant than the disclosure of any item, no matter how impressive it might be. An employee approached with a glass, suggesting a coffee break before continuing work. The director thanked him and explained that their streamer had just sent a new video documenting the discovery of a certain item. He lifted the glass to his lips, but suddenly spat out the coffee in shock. The employee hurriedly asked whether he was all right. The director's eyes went wide as he uttered the words, "mythical item." On the screen, a hammer appeared along with a window displaying its characteristics. A new video featuring this weapon was uploaded to the channel, and as usual, it immediately began causing massive upheaval. The company office was shown again, accompanied by reports that an emergency meeting had been called at Arcadia's headquarters. Players filled the desert, abandoning their daily routines as they rushed toward the rumor desert. Among them stood a man holding a flag, and it was explained that many representatives of major guilds, operating on a corporate basis, were present. Vast treasures were revealed, and someone remarked that determining the priority of benefits that could be gained from the dwarven city had become the primary concern of Arcadia's users. A cloudy sky loomed overhead. Lying on the ground, the young man reflected that it was no wonder people said one should live in places with clean air. He truly enjoyed the quiet and peaceful atmosphere. Looking down from above, the angel realized that after strengthening the slimes, removing a key growth path for other adventurers, deliberately revealing information about the dwarves, and redirecting attention to the rumor desert, he must have another objective in mind. Having introduced the representatives of a new race, the assistant concluded that his next move would likely be aimed at the homeland of the elves. Lowering her head, the girl said that she would eventually go to the place where the remnants of the war between demons and celestial beings still remained. The administrator appeared, reporting that a surge in keywords related to dwarves had been detected, and that information leakage on the topic had reached 42%. A castle appeared on screen, along with a notice that all existing tasks were being deactivated. Another notification followed, announcing that the observer was switching to real-time task creation mode. A system window appeared before the hero, stating that he needed to conclude a peace agreement between the warring races of dwarves and elves, and establish trade routes between them. Only then did the player realize that once friendly relations with the dwarves had been secured, the mission had been updated. Although persuading the dwarves had been extremely difficult, he had somehow managed it. Now only one task remained, convincing the elves. Having imagined the beings of that race, he began to consider his next move. The protagonist understood that the real problem lay in persuading them to take this step. He would most likely have to consider several approaches along the way, since he still did not truly know what kind of race the elves were. However, because they had formed an alliance with humans and had even participated in the war, they would at least not be hostile toward him. A faint glow appeared near the demon's head, and Satan asked why he had decided to do this so suddenly. Looking up, the young man asked what had happened to him. Satan replied that he would probably need to return to the underworld for a while. The protagonist immediately asked whether something serious had occurred there. The angel began to smile when the hellish assistant explained that he had a troublesome matter to deal with. The girl raised her hand and casually mentioned that she had heard one of his subordinates had rebelled, and that at this rate, he might even lose his position as Demon Lord. Satan snapped at her to shut up. Frowning, he said that he would try to return as soon as possible, and told the protagonist not to listen to the nonsense of the second assistant. The young man asked again what was really going on. This time Satan explained that he himself should already know what she was talking about, since she could offer him a deal involving decency points. Turning away, Satan said that he would take care of things and asked him to wait a little, promising that all his affairs would be settled quickly. Looking ahead, the hero replied that he would be careful and realized that all of this stemmed from his own greed for decency points. Remembering his class artifact, he was not surprised. Out of the million decency points he had accumulated, only 300,000 remained, which was reason enough for concern. Tilting his head, the protagonist remarked that she could return to heaven after being away for so long. He would simply walk to his destination and would not need assistance for a while. However, she replied that everything was fine, because this situation was exactly what she wanted. Everything had been deliberately arranged so that she could be alone with him. The young man opened his eyes wider and asked again what she meant. Smirking, the angel explained that those treacherous demons, who had no real chance of success, had no understanding of trust. They were loyal only to their own desires, and even the smallest manipulation was enough to make them act as instructed. Moreover, Uriel from the heavenly realm and his legions had been constantly interfering, so that Bat was probably already suffering from a severe headache. She added that she would have liked him to disappear entirely, but that would have been too greedy on her part. Frowning, the hero asked whether she meant that she had intentionally provoked a coup in the underworld while simultaneously sending angels there to stir up chaos. Closing her eyes, the girl answered affirmatively. She said that everything had been done so that the heavy backside of that bat would descend to the underworld on its own. The boy looked at her and asked why she had gone to such extremes. She responded by asking whether he truly did not know. His eyes widened when she reminded him of the incident involving the destruction of the shrine on Mount Fen. Hovering before him, the angel told him not to worry, explaining that he would not be held responsible. He had undoubtedly been deceived by that flying rat, and any crime committed out of ignorance could be forgiven. The boy thanked her and realized that the blame for the incident had been placed on his assistant. Looking forward, the protagonist asked what she wanted from him. If she had gone this far just to deal with Satan, then she clearly had something important to say. Her gaze dropped downward, and when she said that she wanted justice, the boy's eyes widened. Introducing the elves, she explained that his current destination was a hidden elven village. Lowering his head, the young man could not understand how she knew this, since he had personally negotiated with the dwarves while she and the other assistant were busy dealing with that fool. The angel then introduced a certain blade and explained that the cherished possession of the Lord of Chaos, the demon lord Satan, along with the demons under his command, was sealed there. Still standing in place, the hero asked what it was. What kind of item could be so remarkable that she called it the treasured object of a demon lord's assistant? She replied that he would understand much faster once he saw it with his own eyes, because it was truly something special. Bowing her head, she instructed him that once they reached their destination, he must destroy the item completely, with utmost care, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Frowning, the protagonist asked again for clarification as they walked along a forest path. Memories of the gate to the sanctuary hidden within Mount Fen surfaced in his mind. He remembered the medallion and realized that there had been an item there that allowed him to form a contract with an angel. That place must have been extremely important to heaven. Looking ahead, he realized that despite all this, Ellie, who had never spoken of that incident before, suddenly brought it up. This was unlike her. Perhaps the sealed item within the tree truly was that important. He looked at her, trying to understand what she was thinking. Turning around, Ellie apologized, saying that her explanation had probably not been very detailed. She explained that she had only thought of this plan recently, but the decision regarding how to deal with that item had been made hundreds of years ago. She then asked whether he knew why angels and demons worked so hard to make contracts and influence the people of Arcadia. With his mouth slightly open, the boy guessed that it had something to do with integrity points. Ellie raised her finger and confirmed it, explaining that the more influence they exerted through human contracts, the more integrity points they could obtain. However, she added that there was another, even more important reason. The hero looked up and asked what that reason was. Clenching her fist, the girl said that it was simply to wipe the enemy's nose. She wanted revenge. That cursed bat had dared to destroy a heavenly sanctuary. She added that the protagonist's path happened to lead directly to where that bastard's treasured object was sealed, making it a matter of fate. The young man grinned, realizing that his earlier thoughts had been mistaken. This did not resemble the Ellie he knew at all. Those wild eyes, the obsession with revenge, and her manner of speaking made it feel as though the roles of demon and angel had been reversed. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, this was undeniably Ellie. Crossing his arms over his chest, the hero said that he understood her, but reminded her not to forget that he had his own reason for going there as well. Raising her hand to her mouth, The girl agreed and added that she did not wish to burden his journey. Above them, the full moon rose over the great forest of Emil. Standing before the dense thicket, the protagonist remarked that, along with the Great Rumor Desert, this forest was one of the 5 largest regions of Arcadia. According to the information provided by the dwarves, an elven settlement was hidden somewhere within it, and the environment truly suited such creatures. Smiling faintly, he was relieved that he had managed to arrive without incident, though a few unexpected variables had still arisen. Looking ahead, he asked whether she meant that there was not a single elven soul in the sky. Raising her hand, the angel explained that when elves died, they went to the spirit world rather than heaven or the underworld. Because of this, Satan would most likely face the same limitation, as it was simply impossible to summon the soul of such a creature. Raising his hand to his face, the protagonist noted that he had planned to summon an elven soul just as he had done with the dwarves, and asked her to accompany him to their destination. The assistant replied that she had a good idea for such a situation. Smiling, she explained that while there were no elven souls in heaven, there were people who had very close ties to them. The image of a certain girl appeared, pointing to the side as she explained that by crossing the old forest, one could reach the elven village. She warned that these lands were inhabited by fierce spirits of ancient trees, and advised them to be careful. The young man asked whether this was the only path, since he had no real choice but to move straight ahead. A furious grin appeared as his eyes lit up, realizing that their enemy apparently had excellent hearing. At that moment, the spirit of an ancient tree from the Amel forest emerged before him, its eyes glowing bright orange. The monster's massive hand reached straight toward the man and slammed into the ground. Smiling, the player asked whether it had coveted his eye. Standing atop the creature's hand, he noted calmly that he only needed to dodge without making unnecessary movements, since he was dealing with a giant that relied solely on physical strength. The monster roared and raised its arm again. A bow suddenly appeared in the young man's hands, and a hole instantly tore through the enemy as notifications appeared, announcing that the all-piercing eye had been activated. The skill identified and struck the enemy's weak points. Ignoring its defenses entirely, a golden glow continued to emanate from the weapon. Grinning, the young man used heavy rain, and countless projectiles rained down upon the spirit. Placing a hand to his forehead, he remarked that attack skills were truly impressive, and that he enjoyed them greatly. However, regulating his strength was extremely difficult, and as a result, the consumption of decency points was severe. Someone watched him from above, their eyes shining bright blue beneath the full moon. The spirit standing before the traveler then spoke, telling him that from this point onward, he could continue his journey alone. The territory of the elves lay ahead, and the monster could not approach that place. The young man thanked her for accompanying him. Looking down, the fallen fighter then asked whether he could fulfill one request once he met the elves. Raising his head slightly, the player asked what she wanted. Introducing a certain individual, she asked him to find out whether an elf named Pale was alive or dead. Frowning, the spirit screamed that if the creature was alive, he should kill him as painfully and cruelly as possible. Recalling how she had once shielded him, she explained that Pale's original fate had been to perish at the hands of the dwarves. She had risked her life to save him, and in that moment, they had sworn eternal love to one another. Introducing other women into the story, Amelia explained that the ungrateful traitor had betrayed her and begun spending time with other elves. Covering her face with her hands, she said that her heart shattered every time she thought about it. She begged the protagonist to beat him until he felt half dead, and then continue until he was dying but still breathing. The hero replied that he would think about it. A system window immediately appeared before him, assigning a new task that required him to kill the elf or leave him in a half-dead state. Closing her eyes, the angel remarked that this was precisely why she advised against becoming involved with other races. When the player asked her to explain, Ellie looked down and said that for elves, concepts such as love and marriage did not exist in the same way they did for humans. Their long lifespans meant that fidelity to a single partner was not considered an absolute. Raising her head, the assistant added that Amelia had been close enough to the elves to receive the unusual title of honorary elf. She should have known this, since Pale was of their race, and they could not be judged by human standards for acting according to their own customs. Looking down, the spirit apologized for making such a difficult request. She admitted that she was not sure she would ever face Pale again, and added that from this point on, they could easily reach the elven village without her help. She then asked whether she could be sent back to heaven. The two beings remained seated in the tree as the angel commented that, aside from this obsession, Amelia had no issues with her behavior and was genuinely a good person. The young man said that he still felt goosebumps all over his body and no longer wished to summon that woman again. Notifications appeared stating that the subject of the task had changed her mind, the mission had been deleted, and the spirit had been released. Suddenly, an arrow flew out of nowhere and struck the ground near the young man. Turning his head, he could not determine where it had come from. Then a voice shouted for him not to move, warning that if he made any sudden action, an arrow would immediately pierce his chest. The protagonist froze as he realized that traces of hidden presence surrounded him on all sides. Tilting his head slightly, the player calmly asked whether elves and humans were not supposed to be friends. The assistant replied that at the time, the elves had lacked manpower, which was why they had entered into an alliance with the human race. In truth, however, they did not like humans at all, much like the dwarves. Turning her gaze away, she added that, for the most part, humans were far uglier than elves. An elven representative stepped forward and warned them not to move, saying they were surrounded. Raising one eyebrow, the young man casually asked whether this appearance was considered average among them. A bridge soon came into view and the elf turned back, shouting for him to move his legs faster. A bandage was placed over the man's eyes. He thought that he would have liked to memorize the route to their settlement, but instead he had been walking for more than an hour with his eyes covered and his hands bound. Darkness settled in as the player realized that the constant changes in direction had completely erased his sense of distance. These elves were far more cautious than he had expected, and because of that, things might not go exactly as planned. Suddenly light returned. He squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them wide. Walking toward a massive tree, the young man asked where they were. A girl placed her hand against the trunk, closed her eyes and began chanting a spell. A bright golden glow flowed from the tree, and within it, a city became visible. Smiling, the hero remarked that this place was truly impossible to find. A colossal golden tree stood before him, and a flood of system notifications appeared. His intelligence increased by 10 points. His archery efficiency rose slightly, and his affinity with nature began to grow. Another message informed him that he had obtained an achievement for witnessing the world tree with his own eyes, a being known only from legends and tales. As a result, his maximum health increased by 1,000 units. Smiling, the protagonist realized that this was Yggdrasil, the root that supported all of Arcadia and the symbol of nature itself. His gaze was drawn to a blade embedded within the trunk. Looking ahead, he wondered what Satan had done here, while the angel noted that he seemed to be slowly understanding the situation. Now, they had no choice but to fulfill her request. The residents all turned to look at him, murmuring that they could not believe a human had come to their land. The protagonist closed his eyes, enduring the insults aimed at his appearance. Soon Melissa stepped forward and explained that she had been informed of a man wandering the forest in search of their territory. Standing before her, the hero realized that she was the queen herself. The surrounding elves were clearly surprised that she had come out in person. Peeking out from behind his collar, the angel suggested that the queen had likely been watching them from the moment they entered the forest, using the spirits of nature as her eyes. The protagonist quietly wondered whether it would have been impossible to mention that in advance. Bowing her head slightly, the queen said she wished to ask only one question. A smile appeared on the young man's face when she asked how he had mastered the archery technique he used against monsters. Her eyes widened when he replied that Amelia had taught him. The city stirred, and whispers spread that perhaps this was the man who had died long ago. The guards frowned, but the queen ordered them to free him, saying that she needed to speak with him. Turning her head, she told them not to worry, as she understood the reason for their concern. When she asked him to follow her to a quieter place, the hero complied. Along the way, he asked whether the angel knew anything about this ruler. Ellie replied that she knew little of the queen's reputation, as visibility around the world tree was difficult to maintain. Looking ahead, the protagonist realized that the glance the queen had given him earlier was not friendly. There had been fear in it. Inside the palace, the queen sat at a table and explained that this was the first time she had heard of Amelia taking a human student. The young man replied that Amelia had died hundreds of years ago, so he had not learned directly from her. Instead, he suggested that it should be regarded as an archery school founded by that woman. The queen raised her hand to her face and said that she understood. By human standards, a great deal of time had indeed passed. Continuing to look forward, the player asked what Amelia had truly been like. Everyone seemed to react strangely to her name, and as far as he knew, she was one of the few humans ever granted the title of honorary elf. Looking down, the queen said she felt embarrassed to speak of it. The hero's jaw dropped when she described Amelia as completely insane. Recalling her, Melissa said that whenever Amelia found an elf handsome, she would cling to him relentlessly. Yet if another elf appeared, who seemed like a rival, she would be consumed by jealousy, sabotaging her both openly and in secret. Dozens of elves had suffered because of her behavior. She acted as if she wanted to monopolize all elves, and her obsession with Pale had been especially frightening. The queen still remembered the day Amelia arrived drunk and threatened to kill Pale with an arrow if he refused to marry her. Lowering her head, the queen admitted that she herself had suffered because of Amelia. She had waited 40 years for Amelia to die so she could be with Pale. However, when she saw the technique the protagonist used, so similar to Amelia's equipment and style, she had begun to worry that he might have come to take revenge on her behalf. She dismissed it as an unfounded fear. The young man's eyes turned white at her words, and he told her not to worry, immediately realizing that the woman before him was one of those who had loved Amelia's husband. The queen then asked why he had come to them at all. Since he claimed no connection to Amelia, he had cut a path through ancient trees to reach their village. a place meant to be inaccessible to outsiders. It was difficult for her to believe this was simple curiosity. Placing a scroll on the table, the young man said he had been waiting for her to ask. Unfolding it, the queen realized that it was an agreement proposing the opening of a regular trade route. At first glance, it seemed he was a merchant rather than an archer. As she lightly squeezed the parchment, she felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Looking down, she asked whether this was an agreement from the dwarves. Placing a hand on his chest, the young man introduced himself as a representative of the human peace delegation that had visited the Kernia of Sands. Sitting before her, he explained that the war which had erupted hundreds of years ago had never formally ended with a truce. After a brief calm, both sides had severed communication entirely, cutting off all forms of contact. As she continued reading, he said that much time had passed, and the moment had come to open a new era. The document declared an official end to the war between the Dwarven and Elven clans, forbidding any offensive speech, actions, or discrimination toward the opposing race. Both sides sought peace, and pledged to spare no effort in building friendly relations. This was not merely a proposal to exchange resources, but a genuine peace agreement. Listening to her question about whether he was truly an envoy of peace representing humanity, the young man remained silent. She noted that he appeared to be telling the truth, yet she could not easily believe that the dwarves, staunch advocates of racial superiority, would make such an offer. Closing his eyes, the protagonist reflected that the elves were indeed far from simple-minded. Their obsession with appearance and their disdainful attitude toward others seemed to surpass even that of the dwarves. Covering her mouth with her hand, the queen asked whether it was true that according to the proposal, the elves were expected to trade items such as elven fruit, wine, and even branches of the world tree. The protagonist nodded calmly, and added that he would also like to request spirit stones and fairy wing powder. Looking down, she replied that she understood his intentions. His eyes widened slightly when she said that she could not accept the offer. The young man responded that he understood how difficult it was to dispel the feeling that it was too early to judge. However, if she wished, she still had the opportunity to revise certain points of the agreement. Raising her hand, the queen apologized and explained that this was not the issue. The real reason for her refusal was that her people lacked resources. Still seated before her, the protagonist asked whether she could explain further. Melissa replied that this was not something she needed to share with him. Rising from her chair, she added that if he had no further business, he should leave. Looking up, the hero realized that she had left him no room for negotiation. At the same time, system notifications appeared, informing him that the peace treaty had been terminated and the mission had failed. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he tried to decide what to do next, unwilling to simply retreat. At that moment, the angel flew out from his collar and said that he now had no choice but to fulfill her request. Turning his head, the young man asked whether she had known this would happen. Ellie raised a finger and asked what he planned to do, wondering whether he truly did not want to hear her offer again, as it could bring him great benefits. Images of an angel and a demon appeared, followed by a vision of Arcadia drenched in blood. A massive tree emerged in the scene as Ellie explained that during the terrible war in which angels and demons clashed fiercely across Arcadia, it was the world tree, not any race, that saved countless lives. A protective field surrounded the tree. She went on to explain that the world tree possessed the power to set territorial boundaries, making it impossible for any living being within that range to use attack skills. Combat-related attributes dropped sharply, allowing battles around Yggdrasil to be avoided. Because of this, the area became a refuge for the weak, those who prayed for an end to the war of otherworldly beings. However, the conflict between demons and celestial beings did not end so easily. A blade shrouded in purple light appeared. Ellie explained that in the end, an incident occurred involving an object that carried death through demonic divine energy, absorbing everything and corrupting it with darkness. For reasons unknown, this terrifying object had become lodged within the bark of the world tree. Raising her hand, she said that since that day, the elves had devoted themselves to protecting the world tree. The exact coordinates of where it slept were guarded with absolute secrecy. Any trade that risked revealing its location to the outside world was unacceptable, which was why the queen had refused his offer. Crossing his arms, the young man said that he now understood. He asked whether this was why she had insisted that the object bringing death be destroyed, since that appeared to be her desire and the minimum condition for the elves to accept peace. Flying past him, Ellie confirmed that this was correct. At that moment, the queen turned away when someone called her name and coldly stated that she had nothing more to say to him. Placing his hand on the table, the young man said that this would be his final request, and asked whether she could follow him. If she did, they would leave quietly. The world tree soon came into view. Approaching it, the protagonist said that this distance should be sufficient. The elf asked why they had come here, unable to understand why he had led her to the world tree or what he intended to do. Standing before the tree, the young man remarked on how enormous it truly was up close. He then asked the angel what he needed to do. They had arrived, but he doubted that an object infused with both divine and demonic energy could be destroyed so easily. Ellie replied that she had an idea. A golden glow appeared, and a sword materialized before him. She explained that with such a weapon he could destroy the divine object effortlessly. The sword shone brilliantly as a system window displaying its attributes appeared. Smiling, she said that to destroy a divine item, one needed a divine item, and she would even give him a special discount on decency points. Closing his eyes, the hero remarked that she seemed to pull out all kinds of artifacts without hesitation. She asked whether she had already told him this, admitting that she was willing to do anything just to humiliate that devil. The young man's hand reached forward, and the blade settled into his grasp. Immediately, messages appeared stating that the end of eternity had sensed a great evil that must be destroyed, and that all conditions of a hidden task had been met. The girl gasped, placing a hand on her chest, saying that this was impossible. A system window appeared before the administrator, requiring her to determine the theme of a new scenario. Standing behind him, the queen remarked that she had known he was no ordinary person. Looking ahead, she asked why the Sword of Eternity was on this continent, and how it had ended up in his hands. The young man smiled broadly and said that she could assume he had some connection to the heavens. Melissa pressed him again, saying that such an explanation did not match the level of power she was witnessing. Turning away, she demanded to know whether he realized how illogical his words sounded. This was a sacred sword, spoken of even in elven legends. Without a divine-ranked class, it should have been impossible for him to wield it. She demanded an explanation. Turning back to her, the young man calmly replied that this was not something he needed to share with the elves. Her eyes went wide as she realized that these were the same words she had spoken earlier, and she understood that this man had an extremely unpleasant character. Lowering the blade, the protagonist said that he wished to continue their earlier discussion about concluding a truce, and asked what she thought about slightly changing the conditions. Smiling faintly, she asked him to elaborate. He explained that the reason the elves hesitated to interact with the dwarves lay within the world tree itself. She shouted, demanding to know how he knew this. Frowning, the young man asked her to sign a peace treaty with the dwarves and begin friendly relations with them. Holding the blade firmly, he declared that he would free the world tree from the encroaching darkness once and for all. The queen brought her hand to her chest as notifications appeared, stating that the negotiation skill had been activated. He had precisely grasped what she truly desired, and the object of the negotiations became interested. Listening to her words, the protagonist heard her say that if he truly eliminated the source of evil devouring the world tree, she would act. Standing before him, she declared that if he freed their mother from eternal suffering and returned her to them, then in the name of the queen of the Greenleaf clan, she would swear to accept all their proposals. The angel's eyes blazed with light as she shouted that this was enough. The weapon of that cursed bat was there, and it needed to be destroyed immediately. The demonic blade became visible. The young man smirked, and told her to wait a moment. His demeanor shifted as he wondered whether there might be a way to make this more interesting for the viewers. A live broadcast screen appeared, and the chat instantly exploded as viewers realized a new stream had begun. Raising two fingers, the hero greeted them and announced that today's content would be saving the world tree. Standing before the massive trunk, he said that it was time to begin. The viewers could hardly believe that this was the real Yggdrasil. The blade began to shine even brighter as a notification announced that the end of eternity had sensed great evil. Flames flared around the sword as another message declared that the time for judgment had come, and destructive energy began to condense. The audience was stunned by the sight of such a weapon. Baring his teeth, the player said that he would finish everything in a single strike, as he needed to conserve his decency points. His target remained embedded deep within the bark of the world tree. The young man raised the weapon slightly behind him, preparing to strike. The hero vanished from his spot in an instant. His blade was about to collide with its target when it suddenly began to glow even brighter. Messages appeared, stating that the equipment had sensed a threat and activated its self-protection, triggering the final resistance stage. In the next moment, blinding purple lightning erupted from the artifact, and a massive cloud of dust billowed into the air. His hand remained clenched around the blade. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist admitted that he had truly thought he was going to die. He leapt onto a nearby branch just as the angel asked whether he was all right. Indignant, he complained that she had said he would be able to deal with it easily, yet the artifact had suddenly begun using skills of its own. At that moment, the object started to crawl out from the bark of the world tree. A vivid pink glow enveloped it as energy gathered at its crystal core. The blade shot off at lightning speed, and a message appeared stating that the artifact had begun searching for a carrier it could absorb. A giant ogre from the Great Emil Forest emerged in its path, and the blade flew straight toward it. Watching closely, the hero asked what they should do now that their target was fleeing. The angel replied that things were not unfolding as expected. A brilliant flash lit up the forest. The ogre's form twisted and changed, and a notification appeared announcing the creation of a boss, now named the Vicious Warrior of the Demonic Sword. Its target was declared to be the elves guarding the World Tree. Elven warriors shouted warnings, preparing to defend themselves and rushing to inform the queen. Energy attacks were launched toward the enemy, and once again the forest was swallowed by light. The monster bared its teeth, staring ahead. An elf gripping her weapon could not understand why there was not a single scratch on the opponent, while her comrade shouted that this was impossible, since all ranger forces had already been deployed. The boss's eyes burned fiercely as it charged, roaring. The elves began to retreat, shouting that everyone needed to fall back toward Idrisil immediately. In the live chat, viewers were stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. This no longer looked like the game they knew. Watching from afar, the protagonist admitted that he had not expected to cause such a massacre. The angel agreed calmly, explaining that this was only natural. An object infused with divine energy was vile by nature, just like those winged rats that loved to strike from behind. Looking down, the young man asked what they should do now, since even he could not handle something like this. Ellie agreed again. He then suggested summoning a demon, reasoning that such a creature could surely subdue an enemy like this. Raising her hand, the angel rejected the idea outright. She explained that the reason those winged rats could no longer act arrogantly was because they had lost that divine object. If they recovered it, they would regain their pride. Opening her eyes, she began to speak about how everything could change if they managed to unleash more of the End of Eternity's power. She flew close to his ear and whispered a plan. The hero stared at her and asked whether she had gone mad, since even their current strength seemed insufficient. The angel only smiled and asked for his opinion. The scene shifted to the Korean branch of Arcadia. Outside the building, the director noticed how unusually calm the atmosphere felt. An employee approached and remarked that they had not seen each other in a long time. The director agreed, noting that until recently they had crossed paths almost every hour, yet now this was their first meeting in 3 days. A cloudy sky hung overhead as he commented that moments like this made him grateful their branch no longer had authority over key tasks and main scenarios. The manager agreed and said he was thankful to Alice for that decision, then casually asked why the director was not smoking. The director replied that he had always lacked time, but lately such days had finally appeared. They both looked up. The director wondered aloud why incidents like this seemed to occur only on their continent. The other man admitted that he did not know, since everyone had truly been trying their best. Just as the cigarette fell into the trash, Man remarked that something had likely happened near the World Tree, though they were still struggling to determine the exact circumstances. A subordinate standing by the elevator said that if this were an issue their department had to handle, it would be extremely difficult. Another colleague agreed, adding that the customer response team was probably exhausted beyond belief. The display showed the 4th floor. When the manager asked what kind of work the scenario department would be assigned next, the response was uncertain. They would need guidance from headquarters, since scenario planning was a core part of the game's creation. The director, standing behind them, asked what had caused such a crowd. A girl turned and said he should take a look for himself. Nanhan stepped closer, asking what was happening and noting that he already knew about the issue with the World Tree, though he believed it should not be overestimated. His eyebrows suddenly furrowed. A computer screen came into view as someone asked whether that figure was an angel. Ellie's image appeared on the monitor, her face clearly visible. Back at the scene, the angel placed a hand on her chest and asked whether the protagonist could lend her his body for a short time, saying that in the current situation, her direct intervention would be the best solution. Turning his head slightly, the young man asked whether she intended to appear in her true form. That would consume an enormous number of decency points, and he argued that summoning a demon to accelerate the bringer of death would be far cheaper. Lowering her gaze, she listened to his apology about not having many decency points left, and therefore being unable to fulfill her request. Hovering above him, she asked whether he truly thought his own points would be used. He asked again in confusion. His eyes widened when she asked how she could descend from the heavens, using his decency points at all. Even summoning her spirit would require an immense reserve, let alone a brief personal manifestation. Placing her hand on her chest, she told him not to worry. This had been her plan from the beginning. She would take responsibility for everything that followed, and there would be no consequences for him. All she needed was his body, which she would use as an intermediary. Closing his eyes, the young man accepted her offer. The forest was suddenly flooded with a brilliant golden light, and a message appeared stating that the player had switched to observer mode. Golden hair shimmered in the air, and a cold voice echoed that the enemy should have realized he was meant to submit humbly to destruction, yet he had dared to brazenly rebel against fate itself. An angel descended from the sky, declaring that he needed to clearly and distinctly understand his place. A divine blade instantly formed in her hand. Viewers watching the stream were left confused, as the streamer had seemingly vanished without explanation. Looking forward, Ellie commanded the sword to eradicate evil. The monster raised its head, and a blinding beam of light struck the spot where it stood as she declared that the time had come for it to perish. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist finally understood the true power of the end of eternity. It was overwhelmingly unfair. Smiling bitterly, Jay wondered whether they were even using the same item. The vicious warrior of the demonic sword stretched its hand forward and let out a howl of pain. The massive silhouette of the world tree loomed behind it, while system messages appeared announcing that all of the angel's abilities had been significantly enhanced. The demon clutched its weapon as Ellie hovered high above her enemy. Glancing down, she noticed messages in the chat, where viewers claimed that a single look at her was enough to understand how terrifying her power was. Frowning, the protagonist could not imagine what this warrior must have done during the ancient war between demons and heavenly beings. The monster sensed a mortal threat and immediately assumed a defensive stance. The sword embedded in the ground began absorbing the remaining life force of its bearer. Moments later, the creature released the blade, and the weapon began emitting strange waves. Lowering her head slightly, the archangel expressed surprise that a mere piece of iron dared to resist her. Drawing her sword back, she stated calmly that there was no demonic weapon that could survive 10 strikes. Opening her mouth in a grim smile, she suggested testing just how durable this one truly was. The archangel advanced, and a thunderous explosion shook the forest. Watching from below, the protagonist realized that what he was witnessing were clashes between divine artifacts, his gaze fixed on the dark blade, which stubbornly endured despite the relentless assault. Ellie looked down, and the young man understood that the end of eternity was being supplied with an endless stream of divine power from her. Cracks spread across the cursed weapon, and it became clear that its destruction was only a matter of time. A brilliant beam of light pierced through the darkness as the system announced that a skill called Absolute Judgment was eroding the demonic blade. Floating in the air, the archangel thanked the player for helping her fulfill her long-held wish. Smiling faintly, she promised that she would never forget this favor. Raising his head, the protagonist addressed the bearer of divine power. Golden dust scattered through the air as the demonic weapon shattered into fragments. Covered in sweat, the elves stared in disbelief, system windows appearing to confirm that the bringer of death had indeed been destroyed. Another message followed, stating that the balance between good and evil had begun to shift, and that the influence of the demonic world had been reduced by 4.3%. Far away, Satan clutched his head, as notifications flooded in, informing him that the elf's favor toward his master had reached its maximum. At the same time, the demon attempted to establish contact. Baring his teeth, Tangit cursed loudly, screaming that he hated that damned winged chicken. The scorched forest lay silent beneath them. As she gathered the fragments of the bringer of death, the archangel remarked that she felt slightly burdened, as it had been a long time since she had interfered so deeply in Arcadia's affairs. Smiling, she added that her actions had been relatively restrained, only because she had borrowed Zhang's body. He replied that, in that case, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking aside, the protagonist asked what she planned to do with the fragments. She explained that it was necessary to prevent any possibility of evil resurfacing. If even a single piece fell into the hands of someone with malicious intent, there was a high chance a new villain would emerge. Widening her eyes, she added that she already had a suitable use for them. Noticing faint sparks of lightning, the protagonist called out to the archangel. Frowning, Satan demanded whether she truly intended to fight him, and accused her of destroying the bringer of death while its master was absent. Clenching his fist, he shouted that such actions could be taken as a declaration of war. Calmly, she replied that he would not be able to win an all-out conflict, especially now that even his divine artifact had been destroyed. Looking down, the familiar asked what was inside the bag. Opening it, the archangel expressed surprise that the demon could not recognize his own weapon. Fragments of the shattered dark blade spilled out. Furious, Tanjik shouted that she had completely lost her mind. Meanwhile, in the customer service department of Arcadia's Korean branch, employees sat answering endless calls, repeating that they had no information regarding the events occurring in the Elven settlement. With his head lowered, Menhan suspected this might be another prank by a player named Dex, but what had happened exceeded all reasonable limits. News outlets had begun reporting on the recent events, and information leaks had spread across gaming sites, creating chaos.